Welcome to National Signing Day 2024. I guess it's still 2023. Last I looked, I'm Kevin Noon here holding down the fort for our coverage of Ohio State's National Signing Day. I will be joined here in the future by Marc Givler, Tony Gerdeman, Tom Orr, as we give you wall-to-wall coverage of Ohio State's National Signing Day. I believe about 17 of the letter of intents are in, or so 17 or 18. Real hectic morning in terms of trying to get stories turned. As you can imagine, we write them in advance, and yesterday was a busy day as we wrote plenty of stories and recorded a lot of capsules. Don't go and look at them now if you found us here on the live show, because we're going to be here 4, 5, 6 hours. It really just depends on how long you want us to keep going. We will have Ryan Day's press conference at 12 p.m. Eastern. We will have Tom Orr will be there, and we'll put that up live for you, and we will discuss that. Seeing people saying hello in the chat, so I do appreciate that as we go. Drowsy Dragon saying, when does Jeremiah sign? I don't know if I have a time on that one. Like most big kids, he may just be holding on a little bit for dramatic effect. The reality is, the little secret is that you could have a signing day press conference at 4:00 as a kid, but you're going to still sign in the morning. You're still going to have your letter of intent go into the school, and whether or not the school scoops you or not, I mean, I guess that is just up to the school, to be quite honest. So I'm just keeping an eye on social media, as it appears Mylan Graham is the most recent person to get his letter of intent in. The $1 million question, and Mika Hanna is not the only one to ask this at this point, is what is the status of Edric Houston? That is the $1 million question. I wish that I could just wave a wand and say, nothing to fear, all is well, no concerns. I can't do that. Obviously, a couple of national types, Chad Simmons and Steve Wiltfong, both have said in not so many words that momentum looks like it may have swung to UGA I'm sorry, to Alabama for Edric Houston, and that is certainly a problem. So until a school makes an official post about him, we don't know. And I mean, it's even to the point of where I don't exactly trust accounts from anybody but the school when it comes to the actual letter of intent being in, because we're as good as the information we're given. We're as good as, if a kid says, I'm going to XYZ, you take him for his word. Stranger things have happened. This is recruiting. Dumb stuff happens all the time. I don't know how many old heads are out there, such as myself, that remember Darrell Price, but he was set to go to Ohio State, faxed the wrong page in, a non-binding page in, took it as some sort of sign, and ended up going to UCLA. Of course, Ohio State ended up getting Niall Diggs in the exchange, because of Niall Diggs' sister, I believe, was dating a member of like a basketball staff somewhere, and they got let go, and he took that as a sign that he needed to look elsewhere. So, crazy things happen with all of that. But yes, there is a lot of concern about what is happening with Larry and with defensive line recruiting. They have one defensive lineman signed at this point, Eric Mensah out of Stafford, Virginia. Talented guy, like 290. Looks like he's an inside guy. You're not playing edge really at 290. As I said in some of the signing capsules as we recorded them, nobody wants to get up to Rob Rose 295 and be slowed down with way too much weight. Now, let me jump in here to something that Dylan Drummond said. Larry needs to go whether Houston signs or not. I'm going to be the first to say that I'm never publicly going to call for somebody's job. Times are tough out there. Yes, we're talking about coaches that have amassed nice little war chests during their coaching careers, but I do not need to have that juju out there of me calling for somebody's job. I mean, we're all hanging on by a freaking thread. Am I right? But they are recruiting against Larry and his advanced age. Larry Johnson is not going to be here for the entirety of your career. Well, okay, be that as it may, can anybody really make that prediction of saying that they're going to be there for some kid's career? I don't know. But the fact that Ohio State has had such a resounding thud to end the cycle the last couple of years on the defensive line is problematic. As I said in a Tuesday update with Marc Givler here on the Skull Session Recruiting Podcast, you have to do one of two things, in my opinion. You have to either completely lean into this and sign Larry to like a 5-year contract and at least have a piece of paper, at least have a document like, I'm not going anywhere, good Lord willing. Or you have to go in the opposite direction and maybe consider making a change. Larry's not going to get any younger. He's not Benjamin Button. Things don't work that way. You don't get younger. So because of that, I don't really know how else you combat that. People are asking about flips. I'll get to that here in a second. Unfortunately, it always looks like the flips go in the wrong direction against Ohio State. It's been a minute since I remember a signing day flip on, favoring Ohio State. I mean, and I'm tired. I was up late writing things last night, so I'm not exactly the best version of myself right now. But with that being said, I guess back to Ohio State defensive line recruiting. If JT and Jack Sawyer come back, and even 2 of the 3 defensive tackles, I mean, obviously 3 of 3 would be great, but 2 of 3, it is not an issue today. It is an issue in a couple of years when there's no chance of any of these guys that we're talking about being back. They're out of eligibility, and you keep looking, and and I'm trying to keep an eye on Twitter and other things. So I apologize if I get a little disjointed. I didn't necessarily think I was going to be solo to start the show, but things happen. You're going to run into that bubble at that point. Ohio State didn't run dry in the secondary until it ran dry in the secondary. All the credit of the world to Perry Eliano and Tim Walton. They have restocked that room majorly. The additions of, and I don't have all the letters of intent in front of me. I know Miles Lockhart hasn't signed yet, but Aaron Scott, Bryce West. I mean, I'm very intrigued by Leroy Roker, the kid out of Fort Myers. You got Lockhart, who hasn't signed yet, and then and Jalen McLean, who has signed. I think that there is a strong, the defensive backfield is going to be strong moving forward. Now, you have to develop these kids. These kids have to put in the work. They have to do all of that effort to get to that point. But there's the bodies. The bodies are there. The bodies are not there in on the defensive line, plain and simple. And I didn't necessarily want to come right out of the gate on the show firing, saying that this is a problem, but y'all took me there. You all took me there. I am here to kind of talk about the things that you guys want to talk about. As I said, we're going to be here 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, something of that nature. So we just kind of have to, there's going to be a lot to talk about. There's going to be some redundancy. I want to thank everybody for being part of the show. Right off the bat, be sure that you're subscribed to the channel. That helps us out. Hit that bell. Don't miss a single thing when we come up, not only with this programming, Buckeyes Tomorrow Morning, the Big Me Kickoff, Buckeye Weekly Podcast, Skull Session Podcast, all of that stuff. And if you're listening to us on a podcasting platform, well, obviously you're not hearing this live because we haven't turned it around over there yet. But leave us a 5-star review if you do go back and want to listen to a 6-hour show. But I figure most of everybody is watching us live. So let me kind of go through a couple of things here. Anthony is Williams. Bryce West is the best player we signed on defense. I think there's going to be a pretty strong debate about whether or not it's, the number one corner in Ohio is West or Aaron Scott. And since Ohio State got both of them, I think that's a healthy debate. I don't know if there's necessarily a right or a wrong answer at this point. Just telling people that I've been here on solo on the show just to try and rally people, but as things are happening, you can only do so much. Right now, if I were asked which corner I would put one, and I was told I couldn't take the chicken blank answer of saying, well, this is my 1 and this is my 1A, I probably am giving Aaron Scott the benefit just because Aaron's healthy right now. Bryce is a little dinged up. Our Marc Givler was at the at the state championship games up at the Hall of Fame. He was telling me, because I didn't notice this. I watched the game on TV. I watched it on Spectrum, but I didn't, I wasn't paying that type of attention to it. Bryce dressed, but was dealing with a shoulder or something or other. And because of that, they didn't play him. And it really didn't matter. They won something like 38-3 in the game. But shoulders can be tricky. And I think that Aaron may get a little bit of a head start over Bryce. But we'll see. Let me just kind of go through here. Mark Fetters, love you. Well, I appreciate that. Mark, you are a great power watcher of our content. That is fantastic. Christopher Johns, have we lost anyone yet? Haven't seen Smith Houston sign yet. Still waiting on them. Correct. Yes. And that's the thing. You have to wait on some of these guys. There's, the guys with little drama. And I had to kind of explain myself when I said little drama. That doesn't mean that there was just a little bit. I'm saying there's no drama. I'm turning a phrase, so to speak. A lot of these guys are going to get their stuff in at 8 a.m., whatever. Leroy Roker was the first player in. He out of Florida. He was the first one in, and I was still sawing logs at that point. I was up past 1 o'clock writing and working. And I swear, if my internet acts up on me today, I'm gonna flip out. But I was up working and writing and everything else. Michael, this is not the Notre Dame chat. I'm just going to ask you, if you want to be part of this, don't spam me with everything that's happening at Notre Dame. Nobody here cares. I appreciate the viewership. You've even thrown us a couple super chats, and I do appreciate that as well. But nobody cares at this point. We're here to talk about Ohio State. This is not a national recruiting show. This is an Ohio State recruiting show. So there, I've said my piece. Let that serve as my piece on that. Now I've kind of forgotten what I was going to talk about. Oh, timing of these things. Garrett Stover could pretty much do his whenever. There was never a question of where Garrett Stover was going to go. It's spam to me, Michael. It's spam to me. So keep it up. F around and find out. F around and find out. Um, Garrett Stover, not really a big issue of when his stuff was going to happen. Probably not a big issue with Sam Williams Dixon, but Edric Houston, when is that one going to come in? Jeremiah McClellan, when is that one going to come in? I guess to a certain extent, Jeremiah Smith. I mean, these are going to be more afternoonish because I guess it's a foregone. Well, you're going to time out. I guess it's kind of a foregone conclusion of the guys that never really wavered. There never was really a lot of concern. They can go at whatever at whatever point. The guys that have taken late visits never seem to have been completely firm or whatever. Those are the ones where there's a lot more drama. Probably have not sent in the 8 a.m. fax, and things have changed. It's not all faxed anymore. There is an electronic, transmission method beyond faxing. Whether it's computerized somehow. I don't know. I'm not over there at the Woody right now. Obviously, I'm sitting in my living room, and there's no coffee in the house, so I'm a little pissed off about that. You're going to have to wait and kind of see what happens with those guys, and that's why we're going to be on the air for several hours, and we're going to have to kind of we're going to have to see. I want to kind of change gears here with Alexander Harris. Is there any quarterback in the portal that the Buckeyes are after? I don't know if today is the right day to be worried about that. I know that is a huge question. I know I know that is a huge question in terms of what the future is going to hold. But I mean, today is the day of getting your high school players. So I haven't really, prepared a lot of transfer portal thoughts for the day. If we're being honest, I don't spend a lot of time in preparations. I mean, this recruiting stuff I know kind of off the top of my head, so I don't have to sit there and read a bunch to get ready for it. But when it comes to the portal quarterbacks, I think that do we know that Ohio State is not sold on Devin Brown or Lincoln Keenholz? And I'll even throw Aaron Nolan into the mix. Aaron Nolan just signed today. I mean, he has been a Buckeye for minutes. I mean, officially. So let's kind of move him to the side a little bit because he hasn't been on campus and everything else. I think that it's sending a bad message if you go and you are hugely active, kicking the tires on every quarterback at this point. When you say, well, we're going to have this open competition, and we're going to start Brown and we're going to play Keenholz in the Cotton Bowl against Missouri, and I don't know if I necessarily agree with it. Now, on the flip side, if you do determine that you need a transfer quarterback and they're all gone, where do you stand there? Ohio State did not make a move on and I'm going to bring Marc Givler here in a second as he's just popped on, but you're not going to make a move on a quarterback until you know that. Or I guess here's the point I was going to make. Offensive line wise, Ohio State probably knew it needed offensive linemen, didn't get in on the first wave last year. You get into the second wave. We're gonna get to Ryan Dawes' super chat. Thank you here in a second. I'm gonna bring in Marc Givler. You don't go in and Ohio State really had to load up to get Josh Simmons last year because Ohio State missed the first wave. So you're kind of in a position of, if you don't move on a quarterback now, what's going to be left? At best, if you're making moves after spring, it's guys that got beat out for their job. You're bringing in a depth guy. You're not bringing in a frontline guy. But if you sit there and you go out and you get a frontline guy right now, what is the messaging that you're giving to Devin Brown? What is the messaging you're giving to Lincoln Keenholz? It's not great messaging at that point. You basically are saying, yeah, we think we could do better with somebody else. So I don't necessarily know that Ohio State has really pursued a portal quarterback at this point. I mean, Ohio State has people tasked 100%. Your job is to monitor the portal. I can assure you they're not guys entering the portal and then exiting the portal, and Ohio State's like, who knew? I didn't know who the hell this guy was. But I digress. Want to welcome Marc in here for National Signing Day 2024. Interesting morning so far, don't you say?
Yeah, very interesting morning. Still some drama out there. Nothing really resolved yet as far as the guys that everyone's concerned about right now. Edric Houston still seems to be weighing his decision, and same with Jeremiah McClellan and Amaris Williams as well. These are guys who could have sent in their letters of intent yet, and they haven't. Now, Amaris has a signing ceremony at 1:30, so we assume 1:30, 2 o'clock ish, we're going to hear from him. But it's interesting that the drama continues here. If you were hoping for a quick resolution today, I don't think that's going to happen here. I think we're going to have some drama here the next hour or two.
Yeah, it's always been a thing of where Ohio State does its Ryan Day head coach presser early because the hay is in the barn. We know where they stand. Ryan Day was scheduled to meet with Ohio State media at 12 o'clock. Was supposed to be a Zoom call. Now it's it's in person at the Woody. And a lot of things could still be in the air. And as I was explaining earlier, there wasn't going to be any drama for the Armstrong twins. There wasn't going to be any drama for Garrett Stover. They could have a 3 p.m. presser. Like Sam Williams-Dixon, I think, is having a 3 p.m. presser, but he got his letter of intent in early this morning. Those are more of just, a functionary type of, process. But when it comes to Houston, when it comes to McClellan, when it comes to these guys, not so much.
Yeah, it's everyone's just kind of waiting right now. Alabama seems to be the school that's made this the most discomforting for Ohio State right now with Edric Houston, and Oregon's the school to watch with McClellan, and Amaris Williams kind of remains an Auburn-Ohio State battle. So these are things that you're trying to sort through. If you're Ohio State right now, you're trying to work the phones the best you can and try and get some answers. And if you can make a last pitch, you make a last pitch. But it's going to be interesting. It's not going to be a quick and painless process today.
Let's get to Ryan Dawes' super chat as I've waited long enough. Does Parker Fleming help or hurt recruiting? I'm going to say this one right now. When you saw pictures of Justin Scott, and I understand Justin Scott no longer committed to Ohio State, committed to Miami. I don't know if he signed at this point. Once they leave, they're kind of gone to me. But Parker Fleming was part of that recruitment, strangely enough, because Ohio State does positional recruiting and Ohio State does area recruiting. So you're going to have your area, and I don't know why it was that Fleming was there. So, I mean, obviously he does something positively in the recruiting, but on the flip side, is he hurting recruiting by taking a headcount spot away from somebody like a James Laurinaitis, who actually coaches a position that sees more players recruited yearly? You're going to recruit more linebackers than you are specialists. That's just how it works. But what is your take on Ryan's question?
I mean, you have to look at it two ways. Is he a net positive or a net negative recruiter? I think he's probably neither. I think he's probably just, I don't know that he's particularly helpful. I don't know he's particularly harmful, but when you do factor in that it is keeping James Laurinaitis off the road, it is keeping another defensive coach from being on staff, being on the road. I think in the current setup of the staff, I think you have to think probably it's a negative, because you've got your head coach as an offensive guy. You've got 5 offensive assistants, and then you've got 4 defensive assistants and Fleming. And so you're very skewed toward offense. And I think that's something they've got to really think about here this winter.
I just put this into the chat. According to Tom Van Haren of ESPN, five-star wide receiver Jeremiah Smith will announce his final decision at noon, according to his mother. So just about the same time that, the time that Ryan Day will be taking the podium at the Woody is when we should learn if Jeremiah Smith, despite all of his reassurances or whatever, gets away from Ohio State, or if that one sticks. I still am of the mindset that one sticks. It's hard to commit early and shock the world, so to speak, unless you're committing early to shock the world by changing. But, at that point, I don't know if any 15, 16-year-old kid necessarily is understands the long game that well. Few of us understand the long game that well.
Yeah. A lot of kids kind of give it away early and then try and walk it back. In Jeremiah's case, there's a lot that could happen today that I would have to say wouldn't totally shock me. Just decisions that could go against Ohio State, decisions that could even go for Ohio State. There's a lot of things that could happen today where I'm like, well, it's maybe a little bit surprising, but I'm not jaw dropping to the floor surprised. This would shock me. Jeremiah Smith not signing with Ohio State would really shock me. I'm been pretty adamant. I'm 1,000% convinced he's signing with Ohio State today.
Obviously, and we kind of talked about it before you were able to get on the show, but you're the recruiting guy. People value your opinion probably more than just Big Noon over here. Your thoughts on Edric Houston? Obviously, all the messaging we were getting last night, we weren't getting anything definitive, but it seemed like Ohio State was in an okay position to dodge this bullet. We wake up this morning. It sounds like the bullet not only is going to strike, but strike fatally. And just to even add to it, I've also seen people making crystal ball picks that KJ Bolden is going to go to Georgia, is going to break the Buford UGA curse and flip away from Florida State and go to Georgia. What's in the water there at Buford right now? Already after Dylan Raiola flipping yet again to Nebraska just a couple days ago.
Yeah, if Buford wanted the college football recruiting universe focused on that school today, they've done a great job of that. Look, Ohio State hasn't heard anything yet on Houston. Now, is that good or bad is kind of the question. Certainly last night they felt pretty good about him. We've kind of seen that movie before, especially with the defensive line. But you wake up, you hear the Bama stuff, which is really kind of interesting because there were kind of people pushing it's not Bama, it's Clemson narrative here the last few days. And because Clemson's kind of a 4-man front, Alabama's a 3-man front. Edric has kind of been adamant not really wanting to play in a 3-man front. So this is why I guess the Alabama stuff is even a little more surprising than maybe it should be given, Alabama's stature in the sport. So we will see. I know they're still they as like I said, my phone is right here. So as of a couple minutes ago, they hadn't heard anything, and they're trying to reach whoever they can to see what's going on. But it's one of those things where, again, if he hasn't sent in the letter yet, and I haven't seen anything that says he sent in the letter, then it's still ongoing, I guess. But it's not a feeling you want to have right now if you're Ohio State. You wanted that thing in at 8 a.m. sharp, and here we are.
Hey, Antoine, one of our resident Michigan fans, Merry signing day to you too. So, we'll kind of see, what happens today. Now, let's sticking with the Houston thing. Ohio State already has Eric Mensah in the class. That's one signed. That one's done. If they don't get Edric Houston, then, is it a one-man class? They're still out there battling, hoping to get Amaris Williams. But, certainly less than ideal numbers. What was in your official Givler count? How many defensive linemen should they have taken under normal circumstances? And just, because obviously one or even 2, and with the thought and the memory of losing out on Edric Houston and Justin Scott is got to be a very bitter pill.
Yeah, I think 5 would have been the minimum they would have hoped to get, possibly 6, depending on, the makeup of the class and kind of who they were able to land. So right now they've got, 1 signed?
One.
So they are 4, if we're being generous, they're 4 short right now. Can they get it to 2 or 3 by the end of the day? We'll see, but it's not going to be more than that by the end of the day. So, their dream Hail Mary scenario right now is being too short. Maybe some of that gets mitigated via some guys returning that maybe we didn't expect to return a month or 2 ago, and that's kind of what they're banking on right now. But boy, this is if this goes sideways here, this is another really bad miscalculation on the defensive line. This is 2 years in a row.
I have a thought there, but I want to welcome in Tony Gerdeman, who has joined us here for the show as well. Tony, welcome. Another name, and Tony can jump in on this too. I know when it comes to recruiting that Mark and I are the ones, we certainly know a lot more of the names. Tony keeps track kind of the stories. I'm hearing Dominic McKinley is not going to sign today. So, that is somebody that they could maybe circle back with, but Lord knows they have not necessarily recruited the state of Louisiana all that well. But, Tony, I'll throw this to you as Mark is updating on his phone, trying to stay in the loop. What has happened in the last 24 hours? The sky certainly seems like it's falling in a lot of ways. Edric Houston trending away. Jeremiah McClellan, it still seems like a game time decision. Hell, there's even concern, amongst fans on Jeremiah Smith, because we know that if a kid isn't signed, until he's signed, he's still recruitable out there, Happy Wednesday.
It is always interesting, signing day. A year ago, we're waiting on Caleb Downs and stuff like that. And, the names change, but the drama doesn't. One of the things with Edric Houston, I'm still confused as to, he doesn't want to be a 3-4 defensive end in college, but he's a 3-4 defensive end in high school. That's basically what he does. And he rushes from the interior a bunch as well. So, that one to me seems just, you're already doing it. So I'm sure Alabama is telling him, you're already doing it. Like, now just go and this is what you are. The lack of defensive linemen, because if we're already going to assume that Edric Houston is gone, and at this point I am assuming that, this to me, to not have anything back up or any kind of you have no soft landing. There are no 3 stars waiting in the wings. Like, this is all, to me, it says that Larry Johnson is gone, and he's telling people that, like, or other schools are using that against Ohio State, which they've been doing for years, but Ohio State has gotten away with it to some extent. They missed out on the defensive ends a year ago, but to me, this seems like there is going to be change here, and everybody knows it, and so that's why you're seeing to me, this would explain why you're seeing such a shakeup and a lack of production on the defensive line in terms of recruiting.
Which is worse, this potential ending to defensive line recruiting, or the year that Ohio State signed Evan Blankenship and Evan Blankenship only on offensive line in terms of its recruiting? Because I'm not saying Eric Mensah is Evan Blankenship. Evan Blankenship, a tremendous guitar player and country music singer in Nashville now, didn't necessarily have much of a career as a football player, and I don't want to put that evil Ricky Bobby on Eric Mensah. He could turn out to be a hell of a football player, but which is the worst thud?
Well, with Eric Mensah, I'm not sure. He's listed as an edge on 24/7. He's also listed at 290 pounds. To me, there's no edge there. That's an interior guy, and interior is where they've got enough guys. To me, they need more defensive ends. and to have nothing and basically one guy in the past two classes in Joshua Mickens, although I continue to put Arvell Reese up there now because they have to. You need more defensive ends than linebackers at this point. So Arvell Reese is going to be a defensive end from here on out, in my opinion, just because he has to. And Mark, you and I are both talking about CJ Hicks and Sonny Styles being part of that pass rush as well, because not only do you need bodies, but those body types are some things that could work in today's game, but Larry Johnson does not necessarily like that. We didn't even see the jack at all this year. So that's another one that, Larry Johnson wins on. But to have just one defensive lineman committed, this is very similar to that. Yes, the Evan Blankenship class. I think the benefit now is that you can make up for it with the transfer portal. Back then, you were making up for it by having like Jim Cordell play 3 different spots in the same game. Okay, on this play, you are the left guard and the center. So what you're going to want to do is you're going to want to snap it, then you're going to want to pull, and then on the next play, you're going to be left tackle. And Jim Ballman and Jim Tressel will be like, as long as we have 8 guys that can play or 5 guys that can play, we can put them in different spots. This defensive line, you can only put them in, so many spots, and you need bodies. And as much as they like to rotate, or they didn't rotate as much as they used to this year. And I think that's also because the recruiting has not been great and the development has not been great. So you can't rotate as much as you want. And we can go on and get into a discussion about Larry Johnson because I've got some thoughts on that later on in the show. We've got plenty of time. But hey, welcome to Tom Orr.
Thank you.
Anyway, Kevin, back to you.
Tom, I know I'm not going to infringe on the power pause. That is copyrighted, punishable by death in most of the free world. So I'm not going to do that. But Tom, welcome to the show. As I told everybody earlier, you will be jumping off to head over to the Woody later to be the guy live streaming the Ryan Day press conference. Better in person than the Zoom call. Thankful that Ohio State came to its senses there. The media, we're just here to tell the story, but I think that based on just questions that we've gotten from the fans, and I'm not even going to say questions, I'm going to say statements, declarations, if you will. Maybe this class that was poised a couple weeks ago to maybe be the number 1 overall class in the nation has seen one of the wheels come off going down I-70, and the accusations are going to be running, hot and strong.
Let me just correct you there. To sort of paraphrase Homer Simpson, one of the wheels come off the car so far. There are other wheels, Kevin, that could come flying off the car shortly. But yeah, it's not. You know how every class has their hashtag that it's hashtag elite, and it's there's a 2 and a 4 in there. Like, this is hashtag not great, Bob, and there's a 2 and a 4 in there somewhere. But it's a little concerning, and it's crazy to say that about a class that likely ends up number 2, maybe at worst number 3 in the nation. But it feels like Brian Hartline's doing an awful lot of the heavy lifting here, and they're great at wide receiver, and they've got a great cornerback class, and they've got some good linebackers and good running backs, and boy, where is the game of football won and lost? It feels like it's in the trenches, and it feels like the offensive line class is solid, but maybe missing that one last piece that they were looking to add, and the defensive line class is going a bunch of other places in America, it seems like. So yeah, I think that has to be a concern.
Mark, let me ask you, because I've seen over the last few years, the offensive line to me is just been a bunch of right tackles and guards. I think the left tackle in this class, maybe Deontay Armstrong, and then more right tackles and guards. Am I wrong about that? Like, where do you see Gabe Van Sickle, who I know played left tackle in high school, but all of these guys play left tackle in high school and then move to their homes when they get to college?
Yeah, I mean, I think they've got 3 guys here who could play tackle. Devontae Armstrong is a guard. Deontay Armstrong is a left tackle. I think Ian Moore is a tackle. Probably have to play him on the right side. And then Gabe Van Sickle was kind of brought in as a swing guy. And that was the one interesting thing they did where they kind of swapped him out for Mark Nave, where Mark Nave was purely a guard. And Van Sickle's got a lot more athleticism to him to play on the outside. So I think 3 of these 4 guys could end up playing tackle. So I think they did a better job this year of kind of addressing that, but I think they still came up, one short of what they wanted. Obviously, they were very much in the Jordan Seaton sweepstakes, and we'll see what he does today. I don't think he's signed yet, has he? He made the kind of the weird comments about Colorado, and now all of a sudden it doesn't sound like that's 1,000%. Sounds like there's a little bit of doubt there, but won't be Ohio State, I don't think, but maybe Oregon sneaking in there. But so that one's getting interesting. But yeah, I think one more tackle would have been good. But again, I'm not as down on O-line this year as I have been in other years, because I do think Deontay Armstrong is a legitimate left tackle, and I do really like Ian Moore. I've seen a lot of Ian Moore and think he's a good player. So I think he's a better version of Josh Fryer. So I think they're okay there. Now they're going to want to back that up again in 25. You got to go. You don't get out of this with one class. You don't get into this with one class. We see we kind of see the results of a 2 to 3 year block of recruiting when we see things on the field. And, they're going to need to have another good 25 class, maybe an even better 25 class to kind of shore things up.
The talking to Mark Nave back in the spring, he was also talking about OSU wanting him to do some snapping as well. So I'm with you. I think this feels like going with Van Sickle, you're going to guard tackle because they feel that's more important than the guard center. Maybe that says something also about how they feel about Josh Padilla.
Yeah, that certainly could, because the center position, looking long term is kind of an unknown at this point. They haven't really brought in a guy really since Hinsman, who wasn't even a center in high school, but they haven't really brought in a guy since Hinsman or Padilla obviously too, that you're looking at them and, hey, this is their center. There hasn't been really a guy like that here, certainly in this class. And so maybe it's Padilla. Maybe, they even talked to now I haven't heard this is happening. I think this probably isn't happening at this point, but they even mentioned it to Luke Montgomery at one point. So we'll see. But that's going to be something to watch this spring for sure, is kind of what that center position looks like, who's lining up behind Hinsman with the 2s.
Well, we know it's not Vic Cutler. Is he transferred to Louisville? Is that? Yeah. Mike Hauser. I know recruits are not listening to your show, but if they were, I sure wouldn't sign with Ohio State. You guys are negative as all get out. I don't think it's a matter of negativity. I think it's just a matter of reporting the news. And I can see light bulbs going off over people's heads, and they have comments. So I'll yield my time to whoever wants to take it.
Yeah, if you want the everything is great and everything is awesome and whatever that song was from the Lego movie, like, you can go follow the official account and everyone's a future 5-star and everything is perfect. I mean, go back to Ryan Day's comments a year ago on signing day, and hey, they had some stuff they didn't do, and they needed to get some stuff squared away. Here we are 12 months later. The coaching staff changes that, I think broadly a lot of people thought maybe needed to be made, some shifts in responsibility at the very least, in order to not have 4 coaches on the defensive side of the staff. None of that has happened. You've had another year where the offensive side of the ball is great and the defensive side of the ball is pretty good in several spots and not great in other spots. And, if they sign 1 defensive lineman in this class, one, and it's not like a consensus 5-star guy, they sign 1 defensive lineman in this class. Maybe they get 2. If they get Edric Houston, then we can have a different conversation. But the smoke this morning is not that they're signing Edric Houston. So if you sign 1 defensive lineman a year after you signed 1 defensive end, that feels like I probably shouldn't have to spell out to you why this is not all sunshine and roses this morning. They have plenty of very talented players, but the expectation at Ohio State is what the expectation at Ohio State is. And the expectation at Ohio State, as laid out by Ryan Day, is beat Michigan, win the Big Ten, win the national championship. Can you do that signing one defensive lineman in a class after you signed one defensive end in the class before? I mean, I think anyone who's watched college football recognizes that the defensive line position is a pretty important one. That's not one where you can fall down. And you haven't seen them bringing guys in the portal recently. I haven't seen them bring in a ton of defensive line talent. Maybe they can get someone. If they do, great. But there are holes in this class, especially if Edric Houston goes to Alabama and not Ohio State.
Well, I mean, just look at the fourth quarter of the second half of the Michigan game. Get off the field. That's the defensive line losing the battle, and so they're going to have to hit the portal hard. They're going to have to, maybe start focusing more on in-state guys rather than chasing these national guys, and having these great relationships with the national prospects, these 5-star guys from wherever, from Texas and Florida and Georgia. But if you can't close the deal, it's just a lot of wasted time, and you're letting a lot of guys go that would love to play at Ohio State and just wouldn't be nearly the drama. But I also understand you've got to swing for the fences, and if you're getting pitches right down the middle, you're going to do that. But at some point, you've got to close the deal. And right now, I don't think they have the ability to close the deal with everything surrounding Larry Johnson.
I was going to say, I don't disagree. And I did talk about Larry a little bit earlier, and Mark and I talked about this on the Tuesday update on the Skull Session Recruiting podcast, but I'll throw it out there to you guys. When it comes to Larry, you got to do one of two things. You either have to lean into it and sign him to a long-term deal, like multiple years, but he's not getting any younger, or you got to go the other direction. And, I'm not here to be calling for people's jobs, but you got to move in another direction. He's not getting any younger. He's not Benjamin Button. None of that's going to happen. You just these one-year deals or whatever, what's going to happen. You can keep banging your head against the wall over and over and over again. The result is not going to change. And if this goes on, class of 25 is going to have a similar result. Class of 26. I mean, at some point, you've got to rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah, and I'll just jump in and say Miles Lockhart has signed. The nickel corner from Arizona is now in. My thought on Larry Johnson is the development hasn't been all there either. And we're going to point at the 2021 recruiting class, which was fantastic. And they've got starts out of those guys, and they all have NFL decisions to make. But what is the crowning achievement of Larry Johnson's tenure at Ohio State? Because I think Urban Meyer gets credit for landing Joey Bosa because Mike Vrabel was a defensive line coach at that point. Larry Johnson wasn't here yet. So Joey Bosa gets the credit for Nick Bosa. Like those guys go anywhere and they're going to produce. I think the same for Chase Young. Like in terms of development, I think maybe the crowning achievement has been like Draymond Jones, Tyquan Lewis for Larry Johnson. And really, what sense has there been a productive, this guy is producing massive numbers, and yeah, numbers being what they are on the defensive line, some people can take them, some people can leave them. But Jonathan Cooper is a 5-star that turned into a 7th-round pick. Like, what is not even what has Larry Johnson done for us lately? What has he done for Ohio State throughout this that justifies? We're just going to keep you. What justifies a long-term deal? What justifies these? We're going to continue to kick the can down the road because the recruiting is not there right now. The production isn't there. The development, I'm not sure it's there. So at this point, what does the annual review look like for Larry Johnson?
Yeah, I think there's a question as to like what specifically would you say he has been doing at a level of excellence? Again, the standard at Ohio State is beat Michigan, win the Big Ten, win the national championship. what specifically is he doing at a national championship level right now? And I think you could ask that question about a lot of, I think you frankly should be asking that question about every single one of the assistant coaches.
Mm-hmm.
How many of the assistant coaches are performing at a national championship level right now? Because they have 10 assistant coaches, and I know the answer is not 10. I think you could say Brian Hartline is. I think you could make a pretty compelling case that Tim Walton is recruiting and performing, right around that level. And you've got some guys who are in the, direction of yes, and you've got some guys who are in the direction of no. And I think the standard is the standard, and you're going to be held to the standard if you're the head coach. So if you're being held to the standard of the head coach, are you willing to do the things that you need to do to get the program to that level? Because right now it's not at that level.
Super chat, Jordan Kapler, are you guys planning on replacing anyone on BH? I've got a pretty decent camera on my phone. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. I guess we got to throw that question to Mark. That's his decision.
Well,
send me your resume. See what I can do.
Jordan is moving into attack Tom mode this year. Is that correct?
I think it's 2020 or is what 2024 is going to be. It's 2020 or so.
It's time for or.
I only have about a week and a half of being the butt of Jordan Kapler's jokes to just being the butt of Buckeye Huddle. But Tom Orr is going to be the one in the crosshairs.
There were several people asking about Corey Foreman, the former 5-star defensive end who went to USC, and he just went in the portal last night, and I looked up his stats, and it was like, where are the rest of them? Mm-hmm. So, I mean, he played in 3 games this year. Was he hurt, or did he just not play this year?
Yeah, I don't know. He's got
like a huge bust for them, and I'm actually very surprised by that because I saw Corey play in high school. He's really, really good. But I think we can say that about a lot of players that have entered the portal from USC over the last. I mean, you want to talk about a school that just hasn't developed guys. Malachi Nelson, number 1 quarterback. No one thinks he can play all of a sudden. They're losing guys that everyone in the country wanted out of high school that have kind of gone there and fizzled. And so, I don't know. I think they need to see what happens today. Obviously, Corey Foreman. I tend to think no on that for Ohio State. But if they only have 1 defensive lineman signed by the end of the day, that may reshuffle their thinking. They may have the room to take a flyer or 2 on a couple of these guys.
They may have a budget too. They may have budget as well.
Well, I wouldn't exactly be throwing around big bucks for Corey Foreman right now.
Well,
I don't know. I don't know who's out there that really is commanding that, other than Walter Nolan, who is not coming. That's going to be probably Ole Miss, but it's going to be interesting to see what they do after today, because they're going to be short on the defensive line no matter what happens, and it's just a matter of how short they're going to be.
Question
Corey Foreman.
Go ahead. If you
I was going to say Corey Foreman should get the equivalent of a non-roster invite on like a baseball team. Like we'll give you an invitation to spring training, try you out, see how you're doing, and maybe a split deal. That's not a. He has not been a 5-star for several years now.
Well, we also know that left-handed pitcher who comes in to get a couple of outs in the 6th inning is also pulling down $8 million in baseball. So. Maybe I'm just a little skeptical of how the whole system works.
Should we read into anything? I'm not seeing that Dominic Kirks has signed at Washington yet. They're still apparently waiting. The 4-star Ohio defensive lineman.
I think we probably should read into that. Here's what I know about Dominic Kirks. Ohio State had pretty serious, heated discussions about him over the weekend, trying to make a last-minute run at him. I think there's people on the staff who felt that was the move to make, and others on the staff who clearly did not, or else I think we would have heard something by now on an offer. So, yeah, I think that's a call that should have absolutely been made this morning, and it probably has been made. And, I sat here in July and said, just get that kid in the fold right now. Just get yourself some insurance. This isn't a 3-star kid. He's a 4-star player. He's one of the top 200 players in the country. Got some positional versatility to him. Could maybe be an end, could maybe be a tackle. You need both in this class. Just go get yourself an insurance policy. And that was when Edric wasn't waffling, and that was when they had Justin Scott already. I thought that still would have made sense. And, we'll see if this is too little too late. But yeah, I think I know there were talks about it this weekend. We talked about it, I think, on Tuesday in the podcast, and I said, doesn't look like anything has come from it yet. So we'll see. I would have approved this move if Amaris Williams and Edric Houston had already signed their letters and sent them into Ohio State. I still would have approved this move. I have never in my life heard a coach say, gosh, we have too many good defensive linemen. It's never been said, ever.
Yeah, that's one that should have been made back. That's a decision that should have been made months and months and months ago. And then they brought him in for a visit in the fall, and it was like, okay, good. Finally, they're bringing him in. Okay. And then nothing. And I think you just, at some point, you have to read the room. Like, the out-of-state stuff and chasing guys nationally has just not really worked perfectly. Last year, they missed on they were in on 3 really highly rated defensive ends and missed on all 3 of them, all 3 out-of-state guys. I think you got to look at you got to build your class starting with a solid foundation of Ohio. They've done that in the offensive line room the last couple of years and pulled in some decent, some talented players. And then bring in 2 to 3 in-state guys, and then go bring in someone else. The state of Ohio produces a defensive lineman or 2 and an offensive lineman or 2 every year who's good enough to play for Ohio State. You need to bring those guys in, and then bring in more guys. Those are the guys who generally you're going to be able to bring in without having to throw a huge NIL bag at them. Those are the guys who are going to be more likely to stay, to stick it out, to develop long term, and not go chase an NIL bag after 1 season or 2 seasons or something like that. I think that with the way things are changing right now and the realities of recruiting and NIL and the portal and everything else, recruiting within the state is even more important than it has been in the past. And to have someone like Dominic Kirks in state and to be here on early signing day, and no one's sure if he actually has a committable offer from Ohio State is wild to me.
I will say, looking at other in-state defensive linemen, Elias Rudolph did sign with Miami about 2 hours ago, so he's off the board.
Scott, I'll get to your comment here in a second, but I want to bring up something about reality when it comes to landing kids. And we talk about through the years, this coach is, pretty grounded in terms of, his beliefs if they're going to land this kid or not. And this coach is overly optimistic. I mean, I think at some point you have to really evaluate internally. You're not going to land them all. So you can't sit there and not make moves for Dom Kirks or guys like that because, we're going to bring Dylan Stewart back home and Marquise Lightfoot. I mean, that wasn't really going to happen. Certainly, I didn't feel as Stewart. I thought Lightfoot, there may have been an opportunity if Larry Johnson, found Ponce de Leon's Fountain of Youth or something like that. But, how dangerous is it to have, this mindset of, well, if I'm recruiting them, we're going to just land them and not casting a wider net, just, to be at a position of where it could be a one-man defensive line class.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing they have to start doing, especially on the lines, and they did that a little bit this year on the offensive line, but they're not doing it yet on the defensive line, which is a little concerning, is you got, if there's a kid in Ohio that's legit, just take him early. Just get one in the hole. Edric Houston isn't going somewhere else because he's afraid of Dominic Kirks. That's not how these guys think. That's not how the 5-star top 10 player in the country thinks. He doesn't worry about what's coming in with him. In the portal era, like you're turning over you're turning over like a third of your roster every year at this point. So to worry about numbers and like, well, our quota is only 5, and so if we take this Ohio kid early, what if we get all the other kids? Then you take 6. Like you're not. Teams just aren't going to go in to. We're not looking at situations right now where teams are having full 85-man rosters in September. You're usually down into the high 70s by then in many cases because you've turned over a third of your roster. A couple guys will leave after the spring. A couple guys may even leave after fall camp to preserve a red shirt. So I don't understand in the portal NIL era. I don't understand why we are treating scholarship numbers like they're these concrete, firm things at this point. It's just not the reality of how roster management is today.
No, Miami has 7 defensive linemen committed right now. I think that's a lot, but it's not too much. And I think we've talked on all of our different shows about the 85 number doesn't, like, at this point, who cares about 85? For one, like if you go into spring with 85, you're dumb. You go into spring with like 90 because you're still going to lose guys after that, and you're still going to bring people in after that. So 85 is not. I don't even know that anybody. If you're worrying about that, yeah, they want to have 5 scholarship running backs. They want to have 4 scholarship quarterbacks. They want to have 15 or 16 scholarship offensive linemen. You can hit all of your targets if you want because people are going to leave. And as we've said before, more people are being pushed out than are choosing to leave because now it's all done in the guise of player empowerment. They have the freedom to go wherever they want, which now also means coaches have the freedom to push them out and not look like the bad guy anymore.
We have a couple of super chats in the can, but I'm going to jump in here to Scott Lewis's comment, which, is something I've heard out there in various flavors. I mean, keep placing the blame on assistant coaches, but giving Ryan Day a pass. Obviously, Ryan Day, as the head coach, it is his staff. It is his position to maintain the staff, make changes as needed. We haven't seen a ton of turnover in the way of, that immediate reaction. I mean, we did see when the defense wasn't good enough. We did see when they went out and got Jim Knowles. But, I think that there is the concern about what are they doing here with an unbalanced, breakdown of the coaches with 4 defensive, 6 offensive, and, or if you count Day and a special teams coach. I mean, when do more people start, questioning Day's staff management here? Or are we already to that point?
Have we not been at that point for the last year? I mean, it feels like
according to Scott Lewis.
No, I think we've pretty openly been talking about the fact that they have 5 assistant coaches plus a head coach on the offensive side of the ball, or and then 4 assistant coaches on the defensive side of the ball and 1 on special teams for some reason. I think that has been a pretty open conversation for quite a while, and that it's an unbalanced staff, and that your defensive coordinator and your defensive line coach may not be completely philosophically aligned, and that your defensive coordinator is not history's most energetic recruiter. Okay, and then so now you're looking at your defensive coaching staff is, in terms of recruiting, is Larry Johnson, who has had retirement rumors swirling around him for pushing a decade now. Tim Walton, who's doing a fantastic job. Perry Eliano, who's doing a good job with the safeties, but they've missed on some safety targets. And you've got a potentially really dynamic recruiter in James Laurinaitis, who is a GA and can't go recruit off campus. I mean, this is stuff we've been talking about for a year. I think there have been significant questions about Ryan Day's program management for quite a while. I don't think that's anything new, and I think the idea that Ryan Day is just sort of getting a pass and has not come under any criticism is just nonsense.
Yeah, I've been beating the staff alignment drum for a long time. You just can't, in today's landscape, there's really no reason to be that unbalanced. And we even talked about it on Tuesday's podcast. I said, look, you've got 4 defensive assistants. One of them's kind of a non-recruiter in Jim Knowles. The other one's got a hand tied behind his back in Larry Johnson because he's fighting these retirement rumors every year and he's not getting any younger. So that just leaves you 2 guys who are recruiting and coaching in the secondary. Like, where's your help in the front 7 right now with recruiting? And that's where we're seeing the most issues on the defensive side of the ball, especially on the defensive line. And it's something they have to address. I thought last year was last offseason was kind of the perfect time to address it. You only signed Joshua Mickens at defensive end. You kind of lost on all those defensive ends. So it just felt like last year was the right time to. It's not necessarily about pushing Larry Johnson out. You could have put a contingency plan. You could have put some type of, succession plan in place last offseason. You could have kept Larry Johnson, but brought in someone else, overpaid them for a title they're overqualified for, and kind of said, hey, this is going to be the transition when eventually Larry Johnson leaves. And in the meantime, this guy's going to be involved in all the defensive line recruiting. But that didn't happen either. And so I think this is kind of some chickens coming home to roost a little bit on the defensive line right now. And, it's not that we're being overly negative. It's just that's the story right now. Like, that's because everything else is like done today. Everything else is in the barn just about, unless you're still of the mindset that like Jeremiah Smith might flip. And, I'm not of that mindset. I mean, maybe McClellan on Oregon is a bit of a worry, but like the story right now is they have 1 defensive line commit and they've got one that's waffling, who's maybe the best defensive, not maybe, is the best defensive player in their class, is waffling, and they've got another guy who they led for a month and couldn't get him to actually pull the trigger, and now it looks like Auburn has swooped in, and now that's going to be dicey here this afternoon. So, we will talk about the other stuff when everything's resolved. Like, we'll talk about how good Air Noland is, and hopefully how great this wide receiver class is, and how nice of a pickup out of Texas James Peoples was. The corners in Ohio. We will get to all that, but right now the story is they have 1 defensive lineman signed, 2 out there, and they're like they have not heard. I keep bugging people. I probably shouldn't be bugging as much as I am about this, and there has been nothing on the Edric Houston front. So I can promise you right now, they are scrambling over there trying to get this kid delivered. And the same with Amaris Williams. And I'm virtually certain at this point they have placed some calls on Dominic Kirks. Is too much circumstantial evidence there. I don't think they're going to want to put that out there. They haven't confirmed it to me, but there's a lot of circumstantial evidence there, and they probably don't want that out because A, it causes panic, but B, I think until they have to do something like that, I don't think they want it out there to do anything that would take the focus away from guys like Houston and Williams. But that's the story right now. And like I said, we're going to be on here like all day. I'm going to be on here as long as you guys want to ask questions and want to interact. So I'm happy to sit here and tell you how I think Jeremiah Smith is the best wide receiver prospect I've ever seen. I mean, I'm happy to get into like some of the cool stuff and the positive stuff about this class, but right now, everyone wants to know, are they signing Edric Houston? Everyone wants to know, like, can they actually get Amaris Williams? Are they going to go to a plan B here as this all is going on? So it's just, I think that's what people want to be talking about right now, because everything else is kind of taken care of.
And we'll talk about whatever you want with super chats. So
I got some super chats, and then we'll get to Doug's comment there. Let me make sure that I knock out the ones that we've already gone to. The rules are super chats get posted. I don't really, this one I'm going to clean up a little bit from T. Shiesty. NIL and rotation at OSU are bad. Main reason. Well, I mean, we know that NIL is going to be that 900-pound monster in the corner of the room that everybody's going to want to talk about. And rotation. If we're talking defensive line rotation. We didn't see as much rotation this year as we did in past years, and whether or not that was amount of depth or just that there was a huge disparity between your top end guys with JT and Jack, and to a lesser extent Kenyatta, versus everybody else. But we are recruiting class of 2024 is different than the recruiting class of 2019 with a lot of things going on out there. But I think it's still safe to say that one of the biggest issues that's hurting Ohio State in terms of the Edric Houstons or whatever is just they can't get away from the fact that Larry is advanced in his years, and there's no certainty that he's going, that he would be there through the run of a player that, but I don't know your thoughts. I'm still trying to get my head around just the way that T. Shiesty put it.
DW, how about Brian Robinson or Dominic Kirks? I think that super chat came in right as we were talking about Dominic Kirks. Still waiting to see him sign with Washington. They were expecting that LOI to come in. I think their stuff starts right like at 10 a.m. local, our time, basically, because I'm just following one of their beat reporters who said, at 7 a.m. is when they really start to expect things to pick up, which is right now. So following that, still waiting for that to come in, or if it will or if it won't. Brian Robinson was somebody that, Mark, they had at camp, and he's a big guy, but just never really did anything for them.
What is he? He's a tweener.
Yeah. Well, I just think, look, he didn't play a lot of football his first 3 years of high school. I mean, when he was at Austintown Fitch, he wasn't even starting at points. He had some injuries. So he had such little film. And I think that scared a lot of teams off. He had a decent year at Westerville North this year. But I just don't know that Ohio State ever felt the production level matched, how he looked in T-shirt and shorts. I wasn't opposed to that decision. I mean, even now it's like, if you're not sold on a kid, you're not sold on a kid. But, Dominic Kirks, I know people in that building that like Dominic Kirks. So I don't understand why. And maybe, again, this is probably, going back to the, blame Ryan Day, not the assistants thing. That's probably where Ryan Day needed to step in and say, look, we're taking this kid. Urban Meyer used to do that with some of his assistants, and it didn't always make them happy that he did that. But there were times Urban Meyer came in and said, look, we're taking this guy for one reason or another. We're taking him, and you can kind of deal with it and figure it out later. But so that's maybe something Ryan Day could have done earlier, but you're trusting the feedback you're getting from your assistant coaches a lot of times on where you stand with recruiting. Not even, you can say Ryan Day needs to be more hands-on. I thought he was this year on defense. I thought he was more hands-on recruiting. Urban was pretty hands-on, but Urban wasn't, waist deep in all, 50 targets, that they were recruiting. So he kind of had his guys he worked on. And so you are trusting the feedback you're getting from your assistants. And I think it's very clear what we've seen the last couple of years is that some assistants are a little more optimistic than others, maybe a little more unrealistic than others in terms of maybe where they stand with their top targets.
Let me jump through here. David Greenshield, thoughts on any replacements for Larry Johnson? We certainly have seen some movement with the coaching searches and everything else. We saw the Elijah Robinson from A&M go to Syracuse, so he's kind of off the table. You have Randall Joyner at Ole Miss, who I think is somebody that people talk about. I started to kind of put together a list of names of people, because we all like to do the geometry of, well, this guy, we you want to stay in the Larry Johnson coaching tree and be able to get guys that have either, direct ties to Ohio State or have ties to Larry, but we sit there and we think that we outsmart ourselves with doing that, and then lo and behold, they go and they get somebody from the NFL or whatever. So I don't know if it's just a natural progression of being like, this is the obvious guy. We're going to just grab him, bring him in, and all is well in the world. I mean, I think this one is a little bit of a wider search.
I think the obvious guy that they went with last time, Kerry Combs, didn't work. So you can't go with it. Can't just be the obvious guy. You need to make this a national search. If it ends up being the obvious guy, fantastic. But you do need to look across the landscape of college football. Look at the NFL, and don't just limit yourself to somebody that you have their phone number already, because that did not work well with Kerry Combs.
Well, and I think they've done a lot of internal hiring recently, or quasi-internal hiring recently, where there are, I mean, what, 1, 2, 3, at least 3 guys on the offensive side of the ball who are full-time assistants, who this is their first time being a full-time assistant at the college level, at the FBS level. Ohio State is not a entry-level job, and when you look at a Brian Hartline, you have to grade that one out as an A+. There are other spots where you can go and the very best person for the job might not be the one who's right in front of you. And I know coaches love to build their coaching trees and all that kind of stuff, and sometimes it works, but sometimes it doesn't. And they think you need to look around. I mean, special teams, another first-time assistant coach. I think you need to look around the country a little more, and is there someone else with more of a track record? Is there someone else with, maybe bringing in a little bit of an outside voice is not always a bad thing. I think Jim Knowles has brought quite a bit to the defensive side of the ball for Ohio State, and he's someone who came, no ties to Ohio State before he came in. I think that there is a case to be made that you need to be looking, if Larry Johnson does retire, or if this is the last season for Larry Johnson, you need to be looking outside. If you're going to replace someone else on staff, I think you need to be looking outside. I don't think you can just keep hiring 30-something internal candidates and just go, well, this is, we didn't want to lose them. Like, I don't think we didn't want to lose them is the be-all and end-all of how hiring decisions should be made.
Any thoughts on that, Mark, before I move on to the next one?
No, I think they summed it up, but like I said, if you had asked me a month ago on replacement for Larry Johnson, I would have said Randall Joyner or Elijah Robinson. Elijah Robinson just got a really big promotion going to Syracuse. He's going to be probably entrenched there until he's a head coach at this point with the title he got and everything else. But I agree. I think I'm not saying I'm anti-Randall Joyner. I think he does a good job. But if eventually the search is just a 24-hour search and Randall Joyner is immediately hired, I don't know if you've done yourself any favors on that. I think, the Ohio State defensive line coaching job should be considered an elite job, an elite positional job. And I think you should take in as many resumes and candidates as may be interested there and kind of figure things out and make sure whatever it is, there's alignment on the defensive staff. I mean, and if Ryan Day, there's some talk that Ryan Day has kind of mandated some things to Knowles. I think that probably needs to go out the window too, if that's what's happening as well. I think you kind of, if you're going to be offensive guru, go be offensive guru, let the defensive guys do their job.
This next one, I had to look up who these names were. Joey Slackman and Thor Griffith wanted OSU.
Thor Griffith is the Harvard kid who went in the portal and said, I want to go to Michigan or Ohio State, and then he ended up signing with Louisville, which tells you that Michigan or Ohio State looked at his film and went, and there's a big gap between the top of the Ivy League and the top of FBS. There's a very, very big gap there. So, Joey Slackman, who is Joey Slackman? He
is at Penn. He is at
yeah.
Committed to Florida.
Yeah. Okay.
He was
Here's the thing.
he was the Ivy League Defensive Player of the Year, as I have his pin bio up here.
If either of them wanted to play at Ohio State, they could. You know, um, if you really want, you can walk on. But you know, you don't need to sign right now. You can continue to try to get to Ohio State. If you want to play at Ohio State, there are ways to make that happen for a proven FCS player. But you know, if there are other better options, more lucrative options out there, then clearly you wanted the more lucrative option, and you make the decision that is best for you. Like, I Ohio State's not really in a position to tell defensive linemen we're good at this point, unless they don't feel that they're good enough to play at Ohio State.
We have one more super chat in the queue right now, and then we can get back to some of the other questions. The Joshua D23. I'm not sold. It's retirement rumors. OSU D-line has underperformed since 2019. Can't be hard for a Bama to make a case that LJ isn't the right fit. I think that people got a little bit spoiled with what they saw out of Bosa, and Young. And obviously a lot of, there were already, Larry Johnson, GOAT type of comments at that point, going into that. And then he has this huge run of three guys that are, generational type of players in the college game and are moving on, into the NFL. And in the case of the Bosas, both playing very well. I mean, hopefully, Chase Young with his, finally escaping the Washington franchise will find some success with San Francisco. But I still think that the easiest, lowest hanging fruit of recruiting against Ohio State is Larry Johnson is probably, mere minutes away from retirement. Look at how old he is. And, don't you want to sit there and have a position coach that's going to be here? We're not going to make a scheme change during your tenure. You're not going to be most favored nation status as a recruit and as a freshman, and then sophomore, you're going to find yourself at the bottom of the line just because you're not the new coach's guy.
I will say, I saw somebody say that we're age discrimination against Larry Johnson.
What a ridiculous comment. Sorry, but that is ridiculous.
We're also speaking on Parker Fleming. Like he's not. We're not talking about ages. We're talking about reality and production and that whole situation. And if you want to lock up Larry Johnson for another 3 years and stop all of the rumors, go ahead and do that. But I don't think Larry wants that. I don't think Ohio State wants that right now. We're critiquing all sides of the coaches and not just the oldest or the youngest. We're talking about all of them.
Well, there are other factors in these conversations other than age. Larry Johnson is the oldest coach on the staff, yes. He's also the one who's on the way to signing one defensive lineman this class after signing one defensive end last class. And you go through what the class looked like, and boy, they're in line to get all these big names in May and June, and then you get to signing day, and it's like you're walking in expecting the surprise party, and you walk in, and it's just a dark room, and it's like, oh, where'd everyone go? That's been 2 years in a row now on the defensive line recruiting. And the production hasn't really been incredible there, and you're not churning out first-round draft picks with the guys who you're getting that are 5 stars. So, age is a factor that is probably being used against him in recruiting. But as someone else said earlier, that's certainly not the only factor. And as the comment on the screen there says, isn't Nick Saban older than Larry Johnson? Nobody uses that against him. Nick Saban's also not going to be, not going to be coaching forever. I think he's 71 now, something like that. I mean, he's getting up there, and there have sort of been some Nick Saban rumors that he may be thinking about winding it down at some point. But Yeah, that machine has sort of kept rolling and has kind of bounced back after some. It felt like they were trending down a little bit a year or two ago, and they have sort of rebounded. Now Ohio State has to find a way to do the same thing.
Plus, there's no way nobody uses Nick Saban's age against him in recruiting.
Mm-hmm.
You use everything against everybody that you can, and that's certainly one of the things. Just because Alabama is impervious to some of that doesn't mean they're impervious to all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Let's not forget that Thad Matta told a story to us before, while he was still head coach at Ohio State, that people were using his health against him in recruiting, and somebody, even told a kid, I think, who ended up going to Ohio State, that Thad Matta was dying. So don't think that we're dealing with everybody being on the up and up and the pillar of honesty and integrity in terms of how recruiting works. But Nick Saban is also a head coach and not a positional coach or coordinator, and there's a little bit of a difference there. Plus, two, we can sit there and say Larry is the GOAT of defensive line coaches and everything else, but there's still, that bucket versus Nick Saban, who is kind of proven to be in the bucket of just GOAT, period. And, I don't see any correlation between Nick Saban's age and Larry Johnson's age and how that discussion is put together. And the dog is begging to go out, so I'm going to punch myself out and let you guys go while I take the dog out so I don't have to clean up a mess.
I'm just enjoying the Miami fan in the comments who is sure Miami's getting everyone and everything's going great. Enjoy the Pinstripe Bowl. I'm sure it's wonderful. You still have a head coach who can't figure out how to kneel out a game. I mean, completely irrelevant for the last 20 years. And I know everyone's like, oh, you're so bitter. Like, this is a phenomenon that has been a long-running one on the Buckeye Weekly podcast where Tony and I, every time Miami comes up, it's like, based on what? Have you been in a coma for the last 20 years? Miami has been irrelevant garbage that has turned highly recruited players into nothing, and highly touted teams into nothing, into a bunch of 7-5 years. I think that they've been to one ACC championship game since they joined the league 20 years ago. I mean, as soon as you stop being irrelevant garbage, please let me know. But hasn't happened yet. Super chat from Jeff Spangler says it's the lack of production and rotation for presumably for Larry Johnson.
No,
well,
I really think
go ahead,
retirement. I really think it's they're selling kids that he's just not going to be there. It's been an ongoing thing for years. Like I've said, it's eventually whoever is say, eventually people saying this are going to be right. He's not immortal. So that's really been the thing. But to the point about Saban, yes, that started to crop up a little bit, certainly in recruiting, is Nick Saban's age and longevity and everything else. But here's what Alabama does to combat that. They signed him to a massive contract through the year 2029, which is what they've done. He's under contract through 2029 at some obnoxious figure. So when they go into Saban's room and they say, well, so-and-so said you're going to retire, Nick Saban pulls out a copy of his contract and says, really, I'm going to give up $12.5 million in 2029? That's what he says. And so that's why Alabama, in addition to the fact that he's the head coach, not a position coach, that's why Alabama is able to continue to recruit the way they are despite that being out there. But there's no question, and not every defensive lineman they lose is because of Larry Johnson, is worried about Larry Johnson retiring. I'm not saying that. That is clearly an issue. It's an issue with recruits I talk to. It's an issue with hearing people from Ohio, on Ohio State's end, kind of, not complain necessarily, but like, it's kind of ridiculous that schools keep using this against us type of thing. And so it's very much a thing. And I even asked him privately one time, I'll share this at this point, like, why don't you just come out and say, because there's times where, he'll do it in the media sometimes, like at a press conference, where I wish you'd stop asking me, like, why don't you go on Twitter one day? There was a situation, I don't know if it was the COVID year, but it was like a few years ago. It was when like a lot of defensive staff changes were going on. I was like, well, is Larry back? And I knew privately he was coming back, and I even reported as such, like, yeah, Larry Johnson will be back. But he didn't say anything for like 6 weeks. I'm like, why would you not immediately post on Twitter that you just signed a new contract? And they just don't. That's just not how they operate over there. And it's just interesting. They really need to have a plan here. They really do, and they need to kind of be able to articulate that to recruits what the plan is, whether he's leaving, whether he's staying, whether they're bringing in someone to assist him until he's ready to leave. Let that person build relationships with recruits as well, very similarly to how Brian Hartline was recruiting receivers when Zach Smith was a receivers coach, very similar to how Keenan Bailey was recruiting receivers when he was an assistant on offense, on like a quality control guy. But there's got to be another defensive recruiting voice right now. There aren't enough defensive recruiting voices.
Well, the lack of rotation. I mean, a year ago it was, why isn't Tyleik Williams playing more? Why is Mike Hall not playing more? Because they were rotating. This year they didn't do as much rotating because the defensive tackles were young, and I think they did. Other than that Notre Dame game, which is still bizarre to me that they did actually no rotating at defensive end. I think they rotate decently enough with the defensive ends, but this isn't 2016, 2017 when you have 4 NFL defensive ends that you're rotating. Like they don't have that right now. And so I honestly don't think it's a lack of rotation, because if you're good enough, you will play. But they didn't have the guys ready, the young guys ready enough up front, especially this year. Or the old guys, Jaden McKenzie, Tywan Malone. You know, these are veterans that weren't able to play.
I'm going to dip out of here in a minute, but I did want to address this one, and I thought, what a bizarre question. I wonder where this came from, and then I saw the follow-up, and I went, oh, okay. Is Jerry Emig part of the problem? Do we need a new approach to PR? So Jerry Emig is the SID. He's the person who just, works with the media and sets up, press conferences and that kind of stuff. He's not communicating with recruits. He's not communicating with, his communication with current players is, hey, are you around to do interviews on Tuesday or whatever? That to suggest that that's where the issue lies, I think is, I can't even fathom where those dots get connected other than the follow-up, which, why would that person not like Jerry Emig? Well, what a stone-cold stumper that is. So, no, that's stupid. And that's
Jerry's
that's not
policy. Jerry's not setting policy. Jerry's the messenger.
Yes, Jerry is just the guy who's out there, who's the face of it. He's not deciding. He's not the guy who's in charge. He's the guy who's in charge of the media, handling the media portion of it, which has like less than nothing to do with the recruiting piece of it and the development piece of it. So no, that is someone with an axe to grind, and golly, I can't imagine why that would be. So anyway, all right, well, I'm off to go talk to Ryan Day. You guys have fun. I'll probably be back in, I don't know, a little while. I'll try and hit the bright button on the way out, Kevin.
Oh, ask tough questions, coward. So there you go there. Yeah, I mean, I think with let's not forget that the university hires Jerry to deal with us. We don't hire Jerry to deal with the university. That's kind of the way that works out. So, no, somebody did say that, that Jerry needs to do a better job of promoting the current players. Ohio State has not necessarily been hugely forward in a lot of seasons of having Heisman campaigns and things. They did have the Here Comes the Sun campaign this year for Marvin. But you know what would have been better than a catchy campaign and everything else? Beating Michigan. I think if Ohio State beats Michigan, Marvin certainly doesn't finish fourth in the Heisman. When you sat there and you kind of saw the two Pac-12 quarterbacks knock each other out of competition largely. I think Jaden Daniels, who had very impressive numbers, don't get me wrong, but also put up very huge numbers against some of the lowest points of the LSU schedule. I think that Marvin has a very realistic shot at bringing home the trophy, but that's just my take. Super chat 505 Brutus. Tom with a quote unquote, talk to me when you're not irrelevant garbage. Dude is not in the mood. That's how Tom talks to Tony all the time, and I get really uncomfortable about it. I do not appreciate it. I do not like my young son Tony being talked down to like that by anybody but me.
Yeah, you never stick up for me, but you really don't like it. Yeah. I will say, if you go look at Miami's schedule next year, if they don't make the playoffs, then they should fold the program, because it is the schedule is irrelevant garbage as well. But I am still not expecting them in the playoffs.
I put up a ticker of the names that we're still kind of waiting to hear from, just off of my unofficial list. Mark and I spent a good part of Tuesday recording capsules on every player, more or less, that Ohio State could land. One player that people had been asking about in the chat, and maybe this was addressed while I had taken the dog outside, KVA has signed with Notre Dame, so that one is not going to happen. I think Ohio State certainly did give Kingston something to think about in the closing moments, but it was a little too much to overcome. So there you go, KVA to Notre Dame, somewhere in Bandland. Michael Campbell rejoices, but I was just not having his you-know-what today and had to send him off.
I know a lot of people think that maybe if James Laurinaitis had been able to travel to California, they could have flipped him. But when Kingston says it's like basically God told him to go to Notre Dame, I don't know that James Laurinaitis is going to be able to trump that and be like, yeah, I understand what you're saying. You know, you've had this religious epiphany that you should go to Notre Dame. But I've flown all the way out here to California because I'm an assistant coach. I'm able to do that. And now, is this not enough to convince you to come to Ohio State? So I don't think that really would have mattered so much in the end, but it probably wouldn't have hurt. And I'm still scouring and scanning and not seeing anything on Dominic Kirks yet on the Washington front.
Imagine for a second trying to wage a recruiting battle against God and Mom. I mean, that's the ultimate
only Urban could win that.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, Urban did have, like, you know, dreams and visions and things like that. So, you know, maybe they need to, you know, I don't know what that's going to take. Maybe a little peyote or something, or ayahuasca.
I went on an ayahuasca trip, and I saw you signing your letter of intent from the moon while we were dancing in tutus. Yes, all coaches should have to do ayahuasca around as part of the whole December schedule, because it's not busy enough. Now you need to take a 4-day sabbatical and go crap your brains out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hell of a dead period. All right. We've been on for about almost an hour 40 here. I want to, you know, kind of reset. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here on the Buckeye Huddle Recruiting Show. I wish that we had a little bit more good news to talk about. I mean, the good news is Ohio State has 18, I believe, signees already at this point. The vast majority of its class, but the biggest names, you know, some of the biggest names still unsigned right now, including Jeremiah Smith, Jeremiah McClellan. You know, it seems that things are trending in the wrong direction on Edric Houston, and then Amaris Williams still out there. But let's not forget that they go out and they get their quarterback in Aaron Nolan. They get, you know, really talented defensive backfield class, especially at corner, Aaron Scott, Bryce West, Miles Lockhart. At receiver, you already have Mylan Graham in the fold. Mylan Graham, I had a chance as we were recording capsules last night to watch his tape once again, and I haven't watched it in a couple of months. And I think any year that there's not a Jeremiah Smith out there on the horizon, that Mylan Graham is in the consideration for being maybe one of the, you know, the top couple of receivers in the nation, if not at the very top. I mean, he is extremely impressive. And this is not my attempt of telling you these are not the droids you're looking for. Don't think about the guys who are getting away. But at some point, we do have to find some positivity, or, you know, or this is going to be a really long 6 hours.
Mark, let me throw this at you, because I was watching Mylan Graham again last night, and my notes say before the catch, it reminds me of Jameson Williams. After the catch, kind of reminds me of Garrett Wilson. where he's fast and he's quick, but I don't think he has the nobody attacks the ball like Garrett Wilson, so I don't think he's like that. But he's a unique guy to me. Kind of reminds me of both of those guys in different ways.
He's really good. I mean, I kind of compared him to Carnell Tate. I know that's a little bit too recent of a comparison. I think people wanted a guy whose career maybe has already played out in Columbus, but everything he does well. He got great feet. I kind of compared it to Jerry Jeudy. When Jerry Jeudy was coming out of Florida, we would always joke about how Jerry's probably the best dancer in the class because just his feet were just incredible. The way he get his releases were incredible. I see a lot of that with Milan, but he's got good size. But like Carnell, they're similar build, and they're both very physical players, despite maybe not being 6'4". They're more physical than you would think when you look at them. Milan's very explosive after the catch. I think, again, I would put him kind of right there with Carnell Tate coming out of high school. And it's really just a thing of, just in the same class as Jeremiah Smith, or else this would be the guy everyone would be talking about as the next big wide receiver at Ohio State.
And Ohio State was his first offer. And I think that's the Brian Hartline special, where I don't even know if he had a profile page on any of the recruiting sites. And who's this kid that Ohio State offers? Is this an offer or an offer? And it was like pretty early on, it was an offer. Then he got offered before his junior. Yeah.
Yep. Then, dominated camp, and they offered him. And I did credit Hartline for that because there's so many coaches. Coaches are cowards for lack of a better term, not just in terms of their play calling, but in recruiting. There are a lot of coaches out there who would coach at a big time program who would be afraid to be the first offer for that kid. They wouldn't trust it. Well, why doesn't he have this? Why doesn't he have he's from Indiana. Why doesn't he have a Notre Dame offer? I'm not going to offer him until Notre Dame offers him, or something like that. Brian Hartline has consistently said, I don't care what this kid's offer list is. He did it with Jackson Smith and Jigba too. I don't care what his offer list is. I trust my eyes. I know what I'm seeing. And this kid's really good. And he offered him on the spot. He didn't wait 6 months and let somebody else get in there before him and build a better relationship. So I give him a lot of credit for that. He's a great recruiter. But I think he almost doesn't get enough credit as an evaluator, because I think people have this notion of him that he just looks at the 5-star list and is like, oh, I'm going to recruit those 5 or 6 guys. No, he makes his own evaluations on so many guys, and a lot of times is ahead of the curve of the recruiting sites with the rankings and things like that. So that's an underrated part, I think, of what he brings to the table.
Well, and when Jackson Smith and Jigba committed to Ohio State, he was the number 59 receiver, I think, in the composite. And he was even lower than that when he got his offer, to give you an idea. And once Ohio State offers, once Brian Hartline offers, you kind of move up the rankings. But even when he committed, he was way down the list. And then I think he finished like number 5 overall among the receivers when he signed. So yeah, the 2022 class is an anomaly, but when you're able to recruit like Brian Hartline, you can essentially go over on a class. Not that he's necessarily gone over on 2022 yet, but it looks like he might. But he's like the one guy that can overcome that.
I do want to ask Mark there, how much did you pound the table after we saw Jackson Smith and Jigba at Rockwall, Texas, and be like, maybe the rankings aren't right on this one?
Yeah, I pushed for 5 stars pretty early on there, and I even made a comment. I'm like, I think he's the best receiver in their class, which at the time was blasphemy because they had Julian Fleming. But that was one that I'm like, oh yeah, I see what, because we went down there and we didn't know much about him at that point. We'd seen some good looking tape, but I watched him run routes for like 10 minutes. I'm like, I don't need to see anything else. you can just watch their feet. I mean, that's kind of the thing I've kind of learned talking to like coaches and wide receiver coaches in general, is just like look their knees down, like kind of like start your evaluation there and just watch their feet, because everything else is teachable. You can hit the jugs machine and catch 2,000 balls a day. We can teach you how to run routes, teach you how to block, teach you all sorts of things. But certain guys have these quick, ridiculous feet, and Jackson's one of those guys. And you can just tell by the way they get their releases and everything that they're unique. And so that's what blew me away by Jackson when we watched him, is just, gosh, how quick he was. I mean, he wasn't a 4.4 40 guy at the time. He wasn't a blazer, but boy, were those feet quick.
Well, and he was also really good the first time we saw him in the spring as a true freshman at Ohio State before COVID blew up and everything got shut down. But he stood out. He was catching everything. Nobody was covering him, and this was as a true freshman. And so that guy was pretty. Not to take all of the credit away from Brian Hartline, but the people that watched him saw pretty early on that he was decent.
Super chat, David Greenshield. Does it seem like OSU develops in-state lower-rated offensive linemen like they did in the Meyer years? See the like of a Pat Elflein.
I mean, that's one guy.
Well, here's the thing, and I'm not saying this to like pile on stud, but to get those guys and develop them, you have to actually land them. I mean, one of Stud's last years here, they went like 1 out of 5 on in-state linemen, which is unheard of. So you miss on JD Duplain and you miss on those guys. I don't know. I think the jury is still out on that with Justin Fry in terms of his development. I thought the offensive line got better this year. Like, I thought they were playing better at the end of the year than they were at the beginning of the year. I would agree. I mean, it's important to kind of keep those Ohio linemen at home, but I just don't know. Justin Fry hasn't exactly loaded up on those types of players yet. We've got, he's got a couple coming in this year. So I guess it was kind of too early to tell on that. But yeah, I mean, they missed on, they had that one cycle, they missed on like a whole bunch of in-state guys. And so what you were left with was this roster of primarily out-of-state players. And so the one good thing I will say about offensive line recruiting, and this is going to be not maybe received well today because everything today is about 2024, but 2025, you got Carter Lowe at Toledo Whitmer. I feel pretty good about that one. That's an Ohio State-Michigan battle. Really good offensive tackle. 2026 might have 4 to 5 Ohio State caliber offensive linemen in the state of Ohio. So help is on the way. It's just a matter of kind of shoring up this 25 class, land Carter Lowe, find some out-of-state guys, even if you don't have to be necessarily like Florida or Texas guys. They've done a good job in Indiana. I mean, DeJuan Jones, Josh Fryer, they hope Ian Moore, who I really like. So find a couple pieces, get Carter Lowe, find a couple pieces to go with him. And then 2026, I don't know that Justin Fry should have to leave the state of Ohio.
Sorry, I'm just looking through Twitter right now just to make sure I'm not missing anything out there. Some Oregon writer is putting a flip for McClellan from Ohio State to Oregon, but again, that is an Oregon writer, so take that for what it's worth. And apparently people are getting worked up again about Jeremiah Smith and everything else. We will know more there in 70 minutes. In 70 minutes at 12 o'clock, we will know more.
I reserve the right to be shocked if Jeremiah Smith doesn't sign with Ohio. Like, again, there's a lot of things that maybe I don't think are going to happen today that could happen and would not totally surprise me. Like Jeremiah McClellan is one. Whatever Amaris Williams does is not going to shock me either way. Whatever Edric Houston does at this point is not going to shock me either way. There's So this isn't just a thing where I'm like, I don't think it's going to happen. I would be genuinely stunned if Jeremiah Smith did not sign with Ohio State today. I really would.
Should we talk about what happens if he doesn't? and Jeremiah McClellan goes to Oregon, and now you're just down to Mylan Graham. I mean,
fire Heartline. You know, that's going to be, you know, I guess that's, I mean, am I doing that right? Is that the way that it works? I don't know if I want to put all that out there in the ether right now.
No, you know, if it happens, we'll address it. I mean, we're not, you know, we're addressing the defensive line issues right now because, you know, they're having some issues there right now. And so if this goes, you know, turns quickly to the left on them at receiver, we'll certainly talk about that. We'll kind of switch gears, but you know, right now I just think, you know, you guys have had some bad news the last few days, and I just think every little thing at this point has you on edge. And so let's just see how the next, you know, 2 hours play out first, and then we'll go from there. I did see something about Jordan Seaton in the comments, and is he going to flip on Prime? Like I said, that's another one of like things I don't know are going to happen today, but wouldn't shock me is Jordan Seaton going to Tennessee, Oregon, anywhere.
Well, I mean, yesterday he tweeted out that meme of the guy with the 2 buttons in front of him and sweating and everything else. And even within minutes of his commitment to Colorado, it was almost like that there was like a foaming of the runways of, you know, he's committed to Colorado for now. I mean, you know, so that Jordan Seaton ending up just about anywhere would be one of the least surprising things for me in terms of how things are. I mean, that wasn't even necessarily a quote unquote, now we know who leads. I mean, I think it was just, I don't know. I think it was just there. But you know, I don't know. To Bobby McCormick saying, has Stewart signed at South Carolina yet? Yes, he has. Dylan Stewart has signed at South Carolina. He's off the board. Really, the only, you know, outside of Dom Kirks, Dominic McKinley out of Louisiana has not signed. He's not going to sign until February. Texas and LSU are both very involved there. Ohio State brought him in for a visit. I mean, he, you know, certainly seemed to have a lot of interest in Ohio State, but let's just play the card of what happens if Larry is done, you know, after the bowl game or whatever. You know, I wouldn't necessarily expect them to be able to circle back on an out-of-state kid or something like that on somebody like McKinley, but Stewart is gone for sure. I have seen that on social. And somebody who is trolling is going to get sent to the sin bin. No timeout. You are gone. All right.
On McKinley, I reported last week, maybe last Monday, that they had been in contact with Ohio State, had been in contact with Dominic McKinley, and they were really working that one going into his A&M visit. He did like a little A&M visit at the end, kind of an unofficial to get with the new staff and everything. So I did check back in on that over the weekend and was told it didn't really go anywhere. So we'll see. I mean, now that if he's going to wait until February, I mean, it buys him some time, I guess, but I think they lost it the first time around due to geography, and the schools that are still in there for him, you know, Texas, LSU, you know, those are geographically, you know, close to Dominic McKinley. So I don't know. I think Columbus would have to get picked up and moved a couple 100 miles southwest to improve chances there. So I wouldn't expect it, but for sure it'll be something we check into here later this week to see if they got to pick back up, because I know there was some communication there for a few weeks.
What kind of bag can a guy get waiting until February, like being the last person on the dance floor in the South as a 5-star defensive tackle?
I have actually said this before, not exactly the way you put it, but the one thing I said about the late signing period was we see this in basketball a lot, or we used to. The portal has changed things a little bit, but we used to see in college basketball recruiting all the time, these like mid-major guards, you get like these like wings that are going to like a MAC school and they don't sign early. And then like Duke or Kentucky or Syracuse or someone has an opening, and these kids get like 10 huge offers when for 2 years, every college coach in the country thought he was a mid-major kid. Now he's like a 5-star kid apparently, and nothing really changed. Just the supply and demand issue changed. And that is something I've kind of speculated on. I haven't seen football really do that, but I've kind of like wondered aloud, like, what if some of these guys who maybe aren't, but now McKinley's really good, but like even like a high 3-star kid, what if some of these high 3-star kids just stopped signing early and, they didn't want to go to Indiana or Purdue? They would probably come out of they might come out of January with like Florida, Ohio State, Alabama. Like they could really increase their stock. Now that's a huge risk. You could also go the other direction in especially in football with the portal now, but that's a really good point. And now that NIL's thrown in there too, you make yourself the top dog on the market, and no one's satisfied with their defensive line. Like everyone, you can never have too many of those guys. Like no one's going to look at that and be like, nah, we're good. Like, so yeah, you can probably get some interesting bidding wars going.
Well, like DeJuan Jones, when he was the number 1,000 player out of Indiana, nobody wanted. It was a basketball guy, but came down to like USC and Ohio State and other guys at the end. Like if you're a McKinley, and there's anybody's going to have a spot for you, and you just sit back. I think the one concern would be like, well, we no longer have any cap room. We've got scholarship room, but we have no NIL room.
Just going through our chat and Twitter right now as we are closing in on the 2-hour mark here on the show. So thank you everybody for watching here at Buckeye Huddle. Marc Givler, Tony Gerdeman, myself, Tom Orr will be getting his live shot up from the Woody here in about probably 45 minutes in advance of Ryan Day's 12 p.m. presser. I mean, hopefully there will be some more good news around that time as Jeremiah Smith makes, quote unquote, his final decision, whatever the hell that may mean, to Chuck McFarland. Who did OSU flip? I mean, OSU has flipped some guys in terms of that people were committed elsewhere. Eric Mensah was committed to Virginia Tech, etc. But, I've not seen an Ohio State flip today, so I'm not sure exactly what it is that you are referring to. Maybe it was somebody else's comment on there. Can't keep track of everything. And a cautionary note to our visitors from Michigan and other fan bases, be respectful. This is an Ohio State chat, especially Michigan fans. When your class is so mid that you have to come over here and try and lick on Ohio State tears over things, I have no patience for it and will run you immediately. So there you go. Justin Courtney is okay in my book. Was not taking it to that level yet. So Elric right here, who I don't believe is an Ohio State fan, saying Ohio State program is in shambles. Well, I mean, I guess if you look at the last month or whatever, losing to Michigan in the final minute of the game, but granted, not really ever having a lead and everything else, having recruiting falling apart, in terms of you are poised potentially to have the number 1 class in the nation if you can get a couple of these late flips to happen. And now you're seeing, names that you didn't expect to fall out of the class, falling out of the class, and other names in jeopardy. Quote unquote, a meaningless exhibition against Missouri in the Cotton Bowl. You see your starting quarterback hit the transfer portal. Gentlemen, has the sky fallen, or are we just losing our perspective here?
I think seem to go through this almost every year, at least every other year, right? For like the last 20 years. Like every year Ohio State doesn't end on some ridiculously high note and doesn't land a couple of 5 stars on signing day. We go through this. Ohio State's program is not in shambles. Ohio State is positioned to basically be a playoff team every year moving forward. I think the 12-team playoff is going to be fascinating. It's going to provide a little more wiggle room for some of the top programs. There's still a quarterback factory. They're still attracting 5-star quarterbacks, which is half the battle. And they've got a great receiver class coming in. They've got a really good defensive back class coming in. We talked about kind of the BIA things coming back. So no, the program's not in shambles. But, you also can't ignore, you can't ignore some of the things that they got to clean up. There are things that they have to take care of this offseason and come up with some permanent solutions to, that we aren't having these same issues. I'm seeing like Logan Thomas right now. I think the Logan Thomas from St. Ed's, the defensive end, that Logan's very light. Like he's like 210 pounds. He's super light. And for a team that hasn't really utilized that jack position like we thought, I think that was just a pass. And so now you're talking about a kid who goes to a Catholic school committed to Notre Dame. I mean, that's, probably, even if he wasn't signed, that's probably not a flippable guy, but I don't think Ohio State ever really poked around there. Just kind of taking that a little bit off topic there, but just saw a few comments about it. But yeah, look, I'm not like, this is fine, with everything going on behind, but like I think a little bit perspective is needed. We are mostly discussing first world problems here. Ohio State's not having the same problems that a lot of other programs are having, but there are still things that, when your margin for error, you're one of those schools where it's like this, like everything's like a razor thin margin when you're talking about the difference between 11-1 and 12-0, the difference between winning the Big Ten and not winning the Big Ten, the difference between winning a national championship and just being a playoff, a semifinalist. These are like thin margins. And so these little things that people think we may be making a big deal out of is are just things that you have to clean up if you want to beat Alabama and Georgia and Michigan.
Jeremiah McClellan has flipped according to On3 Sports. So there is that. It had to happen at some point. A recruit, a commit getting away from Brian Hartline in Ohio State. So that is that's that. So I've taken him off of our scroll at the bottom, no longer awaiting there. So we have that. I'm going to get to Ryan Dawes' comment, then we can get to talking about McClellan. Quote unquote, F around and find out, declared Noon. Yes, I just haven't been getting a lot of sleep lately, and my patience is suffering because of that. But again, back to Jeremiah McClellan, that is certainly a loss. I mean, Ohio State has a lot of talent in its wide receiver room. We always had kind of wondered what's going to be the year that, maybe do they give some back because of, having just this glut of so much talent in a small window. But, at no point do you sit there and say, well, it's okay losing Jeremiah McClellan. No, it's not okay losing Jeremiah McClellan. That is a huge loss. I mean, Ohio State did not get involved as much on maybe some other receivers because it thought it had a very strong core of Smith, McClellan, and Graham. And now you've lost one. And of course, there's still going to be the people very concerned out there about the status of JJ Smith until he actually signs. It's not, it's not good, Bob. It's not good.
I really, really like Jeremiah McClellan too. They were talking about him as being that slot guy. You got Jeremiah Smith as the X, Mylan Graham as the Z, and Jeremiah McClellan as the slot. And it all fit perfectly, and there are no issues. And this guy's really good after the catch. He's explosive. So this is significant. This is a big loss for Ohio State because, as I mentioned earlier, the 2022 class looks like it's been recruited over by the 2023 class. But in order to not have that become an issue, you need to continue to replace them, build with subsequent recruiting classes. And right now, having Mylan Graham in, you're hoping at this point that Jeremiah Smith stays in, and then maybe somebody along the line between now and February. I don't know what the situation is has Chance Robinson finally signed at Miami? Is that even a legitimate thing anymore? And it will be interesting to see who is still out there for all of these positions between now and the first Wednesday in February.
Somebody was asking about what this means for how far does Ohio State fall in the recruiting rankings. Everybody has a different formula. I only know how Rivals works. I've not done any study in it, no longer working for Rivals. And the thing to remember is as you fall down, kids that, come out of your class, if they go into classes that were right there with you, they're going to move up. So I don't know. I mean, is this going to suddenly become like the number 2 class of the Big Ten? No, not in my opinion. But it's certainly going to hurt them in the national rankings, especially if, in fact, Edric Houston does not go to Ohio State. Yeah, a lot going on there. Joe Boo saying Day must be going to the NFL. Yeah, all right. Well, we certainly hear a lot about is that in his future. I don't think it's in his short-term future as long as RJ is still, in high school and everything else. But as college football itself, inherently changes its model and everything else, I think you are going to see people lose interest in making it a full career, staying in the collegiate ranks. Now, am I saying that Ryan Day is going to be that guy? No, I don't know, but it's something. I mean, but let's not act like this is the first, signing day fizzle that Ohio State has had. It seems like Ohio State comes in like a lion and goes out like a lamb, whereas some others do, the opposite.
I will say they're still number 2 in the 24/7 composite team rankings.
Well, and we'll see what happens. Anthony, I mean, I didn't have this one up here. Anthony Williams says, bring in Mike Vrabel. I'm assuming Vrabel. We don't care. Mike Vrabel, no, he does. He is absolutely not the right model for being a college coach, in my opinion. He doesn't like recruiting. Hell, I don't think he likes people. I mean, it would be a horrible fit. Don't get hung up with seeing the fact that he played at Ohio State and saying that is, vis-a-vis, he needs to be the next Ohio State coach. No, that is one that now watch, they'll end up hiring him at some point and it'll get back to him and he'll kick my ass or something like that. But no.
Yeah, I think he left college for a reason. And that was before NIL. I can't imagine Mike Vrabel sitting down with teenagers talking to them about NIL. I just can't. He didn't like sucking up to teenagers to begin with. Now he's got to talk to them about NIL. For me, I would be shocked if that would ever materialize, but we'll see. I don't know. They're rallying right now in Nashville right now about with the Titans. So he may not be as on the hot seat anymore as people think after the last couple of weeks.
And DW, I'll get to your super chat in a second, but anybody who says they know anything about what the future coaching situation at Ohio State is going to look like is not accurate, as Ohio State is going to have a new president in Ted Carter and is going to have a new athletic director as Gene Smith steps down at the end of the academic year. So nobody knows nothing. And I understand that it's fun speculation or whatever, but I also think that some of it too is just, noise for noise's sake. That's my opinion. I don't mean to offend anybody, but, Anthony Williams, I just disagree wholeheartedly. Vrabel may not survive long in Nashville, but he's not coming to the collegiate game. DW, with Michigan facing NCAA sanctions, why would Ohio players sign?
There's because you can leave whenever you want now. So, yeah. And also, I'm assuming the narrative that is being given by Michigan to recruits is not the same that would be given by other programs to those recruits about Michigan. So, that's why, Jordan Marshall signing there, if it's happened or not, you can't fault a running back for wanting to go and do what Blake Corum has done the past few years. Jim Harbaugh is going to run the ball, so that's a nice spot for a running back to land. but you have such freedom of movement at this point that there's no danger in going there almost at this point, because you can just leave, especially with NCAA sanctions or your coach getting fired. You can jump in the portal and be wherever you want by the end of business.
And there, there's this belief that maybe the NC2A fast tracks the Michigan situation and that we have resolution by the spring or whatever, which would be lightning quick in terms of how the NC2A operates. You still have all that time to jump out at that point. If Michigan were to get hammered, you would be given. And they end up having to clean house, and the coaching staff. You get a 30-day window to be able to move and everything else right off the bat, even without the portal being open per se. So in the way that I think the NC2A moves, I would be surprised I think that we're probably about 365 days away from knowing anything in terms of that, just because I have no faith in that organization. So I don't see a real issue with players signing there at this point, because as Tony said, they have absolute freedom of movement. So there you go. I want to jump in quick with Mr. JLex09 about we about to lose Jeremiah McClellan. No, you can put that in the past tense. They have lost Jeremiah McClellan. He has flipped. The graphic is out there, all of that. Thank you, drive through. That one is over at that point. A lot of people, there's, a lot of people calling for the unemployment line to grow. There are the people who are dissatisfied with Larry Johnson. Anthony is Williams, quote unquote, I am sick of Ryan Day. Honestly, it's show business is a tough business, I guess.
It is interesting. Oregon's football account has not tweeted out Jeremiah McClellan's signing. Now it's only been 10, 15 minutes.
Well, we're all based off of what, the Hayes
Fawcett. No, I have no doubt that Jeremiah has flipped his commitment to Oregon.
Right.
But
maybe he will fax his
the only thing that matters today is the signature. So we'll see. It's interesting. I don't
go ahead.
No, I don't have any reason to think he's not going to sign with Oregon at this point, but
people are convinced that J.J. Smith is already gone. Apparently they saw some sort of graphic or whatever. There is a lot of selling graphics out there that, are easy to be mistaken and misconstrued, that would lead you to believe somebody's out, whereas opposed to it being, could so-and-so be flipping? Click here to find out. There's money to be made at this time. I'm not here to crap on capitalism by any stretch of the imagination. But the point I'm making is Adam Gorney of Rivals just posted a picture from Chaminade-Madonna High School with a chair reserved for Jeremiah Smith and the Ohio State graphic and the Ohio State University listed on it. Of course, if you make a last-second decision, that creates even more drama. But at least the school secretary there believes he's going to Ohio State, as that is what the graphic that I just saw Adam Gorney put out has.
I can't say it any more clear. There are a lot of things that can happen today that maybe I don't think are going to happen, but wouldn't totally shock me. Jeremiah Smith not ending up at Ohio State at the end of the day would absolutely shock me. And I haven't seen this graphic. My guess is this is probably a JT Tuimoloau part 2, when the Oregon graphic slipped and everyone yelled that he was going to Oregon. And I calmly tried to tell people that when you have these type of situations on the networks, they create graphics for every possible situation because they don't want to get caught flat-footed. So I can promise you On3 and 247 and Rivals have Florida State and Miami Jeremiah Smith graphics in their back end somewhere, in the highly unlikely event he doesn't stick with Ohio State. So I'm not swayed by that. If that's what's out there, I will be beyond shocked, even by weird signing day craziness standards, if Jeremiah Smith does not sign with Ohio State.
So there you go. Super chat from Todd Mann. Those calling to get rid of Day. Remember, that is the easy part. The hard part is finding someone as good or better. Then again, according to the Day haters, anybody would be as good or better. But, we certainly have seen plenty of institutions make changes because they feel that they're better than whatever this mediocrity is. And I guess mediocrity at Ohio State is 11-1 in top 5 classes. Obviously, 3-game losing streak to the team up north ain't great, but be careful what you wish for. Everybody can sit there and say, oh, they're going to go and get Mike Vrabel, Luke Fickell, Marcus Freeman. Marcus Freeman almost didn't make it out of his first year at Notre Dame. And let's just, be honest, the 2 years at Notre Dame have not necessarily set the world on fire at this point. And I like Marcus a lot. I think Marcus is going to find success, but I also think that taking over that Notre Dame job was a huge undertaking with where Brian Kelly had left it. But I don't know. But, as to Todd Mann's point, it's easy, to do the firing, but, firing can take a day. Hiring takes months and months and months and months. And, more often than not, we see programs get it wrong.
You're not going to, you can't bring in somebody as good, or else there's no point in firing Ryan Day. You have to bring in somebody who's better. Who is that? And the answer is not anybody. Now, can plenty of coaches go 11-1? Sure. But 11-1 is not the target. Clearly, that's not good enough for some people. Obviously, that one being the reason why the loss to Michigan. But it's not Mike Vrabel. So whenever I see somebody mention that, you're not living in reality, for one. For two, he was at Ohio State and he left. And if he wanted to be in college, he would be in college. And you're right now talking to people in the NFL. There are so many people trying to get out of college football in the coaching and the personnel departments because it is not what they signed up for. It is not what they joined for. The job that Ryan Day has today is not the job that he took in 2019. And you can say the same for any of these coaches at this point. So it's a much different thing. And you're going to have a situation where the talent pool to draw from is going to shrink and shrink and shrink until they get all of this NIL stuff fixed and situated, because it just creates too many headaches for coaches to deal with nowadays. And you're certainly not going to want somebody like Mike Vrabel is not going to come in and be like, I was able to spend 80 hours a week coaching, doing what I want, talking to professionals, and then now I've got to go talk to 15, 16-year-olds, then also convince 17 and 18-year-olds to come to my school, and then convince 19 and 20-year-olds to stay at my school. They're beyond their babysitting days. So it's just not feasible. It's not realistic.
Well, and plus you get, however many hours during the week where you can actually coach these players and everything else, as opposed to the NFL where it is your job. There's, no school requirements. You're not having to get kids to study tables. You're not having to make sure that whatever. I mean, there's so much, the collegiate job has changed a ton, and we're not done seeing the change at this point. Check my phone here on something, but yeah, so I agree. Just to put it out there, Coy Parrish, the defensive back out of Minnesota, has signed with Minnesota. Ohio State really had gotten itself into a good position there. Parrish wanted to have one more, conversation with Minnesota that apparently went very well, and Ohio State unable to flip Parrish. But I don't even know if we necessarily had that one on our short-term last 24-hour radar with where that one stood. But I know that's a name that people had been talking about. So there you go. I want to go right after Night Person here saying, couldn't even flip a kid from Minnesota. I don't know if you're being serious or not. So I'm gonna draw my words back a little bit here. Couldn't even flip a kid from Minnesota from going to Minnesota, the hometown school. So Ohio State suddenly didn't become closer to suburban Minneapolis or anything else there. We always talk about Ohio State, getting in-state kids, and that just makes sense because he's the in-state kid. Well, Coy Parrish is the in-state kid at Minnesota, and yes, while Ohio State is greater than Minnesota, it doesn't change the fact that Minnesota is probably the school that he grew up watching as a kid and probably has a second grade Halloween picture dressed up like a Minnesota football player and everything else. So at some point you have to look at this from the big picture and more than just either, trying to, get a little jab in at a school, lightheartedly if it's in that thing, or if you don't like Ohio State and you're just trying to deliver them a poop sandwich. That's not the sandwich that I would be, using right now.
I guess the comments can kind of state their opinion on this, but I did a poll about a week ago, and 50% of the Ohio State fans that responded to it thought that an average coach would win at least 80% of his games. And about 10% of Ohio State fans thought that an average coach would win 90% of their games, which means 10% of fans think Urban Meyer was average and 50% of fans think Jim Tressel was average. Like, what is the actual acceptable winning percentage at Ohio State for an average coach? And I'm not talking about Kirby Smart or Nick Saban, but rank the 130 Division I coaches in the country and find one between like 55 and 70 and tell me what that guy would do at Ohio State from a winning percentage standpoint. And I think that was telling that 50% thought that Jim Tressel's results could have been duplicated by any average coach. We've reached the point where either there's an entire generation of Ohio State fans who know nothing but like winning 11 games a year. And that's just a reality that really, unless you were like a Florida State fan who was born in like maybe the mid to early 70s, that like no other program has really lived in. I mean, even Alabama had really a chaotic decade and a half pre-Saban. We've seen all these schools go through their struggles, and I don't know I don't know how you can sit there and think that 90% is what an average coach would do while simultaneously calling for Urban Meyer back. Like, he's the all-time leader in winning percentage at Ohio State, and an average coach could have done what he did. I mean, there's got to be some level of reasonable expectations here, but yeah, it's fascinating. I guess it's a good position to be in when you've been so consistently good for so long that people now think 90% or 85% is average. But win national, who is the last coach to win multiple national championships at Ohio State? It's Woody Hayes. Ohio State hasn't had a coach win multiple titles in 50 some years. I mean, I understand like Tressel and Meyer did win a championship. And so Ryan Day's, goal and his, the mandate is for him to bring a national championship to Ohio State. But I mean, this notion that Ohio State's got like 10 national championships in the last 40 years is like nowhere close to reality. They've got 2 in the last 50.
Well, I think some of the frustration is just the sheer amount of talent and just the sheer awful ways that Ohio State has been Ohio State's worst enemy. But this belief that any schlub off the street could come in and have 80% of the wins or 90% of the wins is, I have a hard time coming to those same conclusions that, some of these people are having. And look, I understand that, quote unquote, some of these people are our paying subscribers and make all of this possible for us. And I want to thank everybody for their membership at Buckeye Huddle and the super chats here. And if you're not a member of Buckeye Huddle, please, give us a look. We're going to have plenty to talk about the postmortem of the signing day 2024, the portal, the Cotton Bowl, the upcoming All-American game in San Antonio, where we'll get to talk to a lot of players. So much coming up here, so give us a look. But yeah, I just there's part of me that looks at the schedule over the last however many years during the Ryan Day era, and Ohio State wins the games that it should, and the ones that are equated or Ohio State might be down a little, the record is not fantastic. But everybody who has this Teflon image of what Urban Meyer did, has Ryan Day dropped a game to Purdue, a bad Purdue team? Has Ryan Day allowed Brian Ferentz-led offense score like a bajillion points against the Buckeyes in Iowa City? No. So nothing is guaranteed. Nothing is there for certain. I mean, I just think that, to Mark's point, a lot of people have been around only for 11-1 and 10-2 Ohio State teams, and they don't remember. They can't even get back to 11 when Ohio State went 6-7. During the Fickle transitional year. They can't get back to, some lean years, moving from the Cooper to the Tressel era, back-to-back losses to South Carolina. I mean, we're still living in the platinum age of Ohio State football. I mean, today is not going to go down as, quote unquote, a very good day in terms of recruiting and of where some things have gone at this point. But there ain't no action like overreaction, and we're seeing a lot of overreaction. Jobu, the trenches recruiting is at DEFCON 1, period. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Not going to get any disagreement from me, Jobu. I do it myself.
Defensive line more than offensive line, but definitely defensive line is a concern. I think that's what we spent about the first hour of the show on, almost talking about the defensive line. And at some point, you got to make up for it. And fortunately, they have the portal, but you got to be more aggressive in the portal, which takes me to something I wanted to talk about, because I saw people earlier saying, how do I donate? How can I donate? The fact that Ohio State has to rely on everyday fans to build up their NIL is ridiculous. You have millionaires asking regular folks to fund stuff, and the millionaires and the billionaires can't put their name on something, so they're not going to give the money over. That's why I seriously think you need to start sponsoring the quarterback or whomever. Like this 5-star transfer portal defensive tackle has been brought to you by Bob and Susan Ward. Thank you for doing that for us. And I jokingly said to somebody the other day that maybe if the millionaires and the billionaires knew that some of their money going to NIL would harm poor people, maybe then they would be more willing to give it up, because some people won't part with their money unless something negative can happen to somebody else. And that, joking a little bit with that, but until you have other programs where the millionaires and the billionaires are happy to fund without any return. And at Ohio State, you're not seeing that. And whether or not it's because Gene Smith isn't asking for it, or he's still asking them to, send money to the university instead, you can give the money to whomever you want in whatever fashion you want. But to ask the regular Ohio State fans to $10 a month, I mean, you've seen how effective that is. Why not ask other people to fork over the money that they have if it's so important to you? Start asking the people that can really, really make an impact. That's like the old thing where you charge $50,000 for a glass of lemonade at your lemonade stand. You only need to sell one glass to make it. Charge more. Ask for more money from the people that can afford it.
Yeah, I just don't think it's realistic. Let's take away like any personal feelings about whether they should be doing that, or whether, how big of a part of the strategy that should be. It is hard to find, you want to find at least 100,000 people at $10 a month. at least. I mean, that's like bare minimum. You really probably want to find more closer to like 500,000 people at that. Is it really easier to find 500,000 middle-class people to give you $10 a month than it is to just find 5 whales who will cut a 7-figure check every year? I find that impossible to believe in the largest alumni base in the country. I find that impossible. So I think that's where the real focus has to be, and figure out what it requires. You know, it's getting into like the booster culture at Ohio State that I kind of talked about on Twitter the other day. You know, names on buildings, that's been the culture here. Whereas the booster culture in the SEC has been, I don't care if anyone knows I exist, just go get good players with this money. And I don't need any recognition. Maybe let me come to some practices, shake some hands, have a dinner with the head coach, you know, have his ear here and there. But it's just a totally different mindset that now needs to change, at least in the short term, at Ohio State. And eventually, I'm skeptical on this like 2-year idea that's going to happen in 2 years. Nothing moves that quickly in college football. But eventually we are going to arrive at a point where the schools are paying the players directly, and it's not flowing through a collective. It's going to flow directly from school to player. That's what the coaches want. It's what the ADs mostly want. Quite frankly, it would probably be a cleaner process for the kids as well. But, you know, until we get to that point, yeah, you're going the donors booster culture at Ohio State's going to have to change their mindset a little bit. And instead of sponsoring the tennis center or the wrestling center, it's going to have to be more of a, hey, here's $1 million, you know, go get me a defensive tackle.
How many NIL collectives does it take to change a light bulb? Why do places have to have multiple collectives? It seems like they're working against each other. I mean, again, I'm getting back to the Tuesday show. We recorded so much content on Tuesday that I'm surprised I have any words left for today or voice. But you have collectives that seem to be in open combat with each other. And that, you know, I'm already struggling to decide if I want to give money to this group or that group, and I'm watching them fight with each other. I'm going to get turned off by that. I mean, the universities aren't supposed to be directly involved with like the formation of these collectives or the operations or whatever, but it just really seems as if you have that on one side, that Ohio State, and I know we're backing up on super chats and we will get to them, especially before we get to 12 o'clock, top of the hour, Jeremiah Smith's decision, Ryan Day's comments from the Woody, all coming here in the next 28 minutes, give or take. But so you have open combat between the collectives and everything. And then you also have Ohio State, which has a very conservative approach in terms of compliance. Nobody self-reports the way Ohio State does. I mean, we're not going to get, blindsided. We're going to report every little transgression along the way. And you see all these level 2 and level 3 things, and they don't really lose anything. They had a weird interpretation of a kid that ended up going to Michigan that wanted to go to Ohio State, a defensive back, a couple years ago. And it just feels like Ohio State has not been forward in its organization of how it wants to see NIL work. And I think that we're seeing a lot of that coming home to roost in terms of, for the kids that want to make the NIL decisions. And unfortunately, a lot of the kids that want to make the NIL decisions are the kids that you want to see playing on Saturday for your team.
Well, one thing that definitely has to change is kind of the infighting that seems to be going on. Shouldn't they, I mean, they're all on the same side, right? Like, supposed to be about Ohio State, like, right? So why are we sniping each other on Twitter, either directly or through our surrogates? It's been a weird process to watch unfold. Go ahead, Tony.
Mark, I think it goes back to the names on things. aspect where
Yeah.
I want my collective to be known as the best collective. So I'm attached to this, and I need that ego thing. And so I think that's what that is as well. And you can't get around it. And like you said, the SEC has been doing all of the stuff behind the scenes for years. So they've been brought up this way. So yeah, I don't need the glory. I've never needed the glory. I just like the winning. Whereas, up here, it's different goals, different reasonings, where yes, I want to see Ohio State win, but I also want people to know that I am partly responsible for it.
No question. There's a culture in the South of not caring about being publicly visible, being credited with anything. And now part of that was for years, you didn't want to be out there because there was some stuff that probably wasn't within the rules going on. But it's just the way they're wired down there. It's like, just give me wins. And maybe again, let me shake Kirby Smart's hand a couple times a year, maybe have a dinner with him and maybe have a couple of phone numbers and make sure you win. But other than that, I'm good. You don't need to put my name on anything. No one needs to know I exist.
Yeah, agreed. Bob, do you guys have a website? Oh, do we? We do have a website. If somebody wants to jump in and tell them about our website as we are closing in on the top of the hour, I'm reading a text message from Tom Orr, who is at the Woody right now, and just making sure that we can get him set up. So if somebody wants to tell Bob about our great website.
Yeah, BuckeyeHuddle.com. We've got stories on all the kids that have signed today as they sign. So hopefully we got a few more to post today. Got our insiders board, the Huddle Forum, sent by Jeff Ruby's Steakhouse Columbus. We do weekly chats. All of our best stuff goes on there first, and then sometimes we'll summarize some of that later on a podcast or something. But we make sure all of our subscribers get the information first and get our best stuff first. So I really enjoy hanging out there. I have a weekly chat on Tuesdays that I love doing, and people get to ask whatever questions they want. And just it's a good. I enjoy the engagement. I mean, if there's no engagement, we're just sitting here talking to ourselves or, writing to nobody in particular. I mean, so I enjoy the engagement component of our message board. And it's not always, we're not always calm over there. There are, there's always something going on that's on the minds of people. So it's never a dull moment.
Was on mute there, but yeah, I mean, I really enjoy it. I've been involved with several communities through the years in Buckeye Nation, and the Huddle board is by far, and I'm not going to say it doesn't have its moments where it can get a little contentious and everything else, but is by far the most sane board that I've ever been involved with. And I do enjoy not having to play the role of the heavy-handed moderator, and I don't have to do it that much. We have great fans from not only across the country but across the world. We have people who check in from overseas. So I mean, it's all very exciting, and never really been around a community where hey, I'm going to be doing something in this remote place. Do you know anything about it? And somebody's like, oh yeah, I used to live there. I mean, it is a great community, and I urge everybody to give us a look. I understand that today, probably not the most uplifting day in terms of where some things stand, but have no fear. Ohio State is still putting together a tremendous recruiting class. We're going to be here with you for the next several hours, as long as you want us, or until I collapse. And even then, we'll just punch me out of the chat and let everybody else continue. So, thank you for that. And if you really enjoy us too, please subscribe to our YouTube channel, hit that thumbs up, give us all of that there, because that helps us with the algorithm and gets more people into the funnel to see our programming. So there you go. And just quickly, it's just me, Tim79. Can steaks be fried? Yes, they can. But why would you? Why would you? Let me find where we are. Well, yeah, there's also, I was thinking more of like a deep fried steak, but yeah.
Ohio State now number 4 in the team composite rankings, but number 2 in average ranking per commit. Just FYI. Let's go to the super chat, but first, let me ask this first. Ohio State was talking. This class, Mark, could have been like 30 people. Like it was supposed to be a big class, right? And now they're
like
sitting at, I think, 21. And so they've got a lot of room to make up there somewhere, either the portal or between now and February. So how do you are there enough people out there?
Yeah, that's going to be a very interesting discussions probably that they're going to have today. Once they get some final answers here. Even at like receiver, you look at today, it was rumored for weeks. It finally happened today. Evan Stewart's now in the portal from Texas A&M. I know people are going to say, well, we don't need any more receivers. I really think if Jeremiah McClellan actually signs with Oregon, and it looks like he's going to, he has certainly flipped his commitment to Oregon. I would think that's a guy they're going to call. They probably hate that I'm saying that before Jeremiah Smith has officially signed, but that's a special player. So there's still guys trickling their way into the portal. Some positions are going to be, I think defensive line is going to be, I think that's the worry, is defensive line is going to be tough. There's a finite amount of those guys in college football that are real difference makers. Walter Nolan is a huge bidding war right now. That's a multi-million-dollar investment to get Walter Nolan, and you're probably already out of it. So I think that's going to be the key. Is I think you can find a receiver here and there. You can find a tight end. You can find a linebacker. But when you sit here and you say we got to fill some gaps on the defensive line, that's the most competitive. There's more quarterbacks. Like that's where we are as a sport right now. It's far easier to go in the portal and get yourself a serviceable quarterback than to go into the portal and get yourself a serviceable like defensive lineman. It's bizarre, but that's what it is. So that's my concern for Ohio State right now, is that if they come up way short on the defensive line, how are they going to find enough bodies to offset that? Because the answer is not just take 8 of them next year. Good luck. First of all, good luck doing that. But second of all, like you have to have some type of spacing here, and that's not going to help the problem you're going to have on the defensive line in 2 years. But I have seen some comments today. I do want to hit on this real quick. There is some fairness to what some of you guys are saying on defensive line. Like, yes, the vast majority of the big defensive linemen that can move are in the South. Those are the hardest battles to win, is to get Dexter Lawrence away from Mama. That is just not a natural thing. So it is always a challenge. You want Ohio to maybe get back to producing more quality defensive linemen. I think they are doing that in 25, which will be nice. You can go get Justin Hill and Brandon Caesar right away and just don't overthink that. Just lock those guys in. That's a good start. But yeah, I mean, these are the tough battles, is going into the South and getting the bigs. As Tony's cat is, God, what a performer. He knows he's on camera.
Yeah, he's been sleeping for a little bit, but he generally, once he hears the microphone getting put in, and he'll come upstairs and want to get involved. Sometimes he'll just take a nap on my shoulders and be fine. But yes, welcome to
I was going to
Mr.
say, I'm glad
Business.
it's your cat and not my dog who's running around right now, or either of my cats. So, yeah, that works. Let's try and get through a couple super chats before we get to the top of the hour. Here at the top of the hour, we are waiting on the Ryan Day press conference, as well as the decision for Jeremiah Smith out of Shamada Madonna, number 1 player in the nation. David Greenshield, Tresson Meyer get the advantage due to Natty and Michigan records. I mean, kind of getting back to the coaching question.
Yeah, and they should. Yeah. You build up that credit with the national championship and wins over Michigan. Yeah, you will. It's hard to say negative things about you, but yet beating Michigan and losing in the BCS every year, fans got tired of that with Tressel. It was like beating Michigan, it used to be like that no longer, it doesn't carry as much weight as it does now because Ohio State hasn't done it. Back then, it was assumed, and so doing it meant nothing. And losing in the BCS to Texas and to LSU, and like every year they were losing that big game, and it became Jim Tressel can't win the big ones. So he was getting criticized. The program was getting criticized. So unless you win it all, every year there's always going to be something to be critical about in some people's eyes.
Yeah, I mean it's I get it to an extent. You know, some of these guys, they take a lot of criticism while they're here, and then we kind of remember them more fondly when they're not. You know, I thought again, Tressel took so much heat for perceived, national embarrassments against the SEC. Urban Meyer probably loses a second national title to a backup quarterback at home against Michigan State. His team quits against Purdue, costs a playoff spot. His team loses by 10 to Iowa instead of 1,000,000 to Iowa. That probably get in a playoff that year. So we complain about those things in real time. And then as time wears on, we kind of look back more fondly. We have a little more perspective on what they actually accomplished and realize that, yes, the 3 or 4 shortcomings they went through probably in the grand scheme of things weren't that bad. So that's probably how Day will be remembered. I mean, obviously he's got to turn the Michigan record around, and certainly has to get them back into the playoffs here, which now will be an easier task. But it's part of the, I guess, just part of what you sign up for as Ohio State is you're going to get a lot of criticism while you're here, no matter how many games you win. It's always going to be something. And then when you leave, you'll get welcomed back with open arms and standing ovations and everything else.
Super chat, Colin Singleton. Has anybody approached LeBron? He is an OSU fan, admitted he would have went to OSU had he not went pro. The thing with a lot of rich people is the way they stay rich is not by not throwing their money around. So, you're going to find the people who want to have their names on buildings or whatever, who are going to throw their money around, who are part of the, pay it forward society and things of that nature. But, we do see like former Buckeye players who come in and are involved in capital projects. If you go in and read some of the plaques over at Value City Arena, I think like Evan Turner kicked in money. Some other players kicked in money for some of the renovations over there. But I don't know if LeBron is going. I mean, I don't know if his fandom is going to go to the point of where he's going to sit there and cut, a series of $1 million, $2 million, $5 million checks to Ohio State. I mean, there is something to be said about having more money than you know what to do with, but I'm not quite sure what that number is. I mean, I have a lot of plans. If I had that kind of money, I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing.
I think this comes down to like backgrounds. So like if you're Evan Turner, if you're LeBron James, like the thrill of being like close to the Ohio State program, like you've lived that. It's not really a thing that you're going to spend money. It's more of like the guy who owns a concrete company who didn't play college football, who's like a fan. And now he gets to like, have dinner with Ryan Day. Like those are the types of guys, even in the South, that's the type of boosters. Like the guys who played are like, I don't care if I'm particularly welcomed in around the pro. Like I've lived that. It's just a different mindset for the professional athletes than it is for like the $1 million CEO.
LeBron is a fan, not a super fan.
True. Dan, do you think recruiting services will go by the wayside? No one seems to have a great feel for where a kid will end up. Well, I think using today is not the right example because of it is National Signing Day, and let's remember things have changed in the last couple of years with NIL, and it's hard to get a read on how things happen. You sit there and you change the rules for a game, and it's going to take you a season or two to kind of get caught up on how to do things best. that's a great thing about Buckeye Huddle is that we are so much more than just like a recruiting service. I mean, we tell you the stories. We obviously cover recruiting, but we don't make our bones by putting out star rankings across the country or anything else. We focus specifically on Ohio State, and I feel like we generally have a pretty good idea of what's going on. But we too, again, knowing what's going on in Hollywood, Florida right now, while all three of us are in Columbus, is a little bit challenging. And I don't think that Jeremiah would sit there and be like, "Well, I've known you guys for 4 years. I mean, we've known Jeremiah forever, and I'm gonna let you in on a little secret at this point." But I think it's a decision that every person has got to kind of come up to. But I want to thank everybody. We've been almost 1,000 strong for a while in this chat right now, and we've got a lot of great members over at Buckeye Huddle, and I hope that this show drives some people over there to give us a look and sign up for a month or sign up for a year. But as for knowing where kids are going to end up, of the 18 kids that are already signed with Ohio State, I don't seem to remember a point of where Marc was wrong on any of them. We knew where they were going to go.
Yeah, it's certainly tougher to do the job than it used to be with all the different factors now. But people are always going to be interested in recruiting. It's just kind of, it's still the lifeblood, even with NIL portal and everything.
I'm gonna excuse Marc, who needs to jump here for a little bit. He sent a message that he needed to bounce. Tony and myself will carry us here into the top of the hour. Marc won't be gone too long, but as I said, we're going to have Ryan Day at the top of the hour as well as Jeremiah Smith. But I'm going to punch Marc out, and I'll keep an eye for when you reappear. So talk to you in a bit, Marc. All right. Mark Werner, are we keeping LJ around because we don't want anyone else to have him?
No, I don't think that's the issue at all. So no, I don't even know who would take him. Not that I don't know who you're keeping him from, basically. So no, that's not why he is still around. It's going to be fascinating to see what happens, because I do think this is his last year, but I thought last year was his last year as well. Now, the situation, the recruiting situation with the defensive line right now could certainly explain, could certainly lead us all to believe that this would be his last year. But like you said earlier, it's not just the coaches that are recruiting, it's the collectives that are recruiting. So you're dealing with a bunch of stuff here, but the uncertainty for Ohio State's defensive line coaching has to be an issue for them. And you're fighting on several fronts when you're recruiting defensive line. First of all, you're fighting on the Southern front, which is hard to win down there. You're fighting on the NIL front, and you're fighting on your coach may not be here much longer front. That's 3 different fronts just to land a guy. And that's other programs are dividing and conquering, basically.
Just to add to another name out there, and then I'm going to get to Treasure the Torres comment. Again, we are waiting for the top of the hour press conference and Jeremiah Smith news. Jordan Seaton getting a lot of pressure right now from Maryland, it appears. So that would be a huge get if they were able to pull him and get him back close to home, being a kid originally from the D.C. area. I'm still watching where we are in terms of the Ryan Day presser. They're still doing audio checks. Excuse me, my sinuses are killing me right now. Treasure the Tour, what's up, Kevin and Tony? Hope all is well. I have a theory in regards to why Ohio State is missing out on certain targets, but keep that to myself. Just wanted to show Buckeye Huddle some love. We do appreciate that, Treasure. Don't be afraid to share your theories. We have plenty of them. I know that's for certain.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, Treasure.
Let me unmute here. We got Ryan Dawes. What do you guys need for Christmas? Cash.
I want to I want this cold that I have to be done, because I'm flying out on Christmas, and I don't want to be sick on my bowl trip. I want to be feeling better.
I just need money. I can be sick and pay my bills, as opposed to healthy and destitute. So yes, if you have an in with a guy in the red and white suit, and I don't an in with Santa, I certainly could use some cash money. But we are still waiting here. I don't want to get too far down the rabbit hole in anything when we are 6 minutes away from the alleged start of the press conference. Do you think that it gets off a little bit late because they are waiting to know what Jeremiah Smith says?
Yeah, we've seen this over the years. Go back to what Lawrence Wilson in like 2005 with Jim Tressel, where he got that news like maybe during the press conference. We've also seen 2013 with Urban, like breaking the news that Ezekiel Elliott would be signing before the final signing for Elliott. But we've also seen it, and I can't remember the individual instances, but it's been pushed back a little bit to get this final word in from somebody. I don't know. Can you remember any of the names recently? Was Kyle Dodson one of them? I don't remember.
I was at Kyle Dodson's signing ceremony that was Meg. That was the whole Meg incident. And I was editing the video in the car, which is highly illegal while you're driving. Not that I'm having to be super hands-on, but I'm trying to get the video uploaded. I end up getting stopped on 315 around like Henderson Road. As I'm pulled over to the side and turning the car off, I'm putting every press pass I have on the dashboard. And I tell the officer, I'm like, I'm late. I'm trying to get back to Ohio State. I've got an interview with Urban Meyer. I guess he was impressed enough because he let me off with a warning. But yes, that Kyle Dodson is one that I won't forget. But how about Terrell Pryor, who had a press conference to say he was having another press conference?
Yeah, that was an all-timer. Everybody driving out to Jeanette, Pennsylvania to be told, hey, come back later. And that one ended up in March. Is that correct? Because that was before early signing. Everybody's out there in early February. I think ESPNU was airing it. And then it's like, I'm not ready to decide yet. So thank you. Are you going to reimburse me for this gas money, Terrell? No, you're not? Okay.
Well, you've heard the story before. I rode with the late Jim Davidson out to Jeanette for the actual real press conference, the March one. And that was the first chance I really had to talk to Jordan Hall, who went to the same high school as well at that press conference. But, we are a couple minutes away from the press conference at the Woody. So, we will kind of keep it light until we get to that point. Hollywood Hager, who is not signed, Edric Houston, Jeremiah Smith, Amaris Williams. We already saw Jeremiah McClellan flip from Ohio State. Whether or not he is actually signed with Oregon is, well, I don't know at this point. I've not been able to keep track of the of Twitter as closely as I would like to, but we're doing the best we can as we try to bring you all the coverage possible here on National Signing Day.
Dominic Kirk still has not sent in his letter of intent to Washington either. So that is a 4-star defensive lineman out of Ohio, one that we're also watching.
We have just broken the 1,000 viewer mark, so that is awesome concurrence. So thank you, everybody, for watching. London Kramer, wow, Jeremiah McClellan, flip to Oregon. Why can we never flip anyone? Ohio State does flip players. It's just generally not a lot of on signing day situations. Ohio State generally wraps up its class largely and is done with it, and then just kind of, starts working on the next haul. So it would be all well and good. Ohio State certainly is trying to, quote unquote, flip Amaris Williams. Ohio State certainly is tried to flip KVA. No luck on KVA. Amaris Williams, we'll find out more. I think like 140, 145. Super chat from Santa Dawes. Merry Christmas from Santa Dawes. Thank you so much, Ryan Dawes. I know we appreciate all of your contributions here on youtube.com/Buckeye Huddle, as well as at Buckeye Huddle, the website. All of it means a lot.
Yep.
We've got people saying Ohio State is not a serious football program. And now I just know, without even looking at the name, that is just somebody who is not being necessarily serious about Ohio State. People are moving around at the press conference, so I'm still kind of watching what's going on. I don't
Can we
want us
punch
to.
it up to have a? You don't want to punch it up yet?
I don't operate all of this stuff well enough, but let me add it to the stage. Let me mute it.
How come? Why am I on the bottom?
Because you are. I mean, let me see what happens if I do that. Well,
That's
that's
even
obvious.
worse.
That's obviously the best doing that. No, we're not going to do that. We'll leave it up there at this point, and when we see Ryan Day pop up, we will take that full and live and everything else, and then. Tony is good at taking notes. I'm terrible at taking notes. I probably will go and try and find something with caffeine during the day presser to get myself going. Crazy boy saying, "Where's Day? It's 12. Boy's late." Something big happening here at 12, as I know it is officially 12, as I hear the tornado siren test going off.
Ah, there we go. Yep.
Yes. That is always a good situation. But here's the thing, too, for the people, which is a subset of everybody who is waiting for the Jeremiah Smith news. Since there was a chair and everything else, that sounds like it is going to be a press conference. So one thing I've learned through the years is that recruiting press conferences never go off on time. So nothing would surprise me if the day presser starts at 12:01 or starts at 12:21. None of that, nothing would really surprise me.
I will say, I know a lot of this has been negative today, but I have seen quite a bit of positivity from Ohio State fans towards me, which has actually been negative in a sense because I quote tweeted the Jeremiah McClellan thing saying, this is a big loss. And I've had a lot of people telling me it's not a big loss and they're laughing at me. So there is some positivity out there from Ohio State fans, even if it is just negatively responding to me. And I do think Jeremiah McClellan is a loss, but I also believe that Brian Hartline can overcome those losses. But let's see what happens here in the next few minutes before we start laughing off wide receiver losses on signing day.
And something that I will do too is if we are in the Ryan Day presser and we don't necessarily have the JJ Smith news yet, I will post a bulletin at the bottom in the chat and on the screen. I will make sure that anybody that is here watching with us is not completely out of the loop. We will, move forward with all of that as we are now at 12:02. Somebody said 2.5 minute over under on Ryan Day. Starting the presser. Normally he's pretty punctual, but again, today I could understand a little bit of a late start. I'm sure Ohio State probably has two versions of the class paperwork, one with and one without, as we talk about places being, having graphics ready for everything. It's just like we have stories ready for most situations as well. As we just watched Mike Bassford fill up Ryan Day's water. I wish somebody here would bring me water. Again, something else that I will try to do during the presser and turn it up. No Way 87 asking about KVA. That one is done. He has signed with Notre Dame. The end. Until if he ends up in the portal at some point, then you get another crack there. But he is not a recruitable athlete at this point, as he's just signed his letter of intent a couple of hours ago with the Fighting Irish.
I'm still waiting. I'm looking for a Kevin, no offense. I was looking for a live stream of the Jeremiah Smith stuff. So I am still paying attention. I'm watching you as well, and me and the podium. But I'm not expecting Ryan Day to talk unless
what kind of flex move would it be? Like, I'm so confident in this, I'm just going to come out and start my presser. Is that flex or is that blindness at that point? So,
if you know you're losing him, do you come out now so that you can't? Well, I can't speak about that. I can't speak about somebody who hasn't signed with us. You
can't speak about a kid that signs elsewhere anyway, technically, according to the rules. Or is it the rules, or is it just some blood oath that coaches have taken just so they don't have to answer uncomfortable questions?
Yeah, we'll see. Just waiting like everybody else, and hopefully we'll have something to talk about positively with Jeremiah Smith, because he is a very unique player, prospect, and is one of those guys that tends to like not end up at Ohio State. So if you can land one of those guys, then that would be big for the Buckeyes, obviously.
Absolutely. We're here at the top of the hour. Over 1,000 of you have decided to join us and put off work, or maybe you're like us and it is your job, and put off work to talk about National Signing Day. It's a lot different than what I remember. I mean, I remember when I worked at Rivals and I would have to get up at like 4 a.m. so I could get into the office at like 5. So I had a couple of hours to be ready. And plus I was based in Central Time when I was working there with their offices outside of Nashville. And I would be hopped up on orange juice and powdered donuts and everything else. And I think today I rolled out of bed a little after 8, like several players had already gotten their paperwork in. But to my, to my defense, I think I worked until about 1. So I needed to get at least 7 hours of sleep.
Yeah, I know you and Mark have been busy these past couple of days getting everything ready for today. Do we know when Edric is announcing his announcement?
Somebody made it sound like that was like 1:40 as well. It sounds like Edric and Maris are almost at the same time, but I don't know for certain. Again, it's one of these cases of where there's so much going on, and you always have a great idea of how you're going to handle the show. And I'm going to be able to do this and this and this. And I'm just doing everything I can right now at this point to keep the show on the air. And we always going into the show. Who's leading the show? Who's leading the show? Well, I guess I'm leading this show. So I have to be even more engaged, because if not, we're just going to all stare at each other. And that's just not, that's not good television right there. So, we keep waiting for Ryan Day at this point. I've not gotten a text message heads up warning, but generally I'm staring right at it. Tom, if you're watching, I don't need a text message. When I see Ryan Day walk up to the podium, we will take it full. The only time I'm not looking is when I'm looking at Twitter and trying to keep an eye if any news is out on Jeremiah Smith. Something that I had not really been concerned about, but I think it's once you get a little bit closer to the moment that concern creeps in, and it's not founded on anything short of just everybody else being so concerned that now I'm concerned because it's contagious or something.
I will say Maryland linebacker Jayshon Barham is committed to Michigan out of the transfer portal. Michigan again goes to the Big Ten transfer portal to land a linebacker, just as they did last year, getting the kid from Nebraska. So they're restocking their shelves there. Looking at back on the Washington beat reporters timeline, still nothing on Dominic Kirks there. And he's updating this Mike Farrell is updating minute by minute as stuff comes in. So nothing there yet either.
And in talking about linebackers, and any comment now at this point, if we duck out, it's because Ryan Day is there. Ohio State is certainly kicking the tires on Louisiana linebacker Tackett Curtis, who finished his freshman season at USC, 40 tackles, a couple of forced fumbles, a fumble recovery, really solid player. Ohio State was a finalist before he went to USC. Obviously, Alex Grinch is gone. His position coach is likely gone too, as USC hired a coach from North Dakota to handle the position. So keep an eye on that one. But then again, I understand the skepticism people have about Ohio State and the transfer portal. I'll believe it when I see it, and we haven't seen anything yet this year through the portal in terms of coming in. So we'll keep an eye on all of
that. Keenan Rice comment says Michigan cheats. No, we don't need to explore that any further just yet. This is a day of celebration. This is signing day. Everybody be happy.
Absolutely. I'm still sitting here kind of waiting at this point, wishing I would have gotten up at 7 so I could have had some breakfast or something.
You're not a breakfast person anyway, so don't even give us.
I'm not, but You know what I had to eat yesterday just based on the amount of work I had? 4 pieces of toast. And 2 cookies. Like, I for like dinner, my wife was getting ready to like leave to go to Indianapolis or something, and she's like, "Oh, here are a couple cookies left over," and I just devoured those. And then at about like 10 o'clock, I'm like, I'm starving, and I was just like, I don't want to cook anything. I don't even have ramen in the house, so I just put a couple slices of bread in the toaster and had toast. Oh, there is Tim May. So we know we're getting close. Tim May does not show up early to anything. He shows up about on time.
It is amazing. It's like coaches wait for Tim to get there, and then it's like, okay, now we can get started. So
still looking here. Here's an interesting flip, just for the sake of talking about recruiting. Justice Savage, who is the running back at Langston Hughes, he was the running back for Aaron Nolan's team, flipped his commitment from Indiana to Jacksonville State. So Rich Rod picking up a big one there. Justice Savage is a really good-looking running back. I don't know how it's going to translate per se, but what I saw of him on television this year, he is a fun back to watch.
I'm looking at a picture of Jeremiah Smith now, holding a placard of Jeremiah Smith with the Ohio State logo, but there is a black bag of some sort just placed behind his right foot. So maybe some shenanigans are afoot, if you will.
Is there a Seminole Indian in it?
Who knows what it's who knows. Never a dull moment out of the state of Florida as we await and I don't know, this is going to be a whole school thing as well. So
Meg,
the biggest name is the biggest name is saved for last. So who knows how long? Because Chaminade Madonna is a big school, like it's a legit school. There's going to be a bunch of people announcing today, I'm assuming. And so is Brian Day going to wait for all of this?
I don't know. I don't know. Man. I thought I was going to be going to the presser and that Tom was going to do this, but Tom made a good point of, no, you can sit there because, Mark has jumped off. You're going to have a point where you're going to have to jump off. I can at least talk enough recruiting to where I can carry the show, even if I have to go solo. Me being, having to put an hour in transit, 30 minutes each way to and from campus, as well as the time I'm there being out of the show. Then again, I think that there's some people who wish that I would just go to campus and stay there and just get off the show altogether. And to those people,
no,
too bad, I tell you.
One of those people is on campus right now in the team meeting room, and his name is Tom.
Wow. I thought it was Tom that talked about you, not the other way around. But we've talked a lot about just recruiting in general and recruiting the state of Florida and South Florida, and there's no shortage of drama on there. If Jeremiah Smith does in fact sign with Ohio State, do you think anybody remembers, the fun he had with, not necessarily shutting it down, or how do you think that one is looked at? Because obviously we've seen Ohio State lose running back commits to Miami in back-to-back years. The state of, South Florida, Miami-Dade area, Broward, not exactly known for its, being able to lock down on a kid because things happen. But Jeremiah never seemed like that kid, and I don't want to put that evil out there because we don't know that he is that kid. But if we won't know until he pulls whatever out of that little black bag you mentioned.
Well, and the thing with him is he's always said Ohio State, Ohio State, Ohio State, but he's taken a bunch of visits. And so is this an instance of where he wants to have a little bit of drama, and so that can create some excitement for this, because this is a very special day for him. And if it's just understood, yes, this is where I'm going, then maybe it's not as big as it could be. And in this age of social media, the bigger you can make something, the better it is for clout or whatever. So maybe you try to create a little drama just to have a little bit of fun, but the drama is not what's going to be remembered. It's the decision. And so whether you go one place or the other, that's all that's going to really matter. I think back to Jalen Gill's commitment to Ohio State, where he had this video made up where
Oh
he
yeah.
reveals the UCLA jersey, and then eventually he takes that off, and then he's going to Ohio State. And that stuff is fun, and players like to do that and have that kind of fun. But ultimately, it's where you end up. That is, the rest of the stuff goes away. Even with Terrell Pryor, all of that, we can talk about it because we experienced it, but the general fan is like, yeah, he was always a Buckeye. Oh, I didn't even realize he took until after signing day. Or like JT Tuimoloau, I didn't realize he took until 2 weeks before camp opened to get to Ohio State. Or Quinn Ewers, I didn't realize he showed up. I didn't even realize he went to Ohio State. So a lot of stuff that we follow and the people in the chat follow, the not everybody is that in tune with all of the drama, which tells you that we all like drama.
Here we go.
Comes
Here we go.
Day.
It's Ryan Day at the podium.
Coach, I'm going to ask you if you don't mind just to open up with just a few comments
Sure.
on what we know so far and what you can say about the class.
Yeah, we have really good class already assigned, and waiting on a few more things that may go a little bit later into the day. But right now we have 18 guys signed. Really good class, 7 Ohioans. I'd like to kind of go through each of these guys as we go through the press conference, but this is a group that a bunch of these guys jumped in early on, and they give us a great support to our already strong team. But I'm going to just start off alphabetically and go through some of these guys. I really feel strongly about the Armstrong twins, the year that they had, coming from a great program in St. Ed's. Obviously what they did as a team this year, and they led the way. Guys have been tremendous in terms of their development throughout their high school career, and you're seeing them play their best football, and we're very excited about them. Mylan Graham, we recognized him early on in the process. Brian did a great job of building that relationship up. We think he gives us a lot, and it has a really bright future ahead of him. Max LeBlanc is at the Baylor School. His family is from Canada and Montreal. Really talented young man. Came down from Canada. And had to make the transition to a school where he was on his own, but really did a great job when he was there. His film is tremendous. We think he brings a lot of versatility to the team. Miles Lockhart is a corner that I actually saw play live. He's going to be a nickel for us as well. Miles is extremely competitive. He fits what Jim wants right there in that nickel position. He can also move out to corner, but really nasty, tough player who has jumped in and been a great part of this class. Jalen McClain, safety from Seton Hall Prep, another guy that had a great year. His team had a great season. In a position of need. He's a guy who's very productive in his high school career. Certainly had a great senior year. Eric Mensa is a guy that came to camp, worked with Larry, comes from a great family, Mountain View High School in Virginia. Was really a strong player, had a good year. He's played multiple positions in his high school career and brings a lot of versatility there. Ian Moore, is a guy who, again, jumped in early. I think he was one of the first guys to commit in this class. He's been great. Again, had a really good high school career. Brings, again, some versatility. He can move some different places inside, and Ian's going to be a really good player for us. Aaron Nolan is somebody who is special in a lot of different ways. The way that he conducts himself, the way he handles himself, and he has a very high end. He's very athletic, and he's going to be the leader of this team. James Peoples is a dynamic running back who. Again, has had a great high school career. He can do multiple things. He's strong. He's got great change of direction. He can catch routes out of the backfield. He's going to be a dynamic player, and I think going to make an impact early on his freshman year. Peyton Pierce out of Lovejoy in Texas. This is a guy who, he wrestled. He's done so much for his team. He'll play quarterback. He's very versatile and has done a lot of things. He comes from an unbelievable program and great family. He brings a toughness, hard hat mentality, and we're very excited about him. Leroy Roker from Bishop Rowe down in Fort Myers is someone that we got on late. Had a really good senior year, and that's we've had some good luck with guys who we've evaluated late. I evaluated them their senior year. Again, guy who's very productive down there and a huge addition to the back end. Aaron Scott was a huge addition for us. Aaron, Tim Walton did a great job recruiting Aaron. He had a great season this year. He played quarterback when he needed to. They started off kind of rocky this year and then brought their team all the way to the state finals. Big time player out of the state of Ohio that's going to be a big part of our future. And Garrett Stover is out of Big Walnut here, cousins of Cade Stover, brings the same type of mentality that with Cade. He'll play linebacker for us or safety, has some versatility there, but again, really, really talented player that is going to be a big part of our class. Gabe Van Sickle's another one that, we looked at late. Justin evaluated him. We see a really athletic guard who could possibly move into center, but very athletic and has a huge upside. Bryce West is out of Glenville. Bryce, we offered early on in the process. Coach Ginn was a big part of the process, and he's one of the best corners in America, huge addition to the back end. Sam's William Dixon is a local guy who has some versatility. He was listed as an athlete at one point, but now we're going to start him at running back. He's been at a bunch of our practices recently, coming by and watching. Brings again versatility. He can move around, do some different things with him. And then Demarion Witten is listed as a tight end, but he can do a lot of things. He played wide receiver recently in the U.S. Army game down in Texas and had 3 touchdowns, was the MVP. Really dynamic, out on the perimeter. So those are the guys right now that we have signed. We're still waiting on a few other guys to kind of see how that goes. That may go on, later into the day or into the night. But those are the 18 guys, and our guys and staff did a great job with these 18.
Thank you, Coach. We're going to open up the questioning. Far left, Brendan Gooley, Buckeyes now on SI.
Coach, I want to ask you specifically about Demarion and his skill set. I know you like his versatility and his speed. What is it about that kind of player who lines up in so many different places for a team that needed him to do different things that allows you to project what you think you can get out of him when he comes here?
Yeah, it started early on when Coach Ginn had him as a young player and told me this kid is special, and he said, he can be the best receiver in the country. And when he said that, you kind of take a step back, but you're seeing exactly what he's talking about. You watch him on the basketball court, and he's going to have to grow into play tight end if that's where he ends up, getting down in there. But you can do multiple things with Demarion, and like you said, it can be a matchup issue. But his length and his size and his ability to play the ball is tremendous. So. Again, Ted did a great job identifying him early on. We jumped on him early on, and you can see his ceiling is extremely high.
As you've gotten to know both Deontay and Devontae, obviously the tape kind of stands for itself, but off the field, what impresses you about those two guys?
It's the overall makeup. They have great work ethic. They played basketball when they were younger, and then they really just focused on football the last couple of years, and you can see the improvement, year in and year out, and then almost week in and week out, and they're becoming really good offensive linemen and football players. And sometimes you don't grow up playing the position. You have to grow into the position a little bit, and you're seeing that. And they're both bigger guys. They're long body types, and you just see them get more and more comfortable playing the position, understanding the technique and how to bend and get low. And they come from a great program, and they're well coached. So. All the above.
Front row, Dave Biddle, 24/7 Sports.
Ryan, in your estimation, is the recruiting on the offensive line and defensive line substandard for Ohio State standards? Why or why not?
No, I mean, we try to, identify the guys that we think are the right fit for us, and we go get them. I'm really excited about the guys that we have. We think that, they really fit well with what we're doing on offense. And you have them in camp, you see them in camp, you see what they're going to do, and you project into what they're going to be. And then, ultimately you have to fit, the needs that you have. So, We always want to be the best in the country, and I think we have a great group coming in.
And switching gears, do you expect to make any changes to your coaching staff after the season?
Like I said to you before, we got this bowl game to play, and we're always going to evaluate it. And if there's any updates, then I'll give them at the right time. But we're always going to evaluate it after every season and go from there.
Stephen Means, Cleveland.com.
Ryan, with Air, obviously you guys had a quarterback at one point in this class that maybe was the foundation of this class, and then about a year ago you had to maybe pivot a little bit. Can you just take us through the timeline of identifying Air about April and why you guys zeroed in on him in that relationship?
Yeah, we watched this film and saw the athleticism and just kind of a baller out there, making a lot of plays, state champ. He was high school teammates with Jelani Thurman, so we were down there some and got to see who he was and saw all the people in the area and the school and the coaches talk about what a great player he was, what a great leader he is, and it doesn't take long when you talk to him, you recognize how mature he is and his approach, and that's a big part of it. So, we just love that part of it. We feel like he's got a really high ceiling, when he gets here, and looking forward to get to work with him soon.
When you guys, you've gone through this a couple of times where you get a quarterback and then some things happen and you end up having to do it again. What's that process like when you lose the guy, and then are you reevaluating guys you looked at before? Are you looking at new options? How does that work?
Yeah, I just think that the way things are now with recruiting, there's just a lot of twists and turns along the way. I just think about when even 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, 10 years ago, somebody would commit, and the timing was their own, but then that was kind of it. You moved on. Now there's twists and turns along the way for a lot of different reasons. And so, you just have to work through those and figure out, who's the right guys for you at the time, and then, fill your 85, and that's what it is. But, there's a lot of twists and turns along the way, and now you have the high school class, then you have the portal, and you have different parts to make sure your roster's right.
If I can squeeze one more in. Obviously, he's walking into a room where there's now a quarterback competition that maybe nobody was expecting at this point, but with true freshmen who are expected to early enroll, and I know you've been through this before, but back in 2021, but what has to happen for a guy to be, as a true freshman in your experience, to actually be ready to contribute in year one in a way where you can look at him and go, okay, maybe he can be our starting quarterback?
Yeah, you don't know till they get in and just start to, how quickly can they learn the offense and get used to it and learn from their mistakes. You can't replace experience, but some guys just, you just see it early on. They can handle the information, they can handle, what it takes. And, most guys, it takes a little time to get that figured out. A lot of guys want to come in and play right away because it sounds good and they're anxious, but that always isn't the best in terms of their development. But each guy is unique, and we get a better idea once we get going with spring practice.
You ever had a lefty before?
Yeah, I've had a lefty before. Yeah.
Andy Anders, 11 Warriors.
Yeah, just wanted to ask about the trio at cornerback. It feels like a position that would ended up really strong for this class. So can you go through those guys in a little more detail? I know you touched on them before, but just what you feel you got in that trio?
Yeah, well, I think Tim has done a great job identifying talent early on and then building relationships and going from there. I think you're seeing the way that our corners are playing. You're seeing Denzel, IGB, Jordan Hancock starting to play at a high level, and I think that's a big part of the recruiting process, seeing it on the field in Jim's defense. And so, we've identified these guys early on and recruited the heck out of them. Aaron Scott was somebody who came to camp early on, and it was a hot day out there, and he grinded. I mean, he went for, I think an hour, and just, everything we threw at him as a young player. He had a broken wrist. He kept working. And then we could tell there was a toughness there. There was just a grit there. He wanted to earn that scholarship, and he did that day. And then, he's built himself up to a really, really good football player. Bryce West, same type of thing. Again, Coach Ginn early on believed in this young man, and said this guy's going to be a great player. And so we recruited him, but then offered him pretty early in the process. And then you could just see the way he played that next year. He was much more aggressive. He was tackling, making plays, and he just continued to become a better and better football player. And you know what you're getting when you get somebody out of Glenville. Really?
Yeah, it's real. It's real.
There's pictures, there's video.
How nervous were you?
Yeah, you want to take us through
your
your
emotions
emotions real quick? How you feeling?
You got to address
The floor is yours.
You got to address that one.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if everything's in yet, Jerry. You got to check to make sure it's in.
Yeah. Hey, Mike, you want to check with Justin?
Yeah. Before I do something and get myself in trouble.
Is your stomach flipping right now, though? What's going on?
It's been flipping for a while, Tim.
Imagine all day. It's
Yeah. Okay. What was the question?
Actually, I think you had answered.
talking about cornerbacks. I think
Yeah,
the only guy you haven't
right.
gotten to was Miles.
Right. So Bryce, and I go back to Glenville, and I got to give Coach Ginn so much credit for the way he develops young men there, and they understand what it means to be a Buckeye. They do, and that matters. Arvell Reese has come in and worked his tail off. I'm really excited about these guys, and Bryce West's going to be the next one. Look at it. Look at what he's done on track and field. The times that he's put down, and just what a great player. And then Miles. Yeah, like I said to you before, I actually had a chance to watch Miles. I was at the semifinal game in Arizona, and I just watched the guy just play his tail off. I mean, he was all over the field, and I just was like, man, who is that? And then you can just see him start to come on as a player, and so again, I think really when you talk about needs, you're talking about two lockdown corners and a really feisty nickel in there.
And then, you were asked a little bit about the O-line, D-line, but I wanted to drill down specifically on the D-line. Another decision coming up here in a little bit, and obviously reports out there, whatever. But are you satisfied with the depth of the defensive line class that you have?
Well, we have to, have the way that we do it. We do have 8 defensive tackles, 8 defensive ends, and that's when it all is said and done. We have to make sure that we have the right guys, and we have a lot to consider. Guys coming back, we have the portal, we have guys that are growing in that position, and then we have the high school recruiting. So, we have a certain number that we got to hit. I think right now we're right around 83, 84. I think we're right in there. So, it gives us a little bit of flexibility moving forward, but yet to be seen. Yeah.
Pat Murphy, 24/7 Sports.
Brian, when we were talking to Jack last week, he was talking about the Michigan game, like a lot of guys were, but he talked about growing up with it.
Yeah.
Not everybody you recruit does that. You just mentioned the guys from Ohio. I don't know how many you have from Ohio, but just how important, given kind of the last 3 years, is it to have more guys in the program that feel that walking in the door maybe before learning it?
Well, it's something we talk about in recruiting all the time, but I think you're right. I think the guys from Ohio, and I've always felt this way, have to lead the way on that. When in the locker room, certainly the coaches lead the way. We all lead the way. It's all our job to make sure. But when we're in the locker room, and guys are in their apartments and guys are in the workouts, it just, like you said, it's their job to make sure that message is really hammered out across the team. And we talk about that in recruiting. Talk about that during our home visits, and that is important.
You mentioned, I think it was James Peoples, you said, as a guy who could come in and potentially play running back. Your depth has been depleted a little bit there with some guys leaving, and I know Trey still has a decision to make. How do you feel like both of those guys could contribute, maybe quickly if needed?
Yeah, well, may need them to, depending on Trey, and right now we're at 4, and we like to be at 4 or 5. But the plan all along has been for those guys to come in and play as freshmen. So wanted to get them at mid-year to get them in here and get going, and we know that we've done that before, with some freshmen. So excited to see them get on the field, and we'll know pretty quickly.
Joe Nugent, WCMH.
Aaron Scott was a guy that future and kind of Big Ten schools wanted. When you win these recruiting battles, these significant players, what is that like? How important is it for this program?
Yeah, it's very important. You have to win those battles, and like Tim was a big part of it. We all were, but Aaron and his family were awesome. They were great in the process. They're huge supporters of Aaron. Coach Mo there. I mean, the whole coaching staff was great. They have a great program, and guys know when you're from the state of Ohio, the best players, play at Ohio State, and they know what it means, to be a Buckeye in the state of Ohio, and the opportunities, and what it can mean for them for the rest of their life. And I think Aaron understood that.
Theme that you see within this
A theme? I mean, they all want to be great. They all want the big stage. I think when you come to Ohio State, you have to think big. You have to think big because there's nothing you can't get done at Ohio State. You have to want the big stage. You have to want, all of it. When you walk into the shoe, you're going to play, the biggest stage in the country. With the most watched team across America. I think it's 70 million viewers last year watched us play. You have to want to be great. You have to want to be elite. You have to want to walk in a room where you're going to have a bunch of great players that are going to compete every day. You've got to be competitive, and that's probably the thing you notice the most.
Tom Orr, Buckeye Huddle.
Ryan, you said earlier you were going to sort of evaluate the staff after the season. What are the specific factors that you are evaluating, and what's the standard that they're being evaluated against?
Yeah, we the first thing is recruiting. That's the number one thing. You got to recruit your position. It's your job. You're the head coach of your position. You got to make sure that that room is strong, year in and year out. We have a certain amount of depth that we have at each position, and then it's your job to make sure that you have the best room in the country. I think that's the other thing that we talk about a lot. And when you're at Ohio State and you're coaching, the wide receivers, it should be wide receiver you. If you're coaching the linebackers, it should be linebacker you, because this is the best place in the country. And so I think that's the first thing. I think the second thing is how they perform on the field. What type of production are you getting out of your unit? And a big part of that is the development. When if you're recruiting really well, and then you're developing your players, then usually you're going to get production. And then the last thing is just what are you bringing schematically to the table? What are you putting your guys in a situation to be successful? And that's our job as coaches.
Right next door, Jeremy Birmingham, the podcast.
Ryan, it's been a couple of years now in this new era, and the last 2 years we've talked on this day about the need for guardrails in college football that haven't happened yet. How much harder is this job than it was 2 years ago? Listening to Chip Kelly, obviously one of your mentors the other day, he had a lot of things to say about what he thinks college football needs to adopt or trend towards. Do you have thoughts on that? And how do they vary? I mean, where do you see this going for the game?
I mean, I think it's a long conversation. I think there's a lot of different ways that we can look at it. I think the biggest thing is you just have to adapt to the landscape that's going on. I do think that, like you said, there's just been so many changes, and college football adapts very, very quickly. I mean, the way it was a year ago is not the same. The way it was 3 weeks ago is not the same. It is constantly changing, and so we just have to adapt at a high level. But we certainly all need to sit down and figure out how we can move forward in a direction that, like you said, has guardrails and what that all means. I think that's a challenge in college football because, if you put a bunch of coaches and ADs in a room together, they all come from different areas of the country. Their schools are very, very different. So I think, that part of it is a major challenge. But the number one thing right now is for us to adapt and move forward.
As this cycle comes to an end and you start looking ahead to the next one, can you look ahead and see what the next speed bumps are? Or is there...
Yes.
I mean, what do you think those are?
I just think right now it's roster management across the board and all the things that come with that. In making sure that you have a team, not a bunch of individuals, but also making sure that you're advocating for your players and they are getting what's fair. I think that's the big balance right now, and making sure that you're building something that's sustainable. I think that's all really important.
He's not. We're still waiting for Justin Kubiak. Cameron T. Robinson, The Athletic.
Brian, you mentioned how there's the high school class and then the transfer portal class. When you go into a sign day and maybe there's some last second flips or decommitments, regardless of the position, does that impact how aggressive you might be in the portal?
Yes. Yep.
At what point do those conversations change? At what point are those conversations, okay, this person is leaving, we need to get some right away? Is it a couple days later? How does that process work?
I think you always have contingency plans in place for if something were to change. So you always have your board and your list, and Marc does a great job of being organized in terms of now, just like in the NFL, you have your draft board, and then you have, the free agency, and you have the pro scouting, just like they do there. Well, we have the transfer portal, and then we also have, high school recruiting, and then making sure you fit, all the pieces the right way. Again, the goal is to have the right 85 when we kick off in the preseason, and it's a long way. We got to go through another, phase in May where the transfer portal opens back up. There's a lot that goes with that. So, we wanted to make sure we did a great job finishing up, and solidifying, this group right here, and then, it's on to the next phase as we continue to build towards August.
As the transfer portal continues to grow and be more important to college football, how do you prioritize high school class transfer portal?
Well, we always want to develop players. We want to bring in high school players and develop them. I think that's how you sustain a program, and that's how you have stability along the way. But as we know, that isn't just the way it's going to be. The guys are going to look for different opportunities, and then you need to bring guys in. So we'll continue to do that and make sure that we have the right mix.
Clay Hall, WSYX.
Ryan, you guys are leaving for Dallas, I guess, this weekend. Is Marvin in, JT, Trey? Do you know what you're dealing with?
Yeah. I think I've allowed those guys to kind of do their own thing. I don't want to, kind of put their stuff out there, but we got a good group playing in the game. Yeah, we do. And, we're going down there to win the game. And we've had a good, few weeks of practice. And, again, the Cotton Bowl is a great bowl. We have a really good opponent. So, this is a great opportunity, like I said before, for Devin to go in and be the starter. And, we want to finish the season the right way.
Have they practiced?
Who's they? Our team?
Marvin.
Oh yeah. Guys have been at practice, and yep. Oh yeah. They've all been out there, and so no, we're gonna have a good group going down there.
One other thing, I've had a number of questions about Larry Johnson. Have you had to answer questions whether he's retiring or staying?
It's funny. Guys have brought that up over the years in recruiting, but he's young. He's in terms of his approach every day, he's got a lot of energy. And he wants to continue to coach, and the guys in the room love him, and so he's still got a lot of energy when it comes to coaching, and he still has a passion for coaching, and his wisdom, his experience is the best in the country, and our guys know that, and they certainly people recognize that in recruiting.
Think he's back?
Yes.
Spencer Holbrook, Letterman Row.
Ryan, do you believe in, you've built a program now for the last 5 years. Do you believe in program momentum? Just as a term or an idea?
I think, you have different waves along the way, and, you can, as you're winning games and things are going to the season, you can feel that, and certainly, when you lose a game, certainly around here, it can take a toll on you. You got to regroup and move forward. But, one thing we're not going to do is panic and overreact. I think that's easy to do in today's day and age with, social media and things that can come into play where, people can feel like, we need to overreact and panic. We're not going to do that. But at the same time, when things need to be changed and things need to be addressed, you got to address them. And that's the bottom line.
Since Thanksgiving weekend, not on the field, but also, closing out this 2024 recruiting class, a lot of noise from the outside about just like what has happened and does this program have positive momentum. How do you, on a day like today, celebrate the wins that you've had in this recruiting class while also, you said that you want to recruit at the highest level in the country, but when you lose guys who you thought were going to be in the boat, how do you celebrate the wins, but also understand that you might not have closed where you might have wanted to close in some areas?
Yeah, you just focus on the guys you have, and I think it's important. You don't focus on the guys you didn't get. You focus on the guys that you have, because that's what really matters. Because ultimately, it's going to be the guys who are in that locker room and the guys who are going to be on the field. And so we know that there's a lot of twists and turns along the way. And ultimately, what matters is the team that we have in August. And we got some really good guys here that are going to be really good football players.
Kellyanne Stitz, WSYX.
Going back to recruiting, how exciting is it to add a guy like Garrett Stover, considering Kate's cousin? You mentioned he brings in that same kind of hardworking mentality. And then also, can you elaborate on what Sam Williams-Dixon brings in with his versatility at running back?
Yep. Again, both Ohio guys that we talked about before are going to be important, for that locker room to They understand what it means to be Buckeyes and growing up in the area. Certainly, Garrett just being part of the family anyway, watching Cade and all that. But and then Sam, with his versatility growing up, just outside of Columbus. But both are really good players, and they're going to bring that mentality when they come to work every day, a toughness, and so they got to lead the way. Guys who are closest to Columbus got to lead the way, and those are two guys that will.
Bill Landis, the podcast.
Ryan, with defensive line recruiting, I guess generally, do you feel like you guys cast a wide enough net when trying to find the right prospects? And additionally to that, this program has always done a pretty good job with offensive linemen of kind of scouring the Midwest and finding, developmental prospects. Obviously, you've done that with this class. It just doesn't seem to happen as much on the defensive line, and I'm wondering maybe why that is.
I think when you say, cast a big enough net, I think so. I mean, we recruit from coast to coast. When you look at our roster just across the board and, where our guys are from, and, I think we're looking from coast to coast. You look at, I guess, in our D-line now, you got a guy from Germany, you got a guy from Seattle, you got guys from different parts of the country. So I think we're looking for the best we can possibly get and the best fit. And so, yeah, I mean, Jack Sawyer's from right down the street. We've got guys from Ohio, and I think everyone wants to come in and develop, at a high level. But I think we've done a really good job, like you said, in the O-line of identifying those guys and having physical guys that are going to come in and work and and want to be at Ohio State and become veteran players. So I mean, two different positions, but I feel like we are casting that net, yeah, and also developing.
And when it comes to Larry, it just seems like, again, and I'm sure in the future they're going to keep weaponizing it against you, the fact that he is, I believe, 72 years old and has been doing this a long time. What is the plan, I guess, to combat that, to stop other programs from using that against you as you move forward?
Well, I think the other part of it, the flip side is that this is a guy who's developed unbelievable players, and some people can talk about how they develop and everything. Like Larry's actually done it, and so there's a body of work there, and and also he's got a lot of wisdom to him. And so, when you're going into a room every day with somebody, you're counting on them to mentor your young man. And I think that's where, families feel comfortable with that. When they hand their son over to Larry Johnson, they know what they're getting. They're going to get someone that's going to pour into them in all areas. And, he's done that with so many different people. And so, he's going to continue to work. He's got, again, a ton of energy, and he's working hard. Recruiting is just like everybody else. There's certainly different challenges these days, as you know, but he is adapting, and we're going to have a really good D-line next year.
I have one signee on the defensive line right now. I think if you guys get good news, at most you'll have two. It just doesn't feel like. I know you're waiting on some guys that were currently on the roster to make some decisions, and that complicates things. But I guess generally with this class and the last couple of classes, do you feel like you've hit the number and quality of defensive linemen you need to?
Yeah, I do. And I hear what you're saying. I think when you look at the guys that we have right now in our numbers, it's 8 and 8, and then we'll look at what these guys are going to do. We have some guys who are really talented who are playing as sophomores and juniors, and if they decide to come back, that's. They take up a lot of the, then you also have Kenyatta, and you have Caden, and you have Mitchell, and these guys are all really good players that are going to play next year as well. So, for a young player who wants to come in and develop and work through and work into the lineup, it's a great opportunity. But ultimately, it's going to come down to what's on the field. And, if we have to look in the portal, if there's a hole, we'll do that as well. But no, I feel like, right now that room is a good room, and, it's a little bit, going to be year to year in some different spots because of the way that, things shake out in the portal and recruiting right now. So I feel good about that room, but, we'll keep looking at it and make sure that we got the right group in August.
Nathan Barrett, Cleveland.com.
We haven't talked to you since Kyle's decision became public. Just anything that you can say as to ways that you think you could have handled that better, or how surprised were you at the way that sort of went sideways?
Yeah, I'm going to just, keep the conversation private between us. But and I really don't want to get into it because I don't think it serves anybody any good. I think Kyle, was very well respected here. We wish him nothing but the best. He played some good football here and spent 3 years here and made a lot of relationships here. And I think he's committed to another school now, and he'll do well there. He will. So I don't think it's worth getting into all right now, but certainly wish him nothing but the best of luck. There's a lot of guys in that room that care about him a lot.
That decision then led to a lot of speculation as to how much you guys would get involved in the transfer portal with the quarterback. How did you look at that, approach that, and ultimately what, I guess, decisions have you made about that?
Yeah, I think that competition is very, very healthy. I think Lincoln's really been coming on. Excited to see Air get going here this spring. But fired up to see the way Devin's been practicing the last few weeks. It's been great for him. Now that he's healthy, his ankle's feeling better, and kind of like, okay, take this thing and run and see how the next couple of weeks go in terms of the way he handles himself. Excited that he's going to be able to play in this game, and then just go from there. But Devin was real close, going into the season, and so this is going to be an awesome opportunity for him to take it and run, and so excited to see that. And again, I think the guys have seen, what he's been, the last couple practices have been very good. But also, Lincoln and Air, I mean, these guys are talented young men who want to get on the field.
I guess specifically, what are you seeing from Devin right now that you like, maybe especially relative to what you were seeing when you made the decision that Thomas would start?
Well, you're seeing. You wait to get into the game to kind of see it all, but I think it's just the experience of getting more and more reps under your belt. But also, when you're with the ones and you're with the starters all the time, I think you can play maybe a little bit more freely and not worried about making a mistake, and so that's been good to see.
Okay, Mark, we pause for
Okay, all right.
Okay, pause. You guys want me to answer some questions? Go to your boy. Yeah, actually.
Put it on speakerphone, Jerry.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll jump back here as we wait for them to come back on camera. But obviously, the big news: Jeremiah Smith reaffirms his intention to sign with Ohio State, waiting for that paperwork to come in. Tony Gerdeman has stepped out. Marc Givler is with us. We could go back to the Ryan Day presser at any second, though. So anything we start, we'll try to finish.
Yeah, as expected with Jeremiah Smith, I know there's been a lot of drama there the last several weeks, and people are on edge today, given kind of some of the other things that are going on. But I'd been pretty much assured this was happening. So they haven't announced the signing yet, but he has stated he's signing with Ohio State. So just wait for the official signature to come in, and at that point, nothing to worry about. So big news for the Buckeyes, top player in the country. A day that's kind of been all over the place so far. Good for them to have some good news here. I'm not going to say I told you so. I'm just glad I don't have to shave my eyebrows. Someone told me I had to shave I should put my money where my mouth is and shave my eyebrows if I was wrong. I'm just glad I got to keep these guys on my not so pretty face.
Yeah, that would be an interesting look with sans eyebrows.
That'd be tough. I don't have a lot to work with, so I need everything I can get. Jeremiah McClellan has not sent his letter of intent in to Oregon yet. So I don't know if there's a holdup on their end. Sometimes there's weird things that happen, like Demarion Witten and one of the Armstrong twins had like some electronic issues this morning, and it went in like an hour or two after they were supposed to. But Oregon is still waiting on that LOI from Jeremiah McClellan. So I'm trying to figure out if that's because Ohio State has got his ear still and they're trying to push him back in this direction or what. But that's one bit of interesting news out there right now.
Yeah, for certain. And people were commenting that my mic was not off and the dog brought the squeak toy over to me. So I apologize for anything that came through on the camera on that. That would be my dog, who is not thrilled that I've been on air for almost 4 hours. And it looks like we probably got a couple more hours left in us at this point. But yeah, the Jeremiah McClellan news, certainly interesting. Got to keep an eye on that. I mean, we still have Edric Houston to watch. We still have Amaris Williams to watch. Wonder what phone call Ryan Day is dealing with right now. You have to wonder. I mean, obviously, there were years that we did this presser at like 3 because Ohio State had to wait for everything to come in, and they wanted to get it done with because they're flying to Dallas on the 23rd. So once the hay is in the barn for today, that is about the break they get because they fly to Dallas on the 23rd. So got to wonder what that call is, who is on the line waiting, to hear from Day, whether it's, trying to keep somebody in place or whether it's somebody that they've been working on. But as more and more players come off the board signed, there are fewer options. I doubt it's Nina calling it from home because the water heater's leaking or something like that. I think that would get sent to somebody else.
Yeah, I mean, I have a few ideas who it might be, but it would just be pure speculation at this point. Again, no LOI from McClellan to Oregon yet. And I don't believe Dominic Kirks has sent his to Washington still. Those would be my guesses.
And remember, today
those would be my guesses.
You don't have to sign today, and that has nothing to do even with February signing day. This is the beginning of, was it a week, half a week, something like that? You have a couple days to.
Yeah, Friday. I think Wednesday.
You have a couple of days to sign here in the early period. So if Ohio State can put enough of a wrench in a situation, we could really come out of today not knowing what the December class is going to look like. Again, that's all speculation. To GDJ's question, did JJ send in his letter of intent yet? No, but you got to remember, if you send a letter of intent and you make it known to schools, the only school that's probably going to keep it a secret is the one that's landing him. Other schools have no real obligation to keep it secret at that point. So he had a press conference. He had to get through all of that. I've been to Shaman Ramadan. I've not really been inside the interior, but I don't know if he's right there at, how are they transmitting the letter of intent? I mean, obviously with some electronic mishaps or whatever, I kind of wondered why the Armstrong twins were separated by an hour, and Marc's answer kind of, shed some light on that. I don't know if I go and have a full on presser the way Jeremiah does, only to have a change of heart 5 minutes after. I mean, stranger stuff has happened, I guess. I mean, I guess a mom could run away with a letter of intent and, threaten, or she could run away and say, I'm not going to sign it because you're not 18. But, we're getting into the annals of some of the craziest recruiting stories at that point.
Yeah, nothing officially announced from Ohio State regarding Jeremiah. So it's not, they haven't either received it or they haven't, whichever interns drawn the social media task today hasn't gotten around to getting it on the Twitter account, but Ohio State has not announced it yet. But I know everyone's going to hold their breath until the signature comes in Ohio State, but I really, of all the things to worry about today, I think that's the one you don't have to. I think there's plenty to worry about today. I just don't think that's one of them.
Yeah, I had talked to some people leading up who tried their best to assure me that how this was going to happen. I'm still watching to make sure I see when Ryan Day walks into frame, but they're like, it's not happening. He's going to Ohio State. But you don't know until you know. So I can appreciate where everybody was with their concern. I mean, hell, Ryan Day was concerned. I mean, Ryan Day had, he came in and people were saying, "Oh, he looks so low energy. He looks like," I mean, everything is, is beating him down and everything else. And, he gave a pretty good reaction when the news came out of what happened. I mean, he stayed within the green area for the NC2A and didn't say anything that he shouldn't say, but you could tell that a weight was lifted.
Yeah, it's you never, I guess you never really know until you know. And if you've been through this enough, you know that get the signature.
Right.
Does it mean as much as it used to with the portal now and everything? Probably not, but it's still, verbal commitments these days, just they mean so little, as we're finding out here the last couple of weeks. So a lot of schools are finding that out. They haven't realized that yet. So it's been crazy to follow this nationally too. I check Twitter here and there and just kind of see if anything weird's happening nationally. And it looks like, there's still some big names up in the air there too.
Jordan
So
Seaton, flirtations with Maryland. I mean,
Yeah. So it is, I find it, we're well beyond the point that Jeremiah McClellan should have sent in his LOI, I think. So again, you wonder as Ryan Day takes a phone call, is McClellan back in play, or is this a Dominic Kirk's thing where he wants to talk to the head coach? I don't think it's Edric because they're like right now at their signing thing. I think he's about to go here.
Half hour.
Morris Williams coming up in about 30, 40 minutes. So there's a few possibilities here. And then again, it could be someone we're not even thinking about. It could be someone could have reached out. They could have found somebody, and yeah, it's not Dylan Raiola. That I can promise you.
Yeah, no.
I can rule that one out.
Negative, Ghost Rider. That pattern is full. Speedman 606. I'll try to get to your question before Ryan Day shows up. If we have to pull out, it's because Ryan is back. If a commit decides to flip, can the recruiters immediately offer someone else and sign them within the signing period? Why couldn't they? I mean, I think it's a matter of how quickly can you get somebody a letter of intent to sign. I mean, is really what it comes down to. I mean, I don't know if it's something that you're still having to FedEx to them and overnight them paperwork to be able to electronically transmit, but you're not forbidden from recruiting anybody, and a kid is not forbidden from committing. And if you're within a signing period, yeah, you can sign them.
Yeah, that's the hard part now, is so many people have signed already this morning. So once they sign, that's a tough deal. So that's really the problem, is can you get to someone fast enough? You almost have to start the ball rolling like over the weekend and be like, hey, we don't know what's going to happen on Wednesday. We may be sending you a letter of intent. Can you wait? Just give us till lunchtime or, whatever, or let us figure this out. Because if you don't communicate that beforehand, again, someone may have signed already and you reach out and like, oh, sorry, I just signed with whoever an hour ago. So that's the challenge at this point. But yeah, it's well within the rules to offer someone new and to get them to sign if they haven't signed somewhere else.
I'm just typing something to answer a question. Somebody asking about wanting a list of the kids that have signed. I'm just stepping away for a second. I had to throw something to get the cat to leave something alone. The joys of being house dad, and the wife is gone, so I'm having to deal with the pets today.
I've got the dog and the toddler locked in the basement with grandma, so I'm doing okay so far. I'm waiting for that circus to come to town.
No grandma here for me to be able to lean upon. We will try our best, and if we don't get to these super chats in full before Ryan Day returns to the podium, we will get them after. Logan Bartlett, since Day's quarterback, best in program history. As a new coach, he has had to navigate a COVID season, addition of NIL, transfer portal fiasco, and AD to help with NIL. So, I mean, he has come in and had to deal with a lot of change. And I mean, he was there for the ascension and everything of CJ Stroud, who I think people are seeing with what he's been doing with the Houston Texans. I mean, granted, he's been injured. He's probably not going to play this weekend either due to being in the concussion protocol. Yes, he didn't beat Michigan. The levelness of the playing field may be in question on that one. That's for another show. But everybody ready to run Ryan Day, may be a little reactionary. Yeah, go ahead. I was seeing what the next super chat was.
The NIL and the portal and everything, like, we can speculate all we want. We don't know how Urban Meyer, for example, would have handled this. We don't. We can have our opinions on it, but we don't know. We don't know how Jim Tressel would have handled this. I mean, I know a lot of coaches kind of, it's a basketball example, but I can tell you the reason Jay Wright is not Villanova's head basketball coach right now is because of all this. He saw this coming, wanted nothing to do with it. And so you just don't know. We've gone through such a change here the last couple of years. It's just really hard to know how coaches 5-10 years ago that we remember would have handled today's environment.
Yeah, I mean, it's completely different in the days of the Bobby Bowdens and Eddie Robinsons spending umpteen million years at a program. That we're just not going to see that anymore. It's not that coaches back in the day didn't have to work hard and do everything else. And I mean, again, they worked very hard based on what their, what the era was and what was called there. But it's different now. And I think that when you hear rumors of, even guys like Lincoln Riley talking about, I'm not going to be doing this forever, I only want to do this for X amount of years. I mean, he's still a young buck in terms of, being on the coaching ranks. It's, it's a grind. I mean, it's sort of like when somebody takes, over the U.S. presidency and you look at a picture when they're campaigning and you look at a picture at the end of their first term or a picture at the end of their second term, and it looks like they've aged 50 years. There's a certain extent of that too when it comes to college coaches. Now, they're well compensated, college coaches, not U.S. presidents, but they're very well compensated. You're making your money, but there's not much respite. Ryan Dawes. I was going to say, Ryan Dawes, I know this is an OSU show, but is Raiola going to end a good thing for them? Well, I mean, is Raiola going to get the keys to the Ferrari? I mean, it's not really a Ferrari there at this point, but is he going to get the keys to the castle? Because he has been somebody who's changed his mind, like, somebody changes their, their tie. I mean, it's just been constant. And it's pretty obvious there that the family is quite involved in his athletic career. And while I understand that an uncle is on the coaching staff there, does Raiola come in and play and is his play outweigh the level of distraction that could be there? Or does the distraction situation, does this turn into the playing version of Scott Frost as the head coach? You bring in favored son Scott Frost, who's supposed to do no wrong. Wrong happens and people lose their mind. I mean, that's not going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say yes for the simple fact that even if that kind of blows up spectacularly on Nebraska, they have such a quarterback problem right now that it's worth the risk of any, thing going sideways there. And on top of that, it just
here's Ryan again.
Let's go to Dave.
Go Ryan.
All right, we're gonna continue. Steve Hellwagon, 24/7 Sports.
Yeah, Coach. The academic calendar here kind of derails a lot of what you can get done in terms of the portal and everything else. I know class is starting in January. Do you expect one or two portal people to be with you when class starts in January, or is that still a possibility?
It's definitely a possibility. Yeah. We're looking at it hard, and we're recruiting guys, and we have a visit window there in January right before classes start. So, we wanted to do a great job finishing today, but we've been once the portal opened, we've identified them and a big part of it is, making sure we have the right fit. And part of the process is you don't have a time to get to know who these guys are. So sometimes you bring them on visits and you learn about who they are. You make sure it's the right fit, and then you go from there. So, we're going to be all over it.
Running back, you lose Evan, you lose Chip. From where we sit, we don't know where Trey stands. Seems like Dallin would come back, and you're adding 2 guys here. Just what do you do about that situation? How are you working to manage it, I guess? Is portal part of that?
Yes. I mean, it could be, based on how things shake out here. But, again, let, Trey, he's going to, got a decision to make for sure. But we'll go from there and, kind of see how that goes. And that'll obviously have an effect on how that room looks next year.
Dan Hope, 11 Warriors.
Just to follow up on transfers, I mean, obviously there's been some schools that have added a lot of guys. You guys haven't added anyone yet. Do you feel like you guys are behind it all in that process?
No. We have a handful of guys that have to make some decisions here, and that plays into all this because, as you know, things affect other things. And so now, if there's somebody there that we think fits right now, we'll jump on it. We've had some guys that have already visited, and but we have to make sure that not only can they help on the field, but also they're the right fit for a lot of different reasons. And so we have an opportunity to have a really good group come back next year. I mean, and so that all plays into this. But we're all over it. We've had some guys visit, and we're going to keep pushing towards it because, again, there's just in the past you had your recruiting class, you added those guys in it used to be February. Now it's December. And then, that was pretty much your team. Now there's just so many more variables at play. So, we're just going to keep taking it 1 week at a time. And ultimately, we want to have the best roster in the country in August.
How do you strike that balance between, recruiting guys in the portal while you still don't know what some of the other decisions are going to be?
Yeah, it's all new. It's one of those things you try to do everything you can to have the best roster, but also, you have a team you want to manage and make sure that, you're making it competitive across the board. But yeah, that's part of this run right here from, the beginning of December all the way to, really through January is interesting. There's a lot of dynamics at play. And so you just take it one day at a time and do the best you can. But, it's a different balance than certainly has been the case in the past.
Are you going into the Cotton Bowl with Devin as the guy at quarterback, or could Lincoln get some snaps in there too?
The plan is still play Devin, and if the situation comes up to get Lincoln in the game, we would do that. But this is going to be Devin's game to play.
Far right, Matt Parker, Letterman Road.
Ryan, just by chance, was that phone call from Beaufort, Georgia?
I can't comment on that.
Okay. Well,
worth a shot, right?
Yeah. Until then, as it relates to finding guys late in the cycle, guys like Gabe Van Sickle and Leroy and things like that, what goes into scouting guys into their senior year? And do you have to look at guys with a different lens when it's super late in the cycle?
Yeah. And, you have to identify how they fit into the whole room and whether it's a position or those type of things. And, we just see somebody who's a really good athlete, somebody who, when you watch the film, he's not playing, in terms of, he's not playing down in Texas or playing at, some of the bigger schools, but, when you see him out there, you recognize him. He sticks out. He plays at a high level, and I think that he's going to transition really well into college football.
All right, folks, we've got about 5 more guys that I need to get to for questions, but I also have a commitment for Coach at 1:15 with the Big Ten Network. So I'm going to pause this, Coach, if you don't mind. If we're going to go in and knock that out so we can get that done. We'll be back here in about 10
Okay,
minutes.
you got it. All right.
Patrick Houston is staying with Ohio State.
Yes, we will keep an eye on Ryan Day in 3 parts here. So
I'm actually watching. I've got his announcement up. I've got the stream of his announcement up on another tab here, and they haven't actually done anything there yet. But he's got an Ohio State hat, it looks like, in front of him. Doesn't strike me as the type of person who's just going to all of a sudden toss that aside when everyone else kind of has their hats, their one hat out in front of them. But I know what's being reported as well. Nothing has been signed and sent in yet, but it's certainly looks like Ohio State could hold on here. And then you have to wonder, okay, if that's happening, when's Jeremiah McClellan and Dom Kirk's LOIs going through? Because
Yeah, I mean, this is something. I mean, this is kind of like a game thread on the huddle board where the other team comes out and scores a touchdown on the first series and everything is wrong, and then things start to right themselves, and we're to the point where things are righting themselves with the Jeremiah Smith news. I mean, granted, let's see when that LOI comes in with this Edric Houston report from Hayes Fawcett over at On3 that he's sticking with Ohio State. Let's see when that LOI is in. But, it's certainly turning into more of a better situation. I'll jump in here with Brian Melberg. McClellan's going to Oregon, according to Twitter. Well, until that letter of intent's in, nothing is done. I mean, he announced a flip, but I honestly can remember times, and I can't tell you who, but I remember nationally watching kids who flip only to flip back by the end of the day before they get their paperwork in. So, I'm not here to sit there and say that Ohio State recruiting fans should be high-fiving and absolutely celebrating that this is like the greatest class ever, because there certainly were some disappointments, some guys that fell off. I mean, you still have to feel bad about the loss of Justin Scott. You have to feel a little confused how they weren't, able to close on Karan Jones or Coy Parrish or guys like that. But this is sure a hell of a lot better than what it could have been.
Yeah, I mean, now you're just waiting for the signatures. So you're waiting. If you're Ohio State, obviously you're waiting for Jeremiah Smith and Edric Houston to have their signatures sent in. You're waiting to see Oregon announce Jeremiah McClellan, which they haven't done yet. And again, we will see kind of what is made out of this Dom Kirk's thing, because I don't think Washington still has announced that signing. So it's still fluid until these signatures are in. So we'll see what happens here. But
it's like water. It's fluid until it's solid. Frank Carone, if we lose McClellan, does that hurt us? Well, it doesn't help. I mean, it's not a great situation losing him. He is, he's a kid that Ohio State coveted. Ohio State could have gone out and really pursued about any receiver it wanted to. I mean, maybe it doesn't land like a Micah Hudson who goes to Texas Tech or whatever, but I think Ohio State is the it school for wide receivers, and to lose somebody at the last minute like that, I mean, at least it appears it's going to be a no worse than a two-man receiver class. There were concerns that it was going to be a one-man receiver class, and that would have been an issue.
Yeah, I mean, if you trust Brian Hartline's evaluations, you should really like Jeremiah McClellan, because Brian Hartline really likes Jeremiah McClellan. So it's a position where, yeah, I mean, if you can afford a bad loss, a top 100 kid to decommit from you, that's probably the one position they can't afford to take that hit, but it's definitely a hit.
Yeah, and I mean, just, based on numbers and everything else, but just based on what Jeremiah McClellan is. I mean, he is a fantastic receiver. He is, super athletic and do a lot of things well. I mean, I would rather be in a world where Ohio State lands Jeremiah McClellan than doesn't land Jeremiah McClellan. But then again, all of it's good for business for us to talk about. So there you go. So do you have the Buford presser up somewhere? I mean, because I'm curious, I mean, what Bolden is going to do. I mean, have they shown anything with KJ?
So right now they got them all out at a table. Right now we're talking about Dylan Raiola. Dylan Raiola is to Edric Houston's right. KJ is to Edric Houston's left. And again, a lot of these kids have their school hat in front of them. Edric Houston appears to have an Ohio State hat in front of him. There is no hat in front of KJ Bolden. So, and he's at the very end of the line. So it looks like it's going to go Raiola here, and then it's going to go Edric Houston, and then it's going to go KJ Bolden. But again, Houston has an Ohio State hat in front of him, and KJ Bolden does not have a hat in front of him right now. So that's the latest there. Again, we understand the reports that he's going to stick with Ohio State. I understand. Again, we talked about it earlier. I said that Ohio State hadn't been told that they were out. They were still working it. So there's reason for optimism here. He's got like I say, he's got the Ohio State hat. It's not like the hat dance. There's not like 5 hats in front of each kid. Each kid's got like the hat of the school they're going to in front of them. And then KJ Bolden's got nothing. So this would be a pretty ridiculous troll job from a kid that I don't think has done a lot of that stuff over the last 2 years. So we'll see. But yeah, it's looking optimistic right now. And you just want to wait and see him like announce it to the public and maybe get that signature in there. But
well, and a lot of people are saying the right things on social right now. I mean, I see a picture of Edric with a Ohio State hat on, but I don't know if that was from when he announced that he was committing to Ohio State. It's sometimes difficult to be able to get all of the, parameters of where a photo or a piece comes from. I know that one of the sites out there is saying that Houston is signed. Again, until I see something from the university announcing him, I'm going to not go 100% in. It's just, for sanity's sake, you just don't want to be wrong on stuff like this. I mean, there are going to be times you're going to be wrong on predictions, but don't make an unforced error. But, somebody saying Edric signed already. I mean, maybe he had signed something and sent it in this morning. But I don't think Ryan Day would have been as off balance as he was during the presser if things were really that up in the air. I mean, obviously people felt that there was some concern, obviously with Jeremiah Smith, and I'm not here to debate what other sites are doing. I'm friends with people from almost every site in this marketplace. So we have a healthy competition. There's a rivalry, but at the end of the day, we all drink beers together because it would be a really lonely business if we all hated each other.
What I think is happening right now, what I think has been happening with this is people are, because Edric is saying he's sticking with Ohio State, people are running their pre-written signing day stories on him, which include like Edric Houston signs with Ohio State. Because if the ink was in, this would be on Twitter, on the Ohio State Twitter. I mean, that's the only official word we're going to get is from the Ohio State Twitter. But it looks very good right now, and they've just got to kind of announce this. Houston looks like, yep, it's Ohio State on the feed. So
right, and I don't know where you are, but like they just in the last minute Bolden to Georgia.
Yeah, I just saw that he just put the black Georgia hat in front of him on the table. So the Buford curse is over for Georgia.
Well, we'll see. I mean,
now Georgia's Twitter account's got to announce the signing.
Right. Maybe he and Jeremiah McClellan and some of these other guys are just going to start a band or something. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, and people are saying, I read from 24/7 he's sticking with OSU. If we're talking about Edric Houston, I mean, look at our screen. I have that he's sticking with Ohio State. So I don't think that we're not disputing that. We're just stating the fact that as of now, the best information that we have is that Edric Houston's paperwork is not in possession in the hands of Ohio State's coaches, because there's nothing on the Ohio State Twitter account. And
this
Ryan
press conference is like signing day. You guys are getting a feel for how hectic and crazy it can get. So appreciate your guys' patience. Right, I know. We'll take 3 here. Let's finish this thing up.
Ryan, in this era, has it become harder to hold on to guys late in the process and go like wire to wire with? I don't know if you've had good news lately, but some guys defecting. It seems like it's become more common in this era.
Like I said, now it takes twists and turns along the way, and you keep swinging. There's going to be guys that commit early. There's going to be guys that commit late. There's going to be back and forth along the way, and so you just keep pushing. And again, the ultimate goal is to have the best roster in America, in August. So, we're always going to be aggressive in recruiting and try to go after guys at a young age, and you just keep going from there. But we have competitive rooms, and so guys want to come in and compete, and so again, I think it's more and more a challenge year in, year out, but it's going to be like that moving forward, and we'll continue to recruit guys, all the way to the end.
Singular or trend why you think maybe if the last minute some guys leave?
I don't know. Every situation is probably different. Yeah.
Austin Ward, podcast.
Brian, I think you said right now you're working at a number around 83 or 84.
Yep.
So when 14 guys go in the portal, it seems like that probably had to happen. How do you get to a number like that? How do you process it? Were there any, maybe one or two were a surprise to you? What's the situation when you get to that point? How do you get to it? How do you manage it?
Yeah, well, I think it was a little bit when you look at just the numbers of it all of COVID and just having an extra year in there, kind of got log jammed a little bit, and some guys that felt like as they looked at maybe some guys that could be coming back or maybe their projection going into next year, they felt like they would have an opportunity to possibly get on the field sooner somewhere else, and so it's sort of become part of the process. And the thing about Ohio State is, we recruit obviously at a high level, and so when guys maybe don't get on the field in year 2 or year 3, they're probably going to have opportunities at other places, and there's no hard feelings. It's just, hey, this is part of college football, and wish those guys nothing but the best of luck, and still help them, with their transition of where they were going, and so but you could tell coming out of last year, based on how many guys come back now, that we were over. Yeah.
In the summer, I think maybe at Big Ten Media Days, you said, leave the calendar alone. There's been too many changes. Every time they've moved the signing day up, there's been unintended consequences. The way that this month is structured right now, with the portal, with NFL draft decisions, with recruiting, with coaching changes, with the bowl games, next year with the playoff, do you still think you just have to leave December like that? Or what, assuming you could get your way,
right?
What would you want it
Well,
to be?
the challenge is that a lot of these guys are coming at mid-year now, so you can't wait till January because classes start in January. So and if you push it back any further, now you're getting into the season. So it's not easy. It is chaotic. But as we sit right now, the way the calendar lays, I'm not sure. It could be done any other way other than maybe moving it up to the summer or to the spring.
That's another set of problems.
Exactly right. Exactly right. Yeah.
Bill Rabinowitz, Columbus Dispatch.
I don't know if can you comment on Jeremiah Smith and Edric Houston?
I can't right now. I know we're kind of.
Okay.
No.
Can you then, in more generic
Yes.
terms, describe
Yeah.
what this day has been like for you? Because I can only imagine you literally buckled earlier. What has this day been like for you?
I mean, the first beer is going to taste good. I can tell you that right now. Yeah, well, whichever one's the coldest. No, it's this is signing day, and when you have really good players, it's going to come down to the wire, and that's how it goes. And it's the most competitive environment there is in in all sports when it comes down to signing day, when you're trying to get after some of the best players in the country, and so that's just how it goes. But excited that we're able to add some big pieces here.
I mean, how much true uncertainty was there this morning, or did it take you by surprise that there was talk of this guy maybe decommitting, and you did lose a wide receiver, but just, how do you kind of sum up the day?
Well, there's a lot of variables in place now that weren't in the past. So there's a little bit more unknown than previously. You're not always sure exactly, all the details of everything that's going on. It's just kind of the way things are now. So there is some uncertainty as you head into today.
Can you say who that phone call was with?
I don't think I can. Yeah. It was with a recruit.
Tim May, the Tim May Show.
Thank you, Jerry. Speaking of that, what you just touched on, is it unseemly what's going on now where, you're trying to show a guy how you're going to develop him, blah, blah, blah. And by the way, Coach, how much am I getting?
Yeah.
Aspect of it. How much has that become the major aspect of it, or at least for the top tier talent without, I know you won't name names, but because we're under the impression a lot of this had to do a lot with that, in some form or fashion.
I think it's become a bigger part of it every year, and the opportunity is become different, and so that's part of it that you have to figure. But you also have to figure your own team, your own roster, your own locker room as well. So there's a balance there, and I think we're all working towards adapting to that and making sure we find the right balance.
And I would think some of the guys that have left this program in the last several weeks might have walked in and wanted a raise. I mean, for want of another term. I mean, that's fairly accurate, isn't it, too? I mean, in some respects. I mean, how do you deal with that part of it?
Well, I think everybody, wants what's fair, and I think that's absolutely, fair for them to think that way. And so it's our job to advocate for them. But at the same time, there's only so many spots on the roster, and you have to manage it the best you can.
Yeah. And one other quickie before I ask the last one. The only reason I asked because I didn't get a chance to ask you this. Donovan Jackson, on y'all's last offensive play, trips over your center. You know what I mean? And the guy comes in, a little twist stunt and stuff. Is it still stunning to you that almost a whole season, in some respects, comes down to almost serendipity there in some respects?
I mean, I was just enjoying a couple things, and now we got to go back to this. No, it's. I
mean,
you're
Donovan,
right.
It has to live with it. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, we all do. We all do. Yeah, and that's playing at Ohio State. And we're 11-1, and it comes all the way down to like you said, the last few minutes of the game, and so yeah, you don't just wake up the next day and think everything's okay. It doesn't work that way. But at the same time, no one's going to feel sorry for you. You got to move on, and we got a great team and a great program and a great culture. But yeah, I mean that hurts, and we've said it before. You've heard me say it. It can come down to one play, and so here we are. But again, you don't just forget about that kind of stuff. But you got to move on, and we are.
But it speaks to what he's about too. I mean, just him. There are other guys too like this. He doesn't want that as his last play and stuff. I mean, he's playing in his cotton bowl and relishing it, right? Have you seen some fire and vigor out of him?
Yeah, and he's not the only one. I think there's a lot of guys that have that feeling, like they don't want to leave without winning that game. That's for sure. I mean, that's been a huge part of the conversations. Yeah.
And last thing, when you make evaluations on a coaching staff, you were asked this earlier, but just generally, like Austin was asking about the calendar and stuff, there doesn't seem to be, you know what I mean, a really good time until after January the 1st or the 5th or whatever you want to call it, right? I mean, does that make it, I don't know, uncomfortable for you in that respect of you're selling this program, et cetera, but you also want to maybe make some changes?
Yeah, I mean, you have to take into consideration the timing of everything. Yeah, and so we'll do that. But yeah, I mean, you go through the season and you work through the season, and then you come up for air and figure out what you need to do to fix things and how you need to make changes if appropriate.
Can I ask one more?
Sure, why not?
You came in here. Some things were up in the air. You're leaving this press conference feeling how? Meaning about this signing class.
I mean, there was some pieces that we felt like we needed to get coming out of this. Did we get everything? Did we get the whole wish list? No, but we got a lot of things covered, and that's really good moving forward. So now on to the next phase of putting this roster together. But a lot of hard work by a lot of people for this class, and I'm fired up about that part of it.
Thank you, man. And we're going to wrap up with Jeremy Birmingham, podcast.
In this class, you have guys you can't talk about yet who have been committed for over a year and top-ranked player in the country, all the drama in the world around the recruitment, maybe not on their account, but it happens anyway. You have players like Miles Lockhart, who first time he camped here in June of 2022, knew he wanted to play at Ohio State, never visited another school, but still waited a year to commit and then signed without an incident. You have players like the Armstrong twins, who you saw in high school almost 2 years ago when they were 6'5" and 230 pounds, defensive, end almost looking offensive lineman. Is there still a common thread that you can find in recruiting that keeps all these things that feel fundamentally different the same? I mean, everything's changing, but are there still things that are like go-to everlasting truths?
Yeah, I think relationships is the number one thing. I learned that early on in this process. There are more and more variables every year. There's more things that go on, but it comes down to relationships, and everybody's different. You look at the guys that we have from all kinds of different states, different backgrounds. But again, I go back to they all want the bright lights. They want to be relevant. They want big. And when you come to Ohio State, that's what you have to think. And you got to want all of that. And I think that's the common thread that runs through these guys. Everybody's on a different timetable. Everybody goes through it a little bit differently. But ultimately, they all get here and end up, starting fresh.
You said you didn't get the entire wish list. There's still decisions that have to be made for the NFL. What's left on that wish list if you project ahead to February or the portal? I mean, where do you look at it and say, this may be a spot we need to shore up?
I think it depends on, some of the decisions that are made here in the next month. And, I'm optimistic because I think a lot of these guys, feel like, there's some unfinished business here and there's a great opportunity to come back and have a great team on all three phases and both sides of the ball. So, that with this class coming in and then, maybe some additions here and there in the portal when appropriate. I think we have a chance to, and again, what's the goal? The best roster in America in August. So we're going to keep working towards that.
Coach, thank you very much.
Am I allowed to talk about that one? Yeah.
I think so, right? Sure.
Yeah, so make sure I'm good. Yeah. So we can talk about Edric? Yeah. I said the word. Edric Houston. Really, really excited about Edric. This is somebody, Larry worked hard on this one. Comes from an unbelievable program down in Buford. We feel like he's an impact player day one. It's a long process to get the signing day here, but we identified him early as somebody who was a difference maker. And again, I give Larry a lot of credit for the relationships he built down there. Tim Walton is a guy from down in Georgia who did a great job in this process as well. And his family and his coaches have been huge in this process. So that was a big one for us for sure. Yes, that was him that I talked to. Appreciate you guys. Thanks for your patience, guys. Appreciate you. Thanks.
All right, let me take the mic, put the mics back on. That is the end of the Ryan Day presser in 3 parts. Edric Houston was the player that he spoke to on the phone. He admitted right there. His paperwork is in. We did a signing day capsule. Don't go over and look at it quite yet. You're here with us on the live stream. But, Mark, how important is that? And how, everybody was damn sure he was gone until he wasn't.
That's why we hold off on these things sometimes. And, I even late last night said, I'm going to stick with Ohio State on this one. It got very nervous, I guess, for Ohio State this morning, but hey, no one's going to remember in 5 years how this went. They're just going to remember whether Edric Houston signed with Ohio State or didn't. So that's really all that matters. It's a results-oriented business. How you get to that point is almost irrelevant. So huge pickup for Ohio State. I think he's in the rotation next year. He's already big enough to play in the Big Ten. He's, unbelievably talented kid, freak athlete. So I think he's one of the best 5 or 6 players in the country. If you told me he's like number 1 or number 2 on your list, I wouldn't really argue. I think Jeremiah Smith's the best player, but when you start talking position value and things like that, Edric's right up there for me. He's a special talent.
Yeah, I remember when we were down at Buford during Southern Swing, and you had all sorts of things like I think I would have a hard time not putting Edric Houston number 1 nationally. I was like, talking about the same class with Jeremiah Smith, and you have always been very, very high, very complimentary on Houston's game. And again, during a spring game, people weren't running full motor or whatever, but you could see just he was
Edric was running full motor.
he was built different. He was just different. And he goes to a school of dudes that are built different. I mean, so to be a king of kings like that is saying something.
Yeah, I mean, just a total monster of a prospect. I think, again, you talk about like the Rushman package, being able to move him inside in those situations, and he's one of the rare high school kids. Most high school kids can either beat you with speed or power. They can't beat you with both. They just haven't. They don't have all the tools yet. They haven't been coached enough to use everything. He can beat you with speed and power already. Just a kind of a rare, really rare player. Again, I can't really say enough about him. I think him and Jeremiah are two of the best handful of players in the country. And so we'll see what happens here the next hour or two.
I was going to say, Amaris Williams' presser is supposed to start in 1 minute. So that is the next thing. And as you're dialing that up, or other people are dialing that up as a second screen, no, don't drop out of this one. Ryan Day talked about that. First beer is going to taste really good, and I don't blame him. I'm not here to say that people need to start a little day drinking, but he may want to start a little day drinking once he's done with his media obligations, because this has been quite the tumultuous day so far.
Yeah, that's life. That's life in modern college football. I mean, this is why you make the big bucks, to go through these types of stressful days and keep things rolling. So you can't blame him. I mean, he's only human, but this is why, you know, it's a high pressure job, it's a high stress job, and they're paid accordingly. That's why they're making the money they do.
Mika Han is saying, when can they talk about J.J. Smith? You cannot talk about a kid until you have that letter of intent back. That is when you can do it. That you can't do it beforehand. You know, a kid can go on worldwide television and say that, you know, that you've committed XYZ, but until they have that paperwork, that is the contract at that point, so to speak. And even I use that term loosely, because a letter of intent is not necessarily infallible, but yeah, it'll be interesting there. Mika, really quick, do we offer Deshaunte Jones out of Glenville? Mark, I'll let you kind of talk about that. You are more of our Glenville expert than I am.
Look, I think he's one of the most underrated players in the state. I think he's a Big Ten kid. I think a lot of schools are missing the boat there, but I don't think so. I think with the way 2025 is shaping up, even just in the state of Ohio at running back, I think they're probably just going to stick with what they've got here and maybe go portal if they need to, especially if Trey Henderson leaves. But, you know, and to what we were talking about there a minute ago with the LOI, and you have to sign, that's all we were saying earlier on Houston. We weren't trying to tell you guys he wasn't coming, or that, you know, he wasn't intending to come. We watched him essentially tell the world he's going to Ohio State. I did end up getting confirmation from an Ohio State source that Edric had kind of told them he's in. And, but you saw it during the press conference. They didn't have the signature yet, because Day was asked about him a couple times and said, I can't talk about it. And then eventually, right when you saw the tweet kind of go out from the Ohio State account that they received the letter, then Day was then able to talk about Edric Houston there at the end. So the same holding pattern with Jeremiah Smith. They've got to get the letter. And the same thing we're talking about on the other side. Like, we're not telling you that Jeremiah McClellan isn't going to Oregon. What we're telling you, we know he has committed to Oregon verbally, but he has not sent in the LOI as of like 2 minutes ago. So until that's in and that's announced, you know, there's still that little bit of, you know, wiggle room or whatever. But yeah, and there's no reason to think JJ's not a done deal. He had an announcement ceremony. So if he wants to keep things quiet, he's not going to sign before the announcement ceremony, because that stuff kind of gets leaked. And so he's got to, you know, shake all the hands of the people that came to see him at the announcement ceremony, and got to maybe wait for some teammates to do the same thing. And he'll sit down in the school office or whatever, and he'll sign it and he'll send it in. I have no worries about that. But that's just the technicalities we're talking about now.
Right. I mean, there's something to it. And somebody is talking about how negative, you know, let's not forget that, when the show started, I mean, there was
Well, hang on. Can't stand to be wrong about what I had Houston to Ohio State.
Yeah, I know. But, we're going to get.
I had Edric to Ohio State, so I wasn't wrong about that. We were just talking about what was going on.
But people are going to have their things. I mean, let's just remember that Florida State is having a really bad day right now. Florida State thinks it's getting KJ Bolden. I mean, and Florida for that matter. Florida's had a couple guys flip to either Alabama or Texas. I mean, there are programs that are living what it was that we felt that Ohio State may be going through. And talking about bad news, Tony Gerdeman is back, so let's bring him in. Hey, buddy, how's it going?
I
Wow.
cannot believe the way you guys attacked Larry Johnson and said it was over and said that he needed to go away and never be heard from again. Boy, I hope you guys are ashamed of yourself. And of course, I'm just talking about myself. And so credit to Mark for sticking with Edric Houston there. I had you guys on while I was in the car running some errands. And, you come back from day dropping in, dropping off, and I hear, well, it looks like Edric Houston is sticking with Ohio State. And I almost had to pull the car over because I couldn't believe what I was hearing. And that is a significant win for Ryan Day. And I wonder how related it is to Ryan Day saying that, yes, Larry Johnson is going to be back next year.
Wow. But also at that point, that was before the Houston news he took the Houston call and everything. I get it. I understand it. Larry Johnson isn't getting any younger. I don't necessarily want to be I don't want to be the guy that's on record of still hammering the point, but do we really know if he's back? I mean, we'll see. But as Ohio State, finds out here in the next couple of minutes about Amaris Williams, I mean, you have Eric Mensah in the class, you have Edric Houston in the class. Both of those guys are signed. But let's not change the story that even if they get to 3, they're still about 2 under the number that Mark had, which I agree with, that they needed about 5 defensive linemen. And you seemingly had, you had Justin Scott committed for some time and he disappears. David Greenshield via Super Chat says, never trust a man who puts ketchup on steaks. You thought they were sitting in really good shape for Marquise Lightfoot until they weren't. You see guys go to South Carolina over Ohio State. There's a lot, there's a lot going on there that's an issue. And Thomas Ridley says, age has nothing to do with it, Kevin. You're stuck on that for some reason. Then why do programs recruit against Ohio State and Larry Johnson for his age? You can't go on forever. Larry Johnson can be the most spry 71-year-old in the world. He very well may be. He is very spry. But with that being said, is he going to be doing this for 5 more years? Maybe. I don't know. Why a program's been doing this for 10 years. I mean, recruiting against Larry Johnson for 10 years like this. It's just a reality. And people saying that I'm being ageist or whatever, I'm fine. Whatever. It's still a young man's game. And, Ryan Day says that, well, Larry's got, wisdom and everything else. So does the Dalai Lama. I don't want the Dalai Lama teaching me a swim move. So I don't know. I just disagree with you. They can use it as a weapon to scare kids. But the reality is I'm not putting a lot of money on him holding this same position in 3 years or even maybe 2 years. I think we're getting to the end of the road.
Well, it's just there's a little bit of shooting the messenger going on here. That is what is happening on the recruiting trail. Teams are using Larry Johnson's age against Ohio State. That's just a fact. So we have to acknowledge that when we talk about these things. I think Ohio State could be better in terms of laying out what their actual plan is. And maybe that's because Larry Johnson doesn't know. He seems to be on a year-to-year deal at this point where every year around this time he reevaluates if he wants to continue coaching. And every year so far it's been, yes, I want to continue coaching. I haven't heard anything about him retiring. That was never relayed to me these last few weeks, but we'll see. We'll see what happens. I do think they need a plan. If that's Larry Johnson staying, fine. Let us bring in an assistant to help him recruit and kind of have an idea of that's going to be kind of the next thing. But yes, it looks like Amaris Williams has picked Auburn. That's a tough one as well. It's not Edric Houston level, but that's a tough one. I mean, Ohio State was the driving force in kind of getting him away from Florida and had a lead there for a while. And Auburn wasn't really even being mentioned very much until a week or two ago. So that's a tough one to kind of swallow there if you're Ohio State, kind of knowing where that was for you for a big part of the fall. And, it is what it is at this point. It looks like he's made his decision. We'll wait and see for the signature because that's again, not to beat the dead horse, but that's the key here. Kids can flip flop all they want right now, but until they sign with somebody, it's still out in the open.
Right. I'm hoping that we don't have to stay on the air until the last thing is in, because who knows when that may be. That may be after dinner time at this rate. I mean, it's about 1:50. We've been on the air for 4 hours and 50 minutes. What is our record? Did we do we went 6 before or something? What did we do last signing day?
Last year was over 6. It was right around 6. Who is they talking about when he said it might go into the night? Do we have any idea on that one?
I think he was just talking in general or something.
Okay,
I don't know if he had somebody. I don't know if he had somebody specifically mentioned there. I mean, hopefully, it's not a case of that. Jeremiah Smith is going to go and have to drive down to Miami to send in his letter of intent or whatever. As I keep refreshing pages there to see when that one is officially official. No, we don't. I mean, I think he definitely wants to enjoy a beer. So I know I do. I mean, maybe not quite yet at 150, but then again, maybe.
And there's still nothing from the Washington side on Dominic Kirks, by the way. So
and nothing from the Oregon side on Jeremiah McClellan. And that one should be in by now.
Yeah.
That's not like, oh, I just had my press conference 20 minutes ago. Let me find a office to sit down and sign this and send it in. That should have been in by now. I think there's something going on there.
Because with Jeremiah Smith, there's a lot of hobnobbing going on, and it's a school celebration, so you can understand if something isn't in yet. But the McClellan thing,
that was
a long time ago, and how much hobnobbing is going on right now when people are waiting for your signature. So that one was interesting. You pointed that one out right away, Mark. Hey, why haven't we seen the facts yet? Why haven't we seen the letter of intent on that one yet? So, boy, it doesn't matter how many guys are in or committed. There's always going to be some kind of ridiculous drama, and this predates NIL. This predates this just comes with the territory, but. It never, ever gets old, even though it sometimes can feel like Groundhog Day.
I'd say this jokingly, but it is funny. The cool thing about covering recruiting is, you cover these guys for 2 or 3 years, and just when you might be getting a little bit sick of some of them, you get a whole new group to start all over with. So it just continues to turn over. It's like the perfect amount of time to cover somebody. It's I can cover you for 2 or 3 years, and I'm a little tired of your crap, and let's get a new group. So
we're getting up to the holiday of clean up our Twitter feeds and clean up our phones to go in and wipe out a lot of people that we no longer need to follow from the class, and it just builds up for the next season.
Someone's asking for a rundown.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Just jumped in. They want a rundown. Amaris Williams to Auburn is announced. I don't think he has signed yet, but it's been announced, so we can assume that's probably happening at this point. He had a whole press conference and everything, so that's in. Jeremiah Smith reaffirms with Ohio State. I think they are still waiting on the LOI as of 2 minutes ago. But he has reaffirmed with Ohio State. Edric Houston has reaffirmed with Ohio State and has signed. So there's that, and we are still waiting to hear on Jeremiah McClellan, who has verbally flipped his verbal commitment from Ohio State to Oregon. We're still waiting on him to be announced by Oregon as having signed and sent everything in. We're watching 4-star defensive lineman Dominic Kirks from the state of Ohio closely. He's been committed to Washington since the summer. That LOI has not been sent in yet for some reason, and we are kind of connecting some dots here. Again, as I've said previously, there was a conversation about Dom Kirks over the weekend, and nothing really officially happened coming out of that conversation. And when I say a conversation, I mean with the Ohio State coaches. We're talking about what they should do about Dominic Kirks over the weekend, just given the landscape right now. And nothing really came out of that as far as an offer yet that we know of, but it's very possible they sent him an LOI this morning. And so here we are kind of trying to figure out what's going on with that one. So we'll continue to update that as we hear things, but I know this was a player of conversation a couple of days ago. So.
Let's see what else that we've got going on here. As I was going through and looking through my Twitter, one of the issues of a day like this, reading a thing from onlygators.com, Florida Gators. Florida has now lost 4 of its top 6 commitments in the last month, so number 32, 34, 47, and 74. So, you think you're down bad, and it can always get worse. And none of the fans there are necessarily sold on Billy Napier to begin with.
And with the schedule that they have next year, I think things look pretty bad for them moving forward as well. I was just looking to see if Tom had a chance yet to isolate the news given to Ryan Day that Jeremiah Smith had reaffirmed his commitment. I see not yet, but that's probably something we should have out there, where the knees buckle and the sigh of relief, the concern starts to leave the face of Ryan Day. And, he de-ages by about 2 years with that news, even though he was never able to talk about it. Mark, with him, he is like the prototype X. He is, I can't call my thing with, I used to call Jameson Williams, Ted Ginn Jr., and I called Carnell Tate Marvin Harrison Jr. I think Jeremiah Smith has got some Marvin Harrison to him, but what do you see from him in terms of position? He's going to play everywhere because that's what they do, but tell us about him.
Yeah, I mean, just, again, the best wide receiver prospect I've ever seen come out of high school in the last, been doing this about 15, 16 years now. He's the best guy I've seen. There's no box he doesn't check. He's got elite hands. He's an elite route runner. He's got great top end speed. He's big. He's physical. He's strong. Run after the catch is there. He can make the circus, one-handers along the sideline. So much he can really do anything. Reminds me of Julio Jones. Reminds me a little bit of Terrell Owens but like this, and it sounds weird every time I say it because Terrell Owens is in the Hall of Fame, but like he is a more natural pass catcher than Terrell. Like Terrell Owens used to fight the football a little bit, which is odd for a guy who was as productive as he was, but he would fight the ball a little bit. There's none of that with Jeremiah. He's a natural pass catcher. And just, I never say this about true freshmen, but I'll be shocked if he's not in the starting lineup next year.
It's funny. I was watching, because I'm with you on the Julio Jones, and I was watching some of his high school stuff last night, Julio Jones, and technology has gotten so much better. This is a 2008 class, and it's like you're watching black and white, flip pages. But yeah, same size, same skill after the catch, goes up and gets the ball, is a power forward that can run like a point guard basically, and is smooth, and is a guy that, with the losses that they're going to have at receiver, assuming obviously that Marvin Harrison is gone, Carnell Tate will probably be that X, but they're going to move guys around, and I fully expect him to be in there. And Ohio State has had 3 true freshmen that have ever had 30 receptions in a season. That's David Boston, Chris Carter, Garrett Wilson. with
Pearl
30.
Mangus.
And Pearl Mangus did not. I won't be shocked if Jeremiah Smith is the fourth. That's a lot to put on a guy.
I'll be
but
shocked
they haven't
if
had many
he
guys.
isn't the fourth.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. So
just scanning what else is going on. We do not have an update yet on the letter of intent being in yet for Jeremiah Smith. No update as of yet on Dom Kirks or Jeremiah McClellan. So we're seeing what's going on here. Mellow number 7, do we flip Jordan Seaton? Haha. Maryland's doing everything it can to try and make that flip
Maryland
happen.
and Oregon are taking their swings. I would be surprised. That's just not. I don't know. That's generally not been the type of flip Ohio State's engineered over the years, but I haven't heard anything this morning that indicated they felt they were still in that one. But we'll see. You never say never with this stuff because it's just. You got teenagers, they're emotional, they're being pulled in 800 different directions by adults, and then all of a sudden, they've actually they almost have to panic sign, I just got to sign with somebody, and then it's done. And then we've seen some weird stuff over the years just with stuff like that, but
It's like when you're at the restaurant, you have to panic order and you end up with the patty melt, and that's not really what you wanted, but you just have to. Well, I'll just have the patty melt, I guess.
A new drive-through, and you're like, just give me a hamburger. At what point should there be concern as we wait for Jeremiah Smith's letter of intent to come in?
3:00. I don't give it a time. Put a time limit on it. 3:00, maybe. I mean, are we even an hour out from I know the ceremony there started around 12, but until everything got rolling, they got through everybody. I think it was almost 1:00. So do we give them an hour to shake hands and speak with his fans and family and friends and find a quiet place to sign his letter?
I just texted somebody down there and I'm like, what's going on? So I'll share whatever I'm allowed to share. We'll see. We'll see what happens with that.
Maybe he's waiting till after school. So
it could
we
be.
Saw him sign him. He definitely signed some
I
paper.
nearly got thrown off of a campus once during Southern Swing because the AD was St. Simon's Island. Remember those two kids? And the AD's like, we just can't have people coming in here and messing up schedules or whatever. And then the coach is like, I'm sorry about that. I'm really sorry about that. He's just, a little strict about that.
Nerds.
Yeah, that was what you call a chain of communication breakdown.
I mean, Jeremiah did tweet out a little while ago, let's get to work or let's go or something like that. Let's work. So that doesn't.
Let's fax.
Well, I was going to say, but the thing is that it sounds as if we've moved on from the days of the fax machine, though I will never not think it's funny to tweet out a picture of a fax machine at midnight leading into National Signing Day. But you have to wonder, Mark mentioned earlier that a couple of kids ran into some technology issues of getting their things in. Basically, the text message I received back just says basically to, relax, everything's fine. So, take that for what it's worth.
It would be fun, and I've seen this on TikTok where parents, like Generation X parents, give their children a rotary phone and say, "Here, make a call." If you were to take all of the blue chip prospects and say, give them their letter of intent, say, "Here, fax it in," what percentage of prospects could actually fax in their own letter of intent? Who even knows to dial 9 to get out? Nobody is signing anywhere because they would not be able to use a fax machine. And to be frank, I'm not sure I can use one anymore either.
Unless it's one with that thermal paper, the rolled thermal paper or whatever. But sending a fax out, you're not even having to screw around with that. But
I totally understand the upside down stuff and getting it wrong, like Darrell Price did. Every fax machine is different. I need to know. So there would be complete chaos if players had to do this on their own.
And I talked about during my 15-minute opening monologue this morning, I did talk about signs from above and Darrell Price and sending in the wrong page that was a non-binding page, and how that led to Niall Diggs.
Yep. That was a good loss. And Darrell Price was fine at UCLA, but Niall Diggs was better at Ohio State. Yes, CW2, scan an email. That is the best way to do it. Honestly, if you can deposit a check via your phone now. You should be able to deposit a letter of intent via your phone now.
I don't trust that deposit the check thing via the phone, but I don't really get a lot of paper checks anymore. So I haven't really. I may get one from my in-laws for Christmas, and if that's the case, I do have to deposit it so I have some walking around money for the Cotton Bowl.
Here's your $5.
They've been very, very generous. I mean, no, we're not talking about insane amounts of money, but it's more than the $5 or $10 or whatever. It'll be enough. I can at least get an airport beer or two.
Wow, so like $50. That's pretty good.
Yes, exactly. There's nothing like those airport beers, and let me tell you, traveling on Christmas Day, fantastic.
Would you? Oh, so I'm being asked to repeat info on Dominic Kirks. Okay. So what I know right now is over the weekend, the powers that be over at the Woody got together and talked about Dominic Kirks. They were assessing the state of defensive line recruiting, knowing that, Edric was probably in, but just, kind of covering their bases on that with the Clemson, Alabama visits. They also had an inkling that Auburn had really made a surge for Amaris Williams and that one might be slipping away. And so they kind of had a discussion, to my knowledge. They had a kind of a staff discussion about Dominic Kirks. Nothing officially came out of that in terms of an offer, but that could have changed in the last 48 hours, last 6 hours even. And so now my understanding is, and I have checked on this, my understanding is that there is something going on there right now. And so why he hasn't signed with Washington, great question. I don't know if he needs to talk to someone at Ohio State and kind of figure this out, if they've actually offered him, if they needed to wait for Amaris Williams' decision to create the spot, which I don't think they would have had to do, or, it may not even been to create a spot, but just more so like, let's not spook off anyone who may be signing with us today. So Edric Houston's signature is in, he's locked in. Amaris Williams has made a decision for Auburn. So yes, I think there's something going on there. And just an interesting point brought up too, that apparently Ernest Willer hasn't signed with Wisconsin yet. And that was a strange one too, very much like Dom Kirks, except Willer's an out-of-state guy, is he didn't ever come in on the visit. Like they had it set up a couple times, and I know I know Larry Johnson was talking to him, but it just never, they just kept kicking that can down the road. And so I have not heard anything concrete on Willer, but that's actually a good point. It's worth mentioning. And so quite frankly, there should be room for both of those guys at this point. I mean, you've only got two. One, you figure one of them play end, one of them could play tackle. My guess would be Kirks would move inside, and Willer would stay outside. But yeah, there's really no reason not to kick the tires there if those LOIs aren't in. And like I said, Washington hasn't received anything from Dominic Kirks yet. He's been very quiet.
Willer, I guess Willer's announcing at 3 for their school ceremony.
Okay.
So that might explain the lack of
that could very well explain that. But it does buy Ohio State some time if they want to try and shake that up. So I'm still working on the Kirks thing because I know there's something going on there. It's trying to get to the bottom of what the holdup is at this point. It was simply waiting for Edric Houston's LOI. I mean, that's a fair question at this point, and waiting on the Amaris Williams decision. But so we'll continue to update. If we hear anything significant.
The question there from Eric Biddle: will Ohio State start a record number of freshmen next year? I don't.
No.
Did we lose Tony's audio?
Yeah, we lost Tony's audio.
Give him a second. It seemed like it was going to be something good. Nope.
Nope.
Well, Mark, it's not only you that runs into the issues with the audio around here. And
I'm half surprised I haven't yet. Okay, I think he's dropping off. Come back up. What was Kirk's rated? He's like a top 200 prospect on most sites. He's a 4-star guy. This was someone I said they should have offered back in July. Like I was kind of stating it at the time. Like, look, you're going to take 5 or 6 defensive linemen. Why not grab Dom Kirks right now and sort of get you on the board even a little more, kind of avoid the situation we're at now. So I would be all for a Dominic Kirks addition to the class. I thought that was something they could have done in the summer. So, but yeah, he's a 4-star kid. He's, again, I think a lot of sites have him in the top 200. Really good player. Really good player.
Let's see, Tony, are you really back?
Yeah, I hit my
Anytime
I hit my audio, it screws everything up. But I don't know who else is necessarily slated to start as a true freshman. And not that Jeremiah Smith is slated to start, but in terms of like winning a starting job, I don't see it happening on the defensive line. You don't ask anybody to do that. You've got Kenyatta Jackson and Caden Curry back that you know of. I think Jack Sawyer is back as well. Linebacker, I don't see Peyton Pierce starting. Corner, they're set at corner. I don't expect any of these safeties to be starting. We don't know what Lathan Ransom is doing yet, but at this point he should come back. I don't expect Aaronola to start. I don't think James Peoples starts ahead of Dallin Hayden.
Give it a couple series, Tony. They'll be calling for Aaron Nolan by the middle of the opener.
That's not starting. That's not starting.
Yeah.
That's
Really so I don't know. Let me know, like, who do you guys think in terms of the chat, or Kevin and Mark? I don't necessarily see a bunch of freshmen starting next year for Ohio State. And really, I obviously didn't see Denzel Burke starting, and Travion Henderson took a game for him to end up winning that starting job over Mayan Williams.
Well, I mean, the thing is, even if Ohio State did lose a bunch of guys to the league, which, we haven't heard a lot of these decisions yet, but things seem to be trending in the positive way in terms of a lot of them returning. There's still a lot of guys that are a year, 2 years into the program. I mean, okay, we could talk about safety, but Malik Hartford could step into a role or something like that. He had already, he saw some early action. It didn't necessarily work out, but toward the end of the season, once injuries started kind of going through the safety room, he got out there, looked really good. It's a rare guy that's going to be able to start as a true freshman. And that's what, kind of shows what Jeremiah Smith is. And even with like Edric Houston, talking about putting him out there, he wouldn't be necessarily a starter. And it doesn't really matter if you're starting in terms of a rotation. It's a matter of how many snaps you see and everything else. But I don't see Ohio State necessarily being a program that needs to start true freshmen at large. Chad Stryker, Super Chat. Kurlick reporting more good news on the way. Who you thinking? Kirks, Portal, McKinley. Well, the thing is with McKinley, he's not announcing until February. So I don't think anything is imminent there. I'm not sure exactly how much Ohio State is going to be able to burrow back into that one. It seems like a kid who wants to stay in the South. Obviously, Mark has spoken at length about Dom Kirks, what's going to go on there. And as for Portal doesn't generally telegraph itself the way that high school recruiting does. I mean, a lot of these kids they've all been through at least one recruitment. And maybe, if you're only 1 year through college, you're still kind of really into the limelight of it all and everything else. But a lot of these don't put out, they're not doing interviews. They're not putting out a ton of information. We are seeing edits when things happen at the end. I would sit there and say that, Dom Kirk seems to be the most likely thing in there. I'll throw like a one in a million opportunity that, maybe Ohio State completely bucks the trend and somehow gets re-involved in Jordan Seaton. But it really feels as if this would probably be Dom Kirks to me, or reestablishing somebody like Jeremiah McClellan if that letter of intent is in fact not in.
Well, and it certainly seems like the Washington side is still a bit puzzled as to what is going on. So that would lend even more credence to that. But as we've seen, these things can switch and sway from 1 hour to the next, and you think somebody's gone, and then the right things happen, and boom, now they've got you. Like if Ohio State is now coming after him, Washington knows at that point, well, we need to work harder. We may need to up the offer, and now it's back in play. Where
Jeremiah McClellan is officially a Duck.
There you go.
That is as of 3 minutes ago. So I had to look up the Twitter account, and that is in fact JMac2481 is Jeremiah McClellan. So he is gone. So we can at least take that off of the rotation of things that we are keeping an eye on.
Yeah, in regards to Dominic McKinley, I'll kind of repeat what I said earlier because we have a lot more people on here than when I was talking about it earlier. There was communication with Dominic McKinley and Larry Johnson and Ohio State staff a couple weeks ago. They had started going back and forth a little bit as the coaching changes were happening in Texas A&M. Ohio State was trying to, kind of wait and see how his return visit to Texas A&M went. He went there like last weekend to get familiar with the new staff, and clearly he's not signing as he's told people. So, but I did double back on that like in the last couple of days and was told they didn't think it really went anywhere. Now, that's before he knew that he wasn't signing today. So if he's signing in February, that gives you the entire month of January to try and, work your way back in there. But I think they lost him over geography the first time. So I just don't know that, Columbus didn't move any closer to Louisiana last I checked in the last couple of weeks or last couple of months. So I think they'll still be fighting an uphill battle against LSU and Texas and programs like that. And in addition to A&M, working hard to try and keep him. So we'll see. I'm not as convinced that it's McKinley's going to jump back in the picture. But I think Dom Kirks is kind of the direction we're looking right now.
The dog is asking to go out to the yard for a minute, so I'm going to step out for a second, but I will return quickly, but I'll leave you in the more than capable hands of Mark and Tony.
Finally.
Finally, he's gone. He's still here. God, his dog. I know he's got a little corgi, but I think got the worst bladder control in the world. It's like the third potty break since we started. I mean, come on.
It's so funny. I'm watching the day presser, and every now and again I'd hear a squeak. I'm like, is somebody?
I was wondering that.
At the presser?
I was like, is that like a oily wheel or so, like a squeaky wheel or something, or some of the equipment that's back there, like the camera on the camera deck, at the Woody. I was like, what's good? It's like, oh my gosh, it's a dog toy.
Credit to Kevin for not saying or doing something he should not be doing at that exact moment. So he got lucky there. That's a first for him, I bet. Get the dog a diaper.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for more Kirk's info here, but there's something going on, and it's just a matter of, whether they're still trying to convince him, but something's happening. And so we will stay on top of it.
In terms of like, he's a bigger guy, like, it was like 6'4", 2. He's kind of like Edric, basically, in that same kind of frame. But how different are they as athletes?
I mean, Edric's kind of an alien. It's a guy who plays, tight end and 7-on-7, and just an unbelievable athlete. But I think with Dom, he's a really, really good player. It's just I think the questions they've had on him is, can he stay outside, or is he the type of body who, we get him up to 295, 300. So I think that's the question that they had about him.
So is he Draymond Jones or Rashad Berry?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's more Draymond Jones than Rashad Berry for sure.
What did you think of Urban talking about DeMarion Witten and the receiver role, as opposed to, like, it's going to take a while? Obviously, we all knew it was going to take a while for him to become a tight end. But with this guy, I don't think you wait a while to see what he can do, because he is a difficult matchup. And I don't think he's going to be on the playing tight end. He's going to be flexed out. He's going to be spread out. Is there a path for him to play before his third year when he's actually a full-fledged tight end,
I think so, because I think you had to bring him in with the idea that you were going to do some different things with him and not just, make him block 80% of the game. I think it's a 1-year thing. I think he will have to redshirt. He's going to have to work on his blocking. He's going to have to put on a little bit of weight. I don't think he needs to get all the way to like 245 or anything like that, but he's just an offensive weapon. I would use him as a big receiver at times. I would use him kind of in that H-back kind of formation where he just a little bit offset there. I think there's a lot of things you can do with him. And the other funny part is he can throw the ball a little bit. So he would give you some interesting looks, in my opinion, in either like a wildcat or a shotgun formation where he's back there taking a snap with a running back in the backfield with him. I think there's a lot of different things you can do with him, and it'll just be a matter of getting the most out of that and kind of what your plans are.
I will say I'm looking at the Seattle Times list of signees and commits and signees for Washington. Dominic Kirks is the only guy who has not signed of their commits at this point. So just further stuff there.
Interesting.
So I'm hearing no on Willer.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, they had every opportunity to bring him in.
I'm seeing no on Willer, I should say, on text. I'm seeing no on Willer. But I'm not seeing no on Kirks. So we will see.
Mika Hanna wanting to know if Ohio State's going to go after the receiver from Texas A&M. Mark, you were talking about that earlier, right? About how Evan Stewart, they need to go after him. I haven't seen him. I haven't seen much of them. Usually with the Texas A&M commits, I just wait to watch them as sophomores at another school. So
he's tremendous, freshman All-American, big-time talent. It'll be, in my opinion, probably a first-round draft pick here in the next couple of years. Look, McClellan flips. You've got Smith, who's not going to be scared off by competition. Why not? I think the only question is, would Stewart walk into that? Because you're not going to be able to tell him, oh, yeah, you're our number one guy. Like, you've got three. You're going to have to tell him, like, yeah, you can come in and be part of the most competitive wide receiver room in the country, and we're going to throw the ball a lot, and we're going to feature the receivers. But, to say you're going to be our number one and you're going to catch 80 balls your first year, we can't tell you that. We got three other guys like that. So I think it's worth it. Like, they are not, like, here's the thing about the wide receiver room, and I've said this before. They don't have a lot of bodies. What they have is fantastic, but they don't have, like, we saw those Urban Meyer teams of like 13 receivers. They don't have 13 receivers. It's a fairly thin room, to like the point where if you suffered 2 key injuries, you'd actually might be in a little bit of trouble. So there's room for him on the roster. I think it's worth a crack. Now, again, does an Alabama or a Georgia come in and, those are schools that can tell, like, you're our number one receiver next year, because those schools don't have the same type of receivers. And, I'm not going to do the NIL thing. He's going to get a lot of NIL money wherever he goes. But, is that a more appealing option for Evan, would be the question as well.
Well, and he's also going to be looking for his contract year. I mean, this will be his third year next year, so he's going to want to find his forever home, his 1 year stop, his 1 semester stop for that one and done. So it might not be a great idea for him to go into a loaded room. You want to go do the Jameson Williams thing where Alabama needed bodies because they were thin, and you could go and be that guy for an offense that's going to throw it 40 times a game. But we'll see what he does, and I that's why I said the Jeremiah McClellan thing is a big loss, because the numbers people see the top end, they don't see the fact that the 2022 class, you're probably you've got 2 guys left in a 4-man class. You haven't gotten anything out of those 2 guys that are still here, and Jaden Ballard is the elder statesman, and you haven't gotten anything out of him. So right now, all you really have that you know of that has produced is one guy in the 2023 class, and then you've got a bunch of your 2024 class. If you lose a Mecca, which I kind of have a feeling like he's coming back because I think another year would obviously help him, but they have not been as consistent in terms of the depth, because it is tough to stay and play behind a bunch of really talented players. So it's hard to build this. It's almost like the quarterback situation where you can't have a full room because everybody is NFL caliber and they're not playing, so they have to go somewhere where they can be. It's like the Jameson Williams thing where I know I'm good enough to play. I have to go somewhere where I'm not the 6th man on the totem pole. And so that's what they do. Super chat from TK. Thank you very much. I appreciate the coverage. I've been popping in and out all day. So have I. Kevin has been here the entire time, but we don't need to give him his flowers on that. I mean, it's, hello, that's your job. And Mark, of course, has been here for even more time than I have, a little bit less time than Kevin. Tom has also been here. So really, we're all champions, if you think about it.
I'm just more champion.
I also had time to pick up some lunch, Kevin, so I hope you had some.
No, and just to Mark's thing, I had toast last night.
That's why I had to leave earlier. I had to get lunch.
I had toast for dinner, so I'm people are like, well, you're fat, you don't need to eat anything. Well, probably not, but it doesn't change the fact that I'm hungry. But
was it Texas toast? That's more filling.
No. I went to Costco. I had to finally use my 2023 voucher for having the credit card and everything else, and bought a few groceries, and I bought like a loaf of sourdough bread. So at least I'm having good toast. It's not, Kroger wheat or anything like that. It was like, I won't say quite artisan because it's Costco, but it was, Kirkland sourdough. So I was happy with that.
Another good thought there.
Order a pizza. I should, but I'm going to wait until we finish the show out, or until Jeremiah Smith finally gets his paperwork in.
Because I don't think we're allowed to leave until Jeremiah Smith has signed, been sealed, and delivered at this point.
Well, I'm going to start
Text
texting
me like,
people
Jeremiah, you are holding us hostage right now. Like, we literally cannot get off this live stream until you send your paperwork in. Send it somewhere. I mean, Ohio State, great, but just send it anywhere. We don't care.
Yeah, I'm going to start texting people more furiously in a minute if that is the it's not the admission fee. If that's the exit fee, then yeah, we got to get that done.
Yeah, I'm right now. I think the Dominic Kirks thing is what we're watching right now, and my guess would be that if they take Kirks, it would be as a tackle. That would be my guess. There is a belief right now they're getting all their defensive ends back. Now, that's their belief, and we've seen those beliefs not always come to fruition, but there is a strong sense that they are getting Jack Sawyer and JT back. We will see if that happens. And so
I think both of those guys would be smart to come back, and assuming they can improve their draft stock. But even still, it can't just be about the draft stock when you've lost 3 games to Michigan. So I know that is also a huge factor. And like we talked with Marvin Harrison when he said, if I do leave, I'm leaving. I'm going to have to live with the fact that I never beat Michigan and I never won a Big Ten. And it's something that you don't want to have to live with, but that's the decision that guys like him are going to have to make. And I think that's a easier decision to come back when you are not a top 5, top 10 pick. And I don't think anybody else in this Ohio State team is at that spot right now. And really, I mean, you see JT Tuimoloau, I've seen him projected in the second round at this point. And obviously, I assume he came to Ohio State thinking he's going to be a first rounder, and obviously he still can be. And you can accomplish all of that while also getting your senior day against Michigan in Ohio Stadium, getting into the playoffs, or winning a Big Ten championship, all of these things that would be available to you and possible. And as I said this, I think to Tom a couple of weeks ago, like, not that this is a deciding factor for anybody, but anybody that comes back and plays in 2024 is also going to be in a video game. So there is that as well.
Yeah, but if you go to the league, you're going to be in Madden, so you'll be in a video game.
Madden. People nobody even plays that game.
Did Ryan Day mentioned during his presser about being at like 83 or 84, and not knowing how that math works and everything? How much of that is that not taking Marvin off the roster or whatever? I mean, where do those numbers stand? I mean, nobody really knows what the numbers are because we can't really keep charts with that COVID year still out there for some people screwing up the numbers. So we used to know exactly where they stood numbers wise. Now we have no idea.
Well, and now you've got, multiple kickers on scholarship, or now you've had some kickers removed from scholarship, multiple long snappers. Some have had scholarships removed. I think it's interesting that over the years, generally, Ryan Day never wants to tell us how many scholarships they're at. But yet when the topic comes of, hey, you guys are really, it seems like you're under on your number of defensive linemen. You haven't hit that number. He's like, well, we're at 82 or 83 scholarships. Like, when he needs to weaponize that number, he brings it out. When they're over that number and he knows it, he's gonna be like, well, we're not really sure where we're at. But when he can use it and say, well, we didn't even have room for 3 defensive linemen, so I don't know what you're talking about, that sort of thing. It's like, I get it, but also it's not been a factor in the past. It's never been a thing like, well, we're already at 83 guys, we better slow down. It's like, no, as I said at the start of the show, like not the start, when I showed up, which is when I consider the start of the show, like 5 hours ago or whatever, the 85 number doesn't even matter anymore, because if you go into any kind of spring camp or fall camp with 85, you're doing, obviously you got to go to fall camp at 85, but if you get to, if you're under that number, if you're 85 in like April 17th, you're going to be at 78 by the time the season rolls around. So you've got to go into the summer over that number just to be at that number when the time comes.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know how I got muted. You have the benefit too of, your summer guys don't count until they enroll. So you can sit there and still have a rolling number of where you're in theory over 85, but you're truly not over 85. So there's a lot to it. I'm getting peppered by somebody in a text message.
Mark, I asked you 30 minutes ago, when do we start panicking about Jeremiah Smith? And you said an
3
hour.
o'clock.
So
28 minutes. Got 28 minutes left.
Yeah, but when do we start panicking about when to start panicking? That's the next point.
250.
It would be all of the stuff that happens behind the scenes between coaches, the players, the families, like whatever is going on with Dominic Kirks right now in Ohio State and Washington. It would just be fascinating to have that information in real time about, well, this is what Washington is saying. This is what Kalen DeBoer is telling me. This is what Ryan Day is telling me. And then the family having to weigh all of that. And this is all stuff that may not be able to happen in a day. because this is a significant thing. Like, you're either you had gotten so accustomed to the thought of, we're going from Ohio to Washington, moving across the country. I'm going to be away. Now maybe this opportunity to stay in Ohio is here. Let's talk this out. Let's be serious about it. And then as the family talks it out, then you relay to the coaches where you are. And then more information comes back. So, like, for him, this feels like it's not just one of these things that, okay, I'm in. 15 minutes later, I'm in. Let's do this. This is as they would say, it's like it's a 40-year decision for some people. And this one, I can appreciate if this takes time, and maybe this is one of those that goes into the night just because of the forever I was going to Washington, and then the opportunity came to stay home, and now I need to consider this.
Yeah, and making this probably even more difficult, Washington didn't go 7-5 this year. I mean, Washington's in the playoff. That they've become a really good program, and I think part of the appeal of Washington was that they're a school on the rise, and joining the Big Ten now is, you're going to get some games in the Midwest and things like that. But yeah, when the home state school comes calling, even in the NIL era, it gives you and your family a lot to think about. And so this, I'm guessing, has been going on for a few days. Like I said, things went a little radio silent for me, like Monday, Tuesday, but I was told on Sunday that it was being discussed. And so I reported that as much on our message board, and I just hadn't heard a whole lot since, but clearly it's going on now.
I'm just looking here what's going on. One of the networks just posted an interview in the last 4 minutes with Jeremiah Smith talking about Ohio State. So
doing the media tour. That's why it's taking so long. He's got 20 people there interviewing him.
He's still doing that. So, I mean, I'm sure that, there's some sort of delay there. I mean, only Ryan Day can get pulled away from talking about all of this because of his role and position in all of this. Getting into more questions of, the football season, and, I love all of those, and, there's going to be plenty of time to talk about the 24 season, but, I don't think we even know necessarily what the 24 roster is going to look like in terms of the NFL guys. I mean, I think we all feel that a good number should be coming back, could be coming back. I mean, there's some obvious guys. I mean, obvious guy for sure that is gone in terms of Marvin Harrison Jr. How will he live with 3 losses to Michigan? I don't know. Millions and millions of dollars will help alleviate that pain and hole in his heart. But outside of that, I mean, I've heard a name or two. I'm sure Tom and Tony and Mark have all heard a name or two. We probably have heard the same names, but Ryan Day was asked about it, and he didn't want to spoil anybody's thunder in terms of where things are. And I mean, and don't confuse talking about who's going to play in the Cotton Bowl with who's going to return for 24. It sounds like they're going to go in with close to a full roster. I guess we'll see. But as for the NFL declarations, they have until mid-January, I think it's like the 14th is the last day to make a NFL declaration. And I think that there's like a graduated system on there where there's like an earlier date, but it's just like just kidding. That's not the real date. I think the 14th is the real date.
Yeah, I did like how Day was asked. So are Marv and JT, are they practicing? And he's like, yeah, they're at practice. They're at practice. Are they practicing? And so interesting answer to that question. I don't even want to throw this out there, but Ohio State's going to go from Maserati Marv to Jaguar Jeremiah. Is that no? No, let's not do that.
Cadillac Carnell.
Cadillac Carnell.
Bugatti Brandon.
Let's please not. Let's not do any of that. I apologize.
Yeah, this is on you.
What would Brian Hartline, Buick Brian back in the day? Is that too plain? He would probably be upset about that one, actually. So let's not do that. Tesla Tate. There you go.
He's electric.
Yes, there you go. Perfect. Boom. Print
Jack
the shirts.
Stryker says, "Just stop." And I agree. I mean, not all of us got lunch the way that Tony Gerdeman did. So I mean,
I got rejuvenated.
I'm sure I'm getting a little punchy right now at this point.
These fries are so cold, though. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I bet they're no good anyway.
They're still delicious.
Well,
yeah. Once we start, I'm surprised we haven't heard more from the guys opting in, opting out, one way or the other. But I do remember, was it Denzel Ward? Like 2 or 3 days before the bowl game is when he finally opted out, and that was the year where Billy Price is like, we don't opt out at Ohio State. It's like, oh, is that right?
Let me tell you something, Billy.
Yeah. I mean, there was a time where it was like, oh, only the schools with the bad culture are their opt-outs. Then it just became the norm where it's like, now you have to tell people you're playing in a bowl game to let them know that you're not opting out, just because it's assumed like, why would you even play? What are you doing? Why dare you? You're crazy. But and I have one of the Washington writers. I've subscribed. I get alerts now, and so I can let you know that Washington announces the addition of Montana State defensive tackle Sebastian Valdez. So this is also a Washington signing day show as well.
Whatever. Tackle, which is, I believe, where Kirk's is. I believe that's the discussion that was had, and I believe that's the consensus was that probably an interior pass rusher. Because I actually think Mensa, he has some interior pass rushing ability, but I actually think Mensa is going to end up possibly being a 1. I mean, he's like 290 pounds already. So I think that kind of flex 3 tech. Let's see.
When you said Mensa, I thought you were talking about Tom Herman for a second. So it took me a split second to remember who you were talking about there.
Oh gosh!
Somebody in the chat already asking if I'm going to be on another show tomorrow. I'm like, I don't know if I'm going to have any voice left. We'll see at that point.
As we all just wait. Every time I see I got a notification that, because I have alerts for OSU and Washington. It's like, oh, could this be it? No. Yeah, somebody asking how big Dominic Kirks is. He's listed as 6'4", 255.
Yeah, and he's probably about 265 at this point.
Yeah. Because when they're listed at 255, listed that big, they're generally a little bit bigger than that.
Yeah, he's a pretty big guy.
Something I just posted in here, completely unrelated. Jacob James, former Ohio State offensive lineman, transfers to Toledo. So there you go, landing spot for Jacob James. Backup center, kind of in that mix with Carson Hinsman and Victor Cutler, who's transferred off to Louisville, and Toby Wilson.
Yeah, and right now, the Toby Wilson is still a Buckeye, right? He has not entered the portal. He's
not followed that or anything. Yeah,
but because I assume he's going to graduate, and he at some point he played as a true freshman walk-on, I believe, if I recall, a few years ago. But right now, I'd probably put him as the number 3 center behind Josh Padilla, and obviously Carson Hinsman starting. So they've lost some guys there, but like Jacob James, all due respect, there is very little chance he was ever going to play at Ohio State, even from the time he was signed. I think this is a body guy, and basically you need numbers, and they were missing guys, and so you go get this guy. But the fact that he was in the mix to start, but then got injured in the spring and missed the spring, I do wonder. I don't think he would have beaten out Carson Hinsman, but I do wonder if it would have been a more interesting battle in the summer for center there.
We're going to drop Mark for a couple minutes just so he can do some daddy duties. I guess the kid or the dog is escaping from the basement, so
we got a transition to make here. Like kids playing in the basement, but we got to get. I'm on the main floor. We got to get her upstairs. That could be very distracting for all the viewers. She is
So
she's a monster. Okay.
No, she's not. She's an angel. But we'll drop you out, and when I see you sit back down, we'll add you back to the show.
Sounds good.
All right. Wow, we still are sitting at 900 people, 899, 5 hours and 43 minutes into the show. I know not everybody, well, I don't know if anybody has been here for the entirety of the show. If you have, let me know in the comments. Special kudos to you. It hasn't been you, Tony. It hasn't even been me, as I've had to take the dog out 3 times the show. But let's not act like I've not been here the whole time. I also was here for the first 20 minutes by myself. Parker Seymour says, been here all day. Yoo-hoo says me. El Suzabo says I have. Steve Sandlin. Ryan Dawes has done 5 hours personal best. We got a lot of people jumping in. Coral Ross, I've been here the whole show, Kevin. So, this is solid. This is solid. And again, another reason to make sure that you're subscribed to our YouTube channel here at youtube.com/Buckeye Huddle. We do all sorts of content like this, maybe not shows that go close to 6 hours. And this one will obviously carry over 6 hours. David Greenshield asking, where is that lazy Orr? That lazy Orr had to go and be our cameraman for the Ryan Day presser. He's got to drive back to the Orr, the Bat Cave where he's from, and get set back up. I'm sure he's going to be looking and being like, damn, they're still on the air. But,
yes, for sure. Like if Jeremiah Smith would just announce, we could, hey, there you go. Boom. Good night, everybody. Or sign. He's obviously already announced. But that is amazing that so many people have been here for so long. But however long you've been here, we do appreciate it. Also, since you're here, if you want to hit the thumbs up, go ahead and like this video. That would also be great. And of course, you can always subscribe to the YouTube channel as well, because that is appreciated also. And for everybody who has been here all day long, I wish we had something special to give to you other than the content.
A Laurel and Hardy handshake.
So thank you all for that. I saw somebody asking about if Marvin Harrison stayed, Steve Sandlin. If Marvin Harrison stayed, could we see Harrison and Jeremiah Smith on the field together? Yes, you would. But you won't. Yeah, because the way they'll move Marvin Harrison around all over the place. They'll move Carnell Tate around all over the place. So, yeah, they would have both been on the field at times together. JJ Smith, Jeremiah Smith will be playing much more if Marvin Harrison is gone. But it is one of those things, and I think about this every now and again, where you lose somebody early to the NFL or NBA, where there's a guy coming in. If you could have just seen these two people play together, like for me, it was like Greg Oden and Costa Koufos. They missed each other by a year, but they could have played with each other, and you would have had a pretty awesome high-low combination with those two. The first one I go back to Jimmy Jackson and Greg Simpson. Kevin, this is before your time, pretty much, at Ohio State, where no, you're there at this point, perhaps.
I was going to say, I enrolled at Ohio State in autumn '89.
So Tim Jackson left after his junior year. That same year, which would have been his senior year, Greg Simpson comes in from Lima, completely amazing player. Didn't pan out, but it's like those were two of the best high school players I ever saw, and they missed each other by a year, and it was devastating for me. But you didn't get to see. You probably won't get to see Marvin Harrison and Jeremiah Smith, but you did get to see Marvin Harrison and Emeka Egbuka. Marvin Harrison and Carnell Tate. What would have been nice is to see Jackson Smith and Jigba, Marvin Harrison, Emeka Egbuka last year that you didn't get to see.
Yeah, I agree with that. I mean, it would have been interesting what would this team have looked like this year if, I understand CJ Stroud went number 2 overall in the draft, and nobody's ever going to fault him for going to the draft at that point. And 2 years starting at Ohio State, everything else, but just, what would the things look like there? What would, what could we have seen more of the young guys? Because I think that the offense probably clicks a little bit better with a more experienced quarterback. And that's not an anti-McCord statement by any stretch. It's just a matter of fact. I'm talking about a guy who would be a third-year starter at that point, which is kind of unheard of these days at your major programs. But it appears that Marc has finished Operation Child Movement. He's having a sip of his water, and now I will bring him back in to the show. And nope, we haven't heard anything about Kirks or Jeremiah at this point, so we are talking about tandems that we would have liked to have seen that just missed each other like by a year or something like that, just weren't there. Just how scary Ohio State could be in the hypothetical world if it trotted Marvin Harrison Jr. and Jeremiah Smith out there at the same time.
Yeah, it would have been like what we missed out with not really seeing Nick Bosa and Chase Young, not getting the full, experience there. That would be something. I had
even
an
the
offer
Bosa
on the
brothers.
table I had an offer on the table to play basketball with a 2-year-old, and I still came back here. So you guys, she wanted to play. She's like, "Can we play basketball?" I'm like, no, you go upstairs. It's nap time. Play basketball.
The latest from Washington, they announced the transfer of Will Rogers, Mississippi State quarterback, prolific guy until this year. So they now have their next 4,000-yard passer for next year. So that is the latest.
Their next 4,000-year-old quarterback.
Yes, well, that as well.
It's going to be interesting when we go back to like normal, like 21-year-olds playing college football and don't have any 25-year-old quarterbacks. There's going to be like this vacuum, this void that needs to be filled when the COVID years run out.
Yeah, and next year will be almost the end of it, but you're still going to have some 6-7-year guys that for some reason are still alive. But it'll be nice when the website rosters can just go back to what year they are and stop being like redshirt sophomore with 5 years of eligibility remaining. It's like these numbers don't actually work.
I'll look at like player profiles and go to like ESPN for like the stats or whatever, and I'll see like, yeah, he's a sophomore, and then he's like got stats from like the last 4 years. I'm like, how's he still a sophomore? He's played for 4 years.
Yep.
Everybody talked about Brandon Whedon when he came out of college to go to the Browns, and him being 26 or whatever he was at
29.
that point. No, was he?
I swear, maybe. Go ahead.
I think
Keep
he was
talking.
26. That would be something though.
Regardless, now you look at the Heisman stage, and you have a couple of guys that were there that were closing in on AARP membership. It's just we've kind of lost our way with all of that.
Whedon became the oldest player ever taken in the first round at 28 years old.
28.
Because I remember that because I've got family that are Browns fans, and the joke was like he was older than Derek Anderson, who had been their starter for like years and had been gone for years or whatever. He was older than Derek Anderson at the same point. So yes, 28 years, 195 days. So 28 and a half.
I want to be in that draft room where we're like, yeah, let's use a first round pick on a 28-year-old. Like, what is the end game there?
Well, and I think at the time it was like, well, you don't need to teach him anything because he's already a man. He's already a veteran. It's like
you still have to make the leap from college to the NFL. It's just that's hilarious to me. It was hilarious at the time.
Yes,
it gets funnier as the years go by.
It's probably less funny if you look at the guys they passed on to draft him, but it is what it is. And then to continue to go back to that 22nd overall pick for Johnny Manziel and Brady Quinn, or Brady Quinn before Brandon Whedon, and then Johnny Manziel after. Good times.
The stink bomb asking about an updated list. I mean, here's the list. If you follow recruiting and you know who was in the class, everybody who's supposed to be in the class is in, minus Jeremiah McClellan, who flipped and signed with Oregon, and we're still waiting on the paperwork to get to Ohio State in regards to Jeremiah Smith. We are at 2:53. We said at 3:00 we would be like, all right, what's going on at this point? But we did see recently a video interview with Jeremiah and one of the national recruiting services, and he's still wearing his Ohio State hat and everything like that. So this
push back
is
to panic time.
He should go and write for WWE, because he could write better setups than anybody else for playing the long game, having the reveal, who's the third member, who's the third horseman, whatever. I mean, this would be one hell of a long game.
And you still get the outcome that you expected, and you still created a bunch of drama. Mark, there's one for you from Mika Hanna. How do Jeremiah Smith and Chris Henry Jr. compare?
Yeah, it's so tough for me to put that on Chris, because I can't sit here and call Jeremiah Smith the best receiver I've ever seen in high school and then be like, oh yeah, Chris is right on that path. I mean, that's kind of unfair, but they're a little bit different. Chris is substantially tall. I mean, Chris is every bit of 6'5", 6'5.5". He's a little lankier than Jeremiah. Jeremiah's been pretty filled out since his sophomore year of high school even. And so Chris is kind of putting on some weight. I don't think he's as fast as sudden as Jeremiah. But the thing he did this year that I really liked, he got a lot better run after the catch this year as a sophomore than he was as a freshman. He's a physical player, run after the catch. I think he's going to grow and kind of be almost like a Plexico Burris type of receiver. He's going to be one of those guys who's 6'5", 6'6", just kind of a unique size, but still be able to play on the outside. That's kind of who he reminds me of, but he's definitely going to be in the discussion, I think, as the top receiver in that class. But Jeremiah is, like I said, the best I've seen. So I'm not going to put anyone right on that label just yet. He's still a baby.
Yeah, there's time to put a bunch of pressure on him with a label like that, Mark. Don't rush it.
Yeah, exactly.
Steve Sandlin, do you think Ohio State is holding off on the transfer portal until after the Cotton Bowl? They have taken some visits. I think they're just waiting to find out who is actually staying, who is actually leaving. As Ryan Day said during his presser like 17 hours ago, about in terms of what they're going to do, they have to know who's staying and who's going, and they're letting their players take their time and making that decision because they still have, 3.5 weeks to do so. So you let them work all that out because that's what they came to Ohio State for. So you can't rush them or try to talk them out of it. That's just part of the recruiting pitch when you brought them here, is we'll prepare you for the NFL. And so when the NFL is in the crosshairs, you've got to talk it out. You've got to let them make their decision.
Where's Tom? I'd like to know what the Big Ten's legal documents say about this. Let me just look here. Do we still have? No. You mean something like this? 10.2, the authority of the commissioner? No, this isn't going to be one of those shows. But
watch the numbers drop.
I know. Well, there are going to be a couple of people from the Sickos committee who are going to find the show, because there are people who legitimately were all about hearing all of that stuff. So somebody just said he posted a tweet. All good. Let me see what's going on with that. Just I don't even know what's going on at this point. I'm a little delirious.
He hasn't.
I'm gonna give a little bit of a spoiler. I know, I feel like I'm telling people Santa Claus isn't real right now, but
what?
I'm gonna give people a little spoiler. Jeremiah's decision did not actually come down to the last 2 minutes today, like he said. I'm just gonna say that. Don't worry. We're all good. All is well. Nothing to worry about.
But I heard that he had a bag with 2 hats in it. I mean,
you gotta have a story. I mean, you can't go through it all the way to signing day and then not have a story about oh, so close. I was so torn.
Is it
Like, just
really a
decided
sign?
right now, even though I told the coaches the other day. Like,
Is it a real ceremony if the smoke machine doesn't get stuck in the on position?
and we get smoked out of the little community center. Aaron
All I
Scott.
know is that I was disappointed that I didn't get to eat anything there. I mean, we weren't told not to eat anything, but they had some good food on the little buffet spread there. That was
Yeah, well, we had just went to Young's Dairy too before the.
well, and that was good too. I had one of the better burgers I've had in a long time.
So, yeah, it was. They did have a nice looking spread. I think we were tired at that, but they were like ready to go.
Yeah,
we did like 3. We stayed after for like extra interviews. Like we got we got Coach Mo and everything else, and so, yeah. Do you think Tackett Curtis will be a Buckeye?
he's a name that I had tipped off to me by a buddy, not an Ohio State buddy either, early, saying, word on the street is he's looking to leave USC and that Ohio State might have another crack at him. I'm like, okay, sure. And I posted it on the huddle because that's what we do. We post information like that over on the premium message board. And lo and behold, he goes into the portal. I have heard that there have been conversations since entering the portal. I think that there is a need to add potentially a linebacker body from the portal. I mean, this is somebody though that you're bringing in that has 3 years of eligibility left. So, we'll see. I think there's a good opportunity. I mean, obviously for Curtis, he was not opposed to going away from home, but there is a difference between Los Angeles and Columbus, Ohio, in terms of climate and some other things. So, we'll see.
Yeah, and I think a hurdle there. So he got to play so much this year at USC, and now you'd have to bring him in and tell him like, look, Cody Simons, our starting Mike linebacker. So I don't know how that, if he expects to start right away in the fall, I don't know that Ohio State can promise that. So that's going to be another interesting part of this. But yeah, there has been communication, and now it's just a matter of, will they get a January visit?
Ooh, breaking news. Breaking news from Angelique Chingelis. Michigan receives notice of allegations from the NC2A in investigation of alleged violations. Let's start up a new show. Where's Tom?
Switch feeds. Oh my goodness. Do we have to like change the title of this one from National Signing Day?
We can change the title because we just
Where's
talked
Tom?
about
Well, we need dueling live streams. We need Tom to go live talking about this and just kind of see, just like the dueling piano bar, and kind of see who can generate the most traffic.
It was illegal, but it was the clauses that we threw up on the screen that caused this.
I made this happen. It's me, Mario.
That is really weird that as soon as we started like joking about this, that all of a sudden
it makes you wonder what other power we have.
Oh God, what power would I want? I mean, the power right now is to like turn like something into like French fries, like hot French fries, not the cold ones that Tony's eating.
Well, they're done now, unfortunately.
Well, it's past lunchtime, and now it doesn't look like you're going to get dinner, Kevin. I mean, we got to talk about Harbaugh and what this means for
toast. I had toast for dinner last night. That was all. I mean, we really, I don't want to say we put this off, but for the sake of truth, we kind of put it off and recorded like all but like 2 of our capsules like yesterday. And we did them in like 3 segments, and it was like an hour 10, an hour 10, and an hour 30. And there is some work that goes into the process of getting it put together and putting the guts in and everything else. So it was a long day, and there never was really an opportunity to eat. So I finally at one point broke down and just had some toast. And then this morning I rolled out of bed a little on the late side of what I wanted to do. So I haven't had anything to eat today either. So that first beer is going to mess me up probably at this rate. So me up.
Where is Tom though? Seriously, Tom. Granville's not that far. What are we doing here? We got to get Tom's reaction to this. We got to get him to break this down. What does it mean, Tom?
I mean, David Greenfield with the super chat. I want to hear or read the legal document. I mean, there is money behind this. There is big money behind this. So I'm very disappointed that Tom has not appeared yet at this point. I have not been
Unfortunately,
able.
the story
Go
is
ahead.
also behind the paywall.
Ugh, bastards.
So,
well, as
yeah.
somebody who does write some material that does go behind a paywall, I can't say too much about it, but I think that there will be other people. There are certainly the aggregators out there that will take and write the summary of it, and we will know more at that point. Here's an interesting factoid from Brad Crawford of 247 Sports. At 3 p.m. Eastern Time on signing day, Clemson and Ohio State are the only programs inside the top 25 without a transfer. And we know that Dabo wanted no part of the portal or any of that stuff. But
Ohio State is trying. They're certainly interested. They're not like, we don't want any part of this. Whereas Dabo has to change a lot of things that he's doing right now and become. He needs to modernize, or else he is going to get. This is going to be the same old for him every year, and it is interesting to see what happens there when you don't have Trevor Lawrence or Deshaun Watson. Like, you don't have an all-timer as your starting quarterback, and if you're not going to have that, you've got to be doing everything else that everybody else is doing. Whether he didn't want to do the spring official visits, I'm not sure if he finally caved on that stuff yet, but he can go ahead and continue to be old school, and Clemson will go back to being what they were back when they were old school as well.
People here saying somebody else, Chad Stryker, his first message said it's mostly about recruiting violations. Then here, what I have posted, 4 alleged level 2 violations that led to a level 1 allegation against head football coach Jim Harbaugh for allegedly lying and misleading investigators. So this is just the hamburger. This is just a hamburger at this point.
So that will get a separate notice for the
Spygate.
Apparently.
Gosh.
And of course, this is the same day too that there are a lot of stories out there, and I'll just post this. I saw it as well that about the Chargers having interest in Jim Harbaugh.
Yeah, kind of interesting that those stories broke the same day, right?
Right. I saw some of the Charger stuff this morning, but still the same day. And you know that Angelique is good, but it's not like a case of that she got it the second that Michigan got it. I'm sure there was, I'm sure that
the lawyers had to look over it first, I'm sure, and everything else. Yeah.
Right, exactly. As Mike Ferguson said, it was just a cheeseburger.
That's one of the funniest parts about this is that people are, they're really running with that. It was just a cheeseburger. You met with recruits during a dead period. It's not about a cheeseburger. You can't meet with recruits during a dead period. It's unbelievable. Like, if Ryan Day was at Edric Houston's house this morning, that would be a huge violation. I don't
Herm Edwards
understand.
doesn't think it's a big deal.
Yeah, well, yeah, and that we were reporting on it at the time, and we didn't really throw anyone under the bus, but we specifically said to our readers, like, hey, like, just so you know, these COVID rules, there are schools out there breaking them. There are schools hosting recruits on visits, and they're not supposed to be. And this is going to come out eventually. And sure enough, Arizona State was a big one, and now Michigan's been caught with doing the same thing. And so that was, what a time that was. Good Lord.
Lordy. Thomas Ridley, you guys are killing it, though. And putting in the work. And as I used to say when I was in the Navy, making that money. Well, I appreciate it, Thomas. We enjoy this. It's a labor of love. How else would we be on for 6 hours talking about signing day, Jeremiah Smith, Michigan allegations, and French fries?
Well, and then I see the comment from Mega Lockdown. Just saw Tom at Roosters signing autographs, saying he closed Jeremiah Smith. This
he needs to finish the job then.
Probably swiping the company card too.
Well, I was figuring that. I was going to ask if I could have dinner on the company for all of my great work today, but I'll probably just have a frozen burritos or something like that.
You can order 3 things off the dollar menu, Kevin.
Sweet.
I don't know why you need to order out. You said you have toast at home. You've got bread and you've got a toaster.
I don't eat the same thing 2 days in a row.
Why didn't you put like some ribs in your smoker overnight, or Mr. I smoke all this different stuff? Why don't you just get a whole slab of ribs out? You could have put them in there last night to be ready to go.
I was too busy recording capsules with you.
I told you could take a dinner break.
I know, but if you're going to make good ribs, you can't just, I mean, you got to at various points get down there and spritz them with apple cider vinegar and do things like that. And then you got to wrap them if you're going to do the Johnny Trigg style. There's a lot of stuff to it. I mean, good barbecue, just if we all could barbecue well, there wouldn't be barbecue restaurants.
Tom eats his wings sauceless. I wouldn't know. He eats them so fast. I couldn't tell you if there was sauce on them or not. I have never in my life
he is
seen
a machine.
Human being down wings like Tom. It was shocking the first time I saw it.
And Mega Lockdown says that I eat my toast with a knife and a fork. Yeah, so is that not appropriate? I mean,
let's not say things we can't take back. I will eat my Krispy Kremes with a knife and a fork.
Steve Sandlin enjoyed the hot mic this morning on my other posts. The only hot mic incident that I had was when Tom shut down a show on us. And then I had like multiple shows open or something. And I said some very naughty words because I was frustrated with the situation, not knowing that I had both shows going, but I blame Tom.
There's a video that I sent to Tom, and it's like somebody sent it to me, and it's you being like angry and smashing your headphones. And I told him I wanted to set the MGM lion roar up to your reaction on a video, but I couldn't get it all to marry up very well because I wanted to have that be like the last thing we show on our YouTube videos is you like roaring as you're smashing your headphones. But I don't have that kind of skill, unfortunately.
Well, but I wasn't smashing my headphones because then I would have to replace the headphones. I was so mad. I was so mad because we had like 750 people on the line, 800 people on the line. And, it's just when you're done with the show, you go and hit end stream. You don't think about just completely backing out of the show altogether. And boom, that was the end of the show. And I'm like, oh, snap. That's not good. And, yeah, so that will go on the company blooper reel for the holiday party, and there you go. And since Tom's not here, I'll talk about the time that we did not edit out a gigantic belch at the end of a show. So live television is difficult. Live television is difficult.
I forgot about that.
That was so good. Ben Higgins, have you not seen the first video you posted today, Kevin? You dropped a bunch of F-bombs. It was glorious. That's not the Kevin I know.
When did I video I posted today?
I mean, you guys have only dropped like 60 videos in the last 2 days, so I'm sure it's easy to find.
Yeah, we'll have to. If you could let me know which show that is so I can jump off and go edit that part out of there. The good news is with YouTube is that you can go in, and if it's off the top, you can edit little sections out. I mean, I was getting a little delirious as the night went on, and maybe on one of the videos I didn't have a clean endpoint, but as I wasn't angry at any point that Mark and I were recording. I mean, I was hungry. I was angry, but I wasn't angry. So,
how long do we need to go today?
I'm being told it's in the Leroy Roker video, so I know where to go look now at least. Now I'm scared. Now I'm just gonna have
go download it so we have a copy of it so we can put the blooper reel together before you edit.
I'm racing Kevin to the video.
There goes Kevin swearing again. Who would have ever thought that? Who would have ever? Now it makes sense because somebody messaged me this morning about Leroy Roker out of the blue, and I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? I don't know what I mean, but there wasn't a lot of reference to what was going on, and I'm not going to mention who it was who did it because he's a regular viewer of our shows and a super chat contributor. But now it makes a little bit more sense. So no, I don't know. Maybe we should be done so I can go pull this damn thing down because now I'm terrified.
Well, It's private now. So, did somebody already move it to private?
I didn't do anything.
It's got the most views of any of these.
Our blooper reel is just going to be Kevin's language and a bunch of cats just disrupting shows. It's going to be the entirety of the blooper reel.
The good news is that the FCC doesn't control our content because we're on the internet. So, this is the same as being on Sirius XM or satellite or whatever. So nothing bad is going to happen, and I'm just generally mad at technology. That's my nemesis. We all have a nemesis, and that is technology.
I'm just
Bill, I've been saying that the notice of allegations doesn't include the Connor Stallions or cheating. So it sounds like that's step one. That is just about it. It's just a cheeseburger. And, I think we will see further NOAs down the line. But, anything at this point would be a little quick in terms of that investigation. I've been told mid to late spring is when the expectation is maybe to hear something more about that. So I don't know.
Yeah, all of that is still too fresh to be. They're trying to speed it up, but they didn't speed it up this quickly.
Somewhere a Michigan beat writer is publishing a story, I'm sure, that says, look, they didn't even mention Connor Stallions in the notice of allegations. They didn't do anything wrong. They didn't find anything. That story is being written as we speak.
No doubt.
Notice of allegations for Michigan. Trouble at Ohio State.
Rico.
Suave.
When is Ryan Day going to be let off in handcuffs for whatever and New Hampshire private investigators and everything else?
Cristobal coming in for Maryland for Jordan Seaton.
That should be some Under Armour money right there or something like that.
Well, I mean, they've got it. They need to spend it.
Still, the last post from Jordan Seaton's account is that guy, sweating with the two buttons. He doesn't know which one to push.
Why commit at the point that you did? I mean, I guess
he goes on Fox Sports and goes on like one of their.
Well, you got an LA trip out of it, yeah. Undisputed
that's
or
the whole
whatever.
thing. Oh, how do you walk that back?
People lie on Fox all the time.
Oh, Tony.
I had to. As people say, we are getting a little punch drunk right now. Tony.
Oh yeah. And yet there are still 740 people with us here, 6 hours plus in. Thank you to everybody. If you've been with us for 6 hours and 16 minutes, or if you've been with us for 6 minutes, we appreciate everybody for making this all possible. People asking about Jeremiah Smith. No, I have not received notice that his letter of intent is in, but again, he has been doing media obligations and everything else. I don't think you necessarily do a presser, then followed up with interviews speaking specifically about the school that you picked, only to turn around and pull a Montreal screw job. I just don't think that's going to be the case.
Yet. Yeah.
Oh my God. Mega Lockdown is now my best friend. Talking about a live show from Avila's in Dallas. Tequila on me. That is my favorite Mexican place in Dallas to go to. The hottest table salsa that you will find. The margaritas are fantastic. They're strong, really good food. It was on Diners, Drive-Ins, and Dives. I've been trying to figure out a way to get there during our short trip for the Cotton Bowl. I have not been able to figure out a point of when I would be able to make it for sure and do my job functions as required, but I'm working on it.
I know Pecan Lodge is a pretty long Uber as well, unfortunately. But I saw somebody asking for an update on what are the big updates from today. If you guys want to go over that.
Yeah, so go quick rundown here. Jeremiah Smith reaffirmed, still waiting to receive his letter of intent, but reaffirmed he'll be sticking with Ohio State. Edric Houston reaffirmed with Ohio State, has signed his letter of intent, so that's done. Morris Williams to Auburn. Kind of the late smoke there was Auburn, but Buckeyes were still trying as of this morning to keep that one in the fold, but lost kind of a late lead there. They were really in a good spot there over the last month, but he ends up at Auburn. I don't know if he's signed. Have we checked? I don't know if he's got his letter in yet.
I don't know.
It was like a little more than an hour ago. So, Jeremiah McClellan did flip from Ohio State to Oregon and signed with Oregon. So that is done. And right now we're tracking the Buckeyes maybe making a late run here at Dominic Kirks, a 4-star defensive lineman from the state of Ohio, is committed to Washington. So that's kind of the big unknown thing right now. He has been committed to Washington since the summer, has not sent in his LOI. I talked about it a few times earlier that Ohio State had discussions as a staff this weekend about Dominic Kirks and what they should do there, just given the kind of the landscape of defensive line recruiting right now. Nothing really seemed to come of that on like Monday or Tuesday, but there's something brewing there right now. And so we'll see kind of what he decides to do and kind of go from there and maybe there's a surprise addition here along the defensive line. Someone did post, I think a minute ago, that Ernest Willer did commit to Wisconsin. I was told, because we were trying to track down Willer as well, and I was told no on Willer. Ohio State was not pursuing that. So just kind of wait and see what's going on here with defensive line. If they've got, I think they've got something cooking here with Dom Kirks, and see what comes of that.
No update on Jeremiah Smith's Twitter account at this point outside of his Let's Work tweet. So I feel like a Twitter sleuth having to go through all of this stuff and try and track it down. And, it kind of is what it is as we're here in hour 6. I did get a message from Tom Orr, who is not in the process of getting back on the show. He is doing some things with the Ryan Day press conference. I guess I will allow that. We can carry the water here as long as he's not doing it while eating, or I will be pissed.
Yeah, I'm sure he would fall on that sword for you and not do that. Just be the bigger man and not eat and hurt your feelings.
There was, I just looked at Dominic Kirk's Twitter, and his last tweet is Sunday evening, and it says, "The Lord will guide me." So that's a little cryptic, and that's right around the time. I mean, I would have to look at timestamps a little bit, but that's right around the time I was told that they were considering what to do about Dominic Kirks in Columbus. So that's fascinating. A little cryptic.
Yeah,
signing day, man.
I tend to think that there's definite, there's some fire there on that one. We'll see what ends up happening, but that seems to be the news that people have been alluding to, that there could be some more, something good coming down the pipeline or whatever. And, that would give them obviously a third defensive lineman in the class. And certainly no slouch. This is not a body. We've talked about that. We've talked about Kirks multiple times on the show, top 200 type of player, somebody that Mark believed very early on that Ohio State should have just gotten involved with to begin with. It seems like that there is a better than zero chance that things could maybe work out there.
You just wonder right now if anything will happen today. Like if it's this stressful or, this big of a decision, does he just, Friday or something like, hey, give me till Friday. I got to figure this out, So that'll be that'll be interesting. But there's 1000% something in the works here, and I think he's kind of struggling with the decision. I mean, it is a tough decision. I know Ohio State fans are like, oh, why would you not flip to Ohio State? It's like, well, like Washington, like made you their guy, and Ohio State just kind of, you camped and they didn't offer, and then they brought you in on an unofficial visit during the fall. They didn't offer. They didn't do an in-home. Like, I get it. So there's a lot for him to process, a lot for him and his family to process. But
the stuff that like that is very true. We've been with you the entire time, but this is also the same program that is going out and looking for transfer portal quarterbacks. Like, you want us to be loyal. Like, you want me to be loyal to you, but are you loyal to your high school recruit quarterbacks? Or are you going out and finding Michael Penix, Will Rogers? So the loyalty needs to work both ways. And I don't know that families are saying to Kalen DeBoer that sort of thing. Like, I don't know that they're necessarily challenging him on that. And is that something where Ohio State has to be like, well, but they're going to the portal to replace quarterbacks. So, like, loyalty at this point, what is loyalty really in college football when you can go wherever you want, whenever you want? I think you still have to go where you want to go. What is your best fit? And if that's Washington, then go to Washington. If it's Ohio State and you want to be closer to home, then do that. If it's Michigan, you want to be closer to home, then do that. But the idea of loyalty before you're even enrolled, I think is, it's a ploy that coaches will use when it matters to them, but it's not something that they themselves will believe in when it matters to wins and losses, as the quarterback position that I'm talking about is so key in the sport. So it's like you're still going to go out. You have to go out and get the best guy that gives you the best chance to win. And doesn't matter how you might have a fifth-year quarterback that has been with you forever, but if he's not the guy that can get you a win, you're going to bring in somebody else that can. And loyalty doesn't matter there at all. Micah Hanna has asked a couple of times, do CJ Hicks or Gabe Powers move down to defensive end? What do you guys think?
To me, it's just what are you doing with the jack? Is that a thing? Is it not a thing? If it's not a thing, CJ Hicks is a linebacker. If it is a thing, if it's really a thing you're going to deploy at some point, CJ Hicks could play that. Sonny Styles could play that. So I just need to know what their strategy is with that position moving forward, because I think CJ Hicks would excel at that if that's what they choose to implement.
Well, I think, again, it speaks to there are multiple ideas of what people want the Ohio State defense to be. And, Jim Knowles has this Jack Leo position, and it's not necessarily part of Larry's forte of how he wants to do things. And, it's they have to figure out who they are before they figure out who's going to be in what role and such. I think there's some guys that do need to move down a level, or, even in the case of Sonny too, potentially, to get to the position that they might have the most success with and be the most impactful for the program. But, you also have to have the conversation with the kid and be like, how do you feel about sliding down? I mean, a lot of times kids want to be closer to the ball. I mean, in terms of that level, I mean, who wouldn't want to be, coming off the edge or something like that? But I don't think there's an easy answer there. I mean, I know people are getting impatient in terms of when are we going to see more CJ Hicks? When are we going to see more Gabe Powers? Well, they've kind of been shoehorned in because of the guys who've been above them on the depth chart with a Big Ten linebacker of the year, Tommy Eichenberg, and Steel Chambers has been locked in there. But, if we see one or both, if Tommy's gone, but if we see Steel leave, then, we got Cody in another spot. No audio, Tony.
Sorry. Yeah, I was listening to a Carlin Jones commitment. My bad.
him talking about his mental well-being and stuff like that, and being able to chill at the beach. I read that quote somewhere online today.
Hey man, whatever makes you comfortable, I'm cool with that. But it doesn't, like, my opinion on people who choose Miami is that they're not serious about football. My opinion on people who choose USC for the beach is that they're also not serious about football. So I don't think you can ever be too upset about losing people who are looking for a relaxing place to play football.
I was going to go to Pepperdine, so let's slow down here. But I wasn't very serious about football. Football wasn't very serious about me.
I was going to go to Bowling Green because I was very serious about euchre.
Is there a story there? Is there something? Is there like a euchre major at BG?
No, but there
or
should
what?
be. That's just where I learned to play euchre after watching it all my life growing up and not having any clue what was going on. I learned that in high school going to Bowling Green college parties. So you learn a lot at Bowling Green college parties.
I learned a lot at college parties. I don't know if playing euchre was one of them, but I learned a lot at college parties.
Bowling Green.
Yeah.
Gosh. Interesting.
The Harvard of the Midwest.
Yeah. That's what they say. Gosh. We are still waiting. This is
I don't know if we're going to be able to wait. We're at 6.5 hours right now.
Yeah, I don't know if we're gonna be able to wait out.
I propose 4 p.m. I propose going 30 more minutes. We've gone 7 hours. That'll be, in a lot of places that's considered a good day's work.
And as soon as we drop off, that's when the signature will come in. So
And
if we would,
then Tom could do a solo show.
oh yeah, I do have to record with Tom at some point after this. But
Tom's got to be so pumped about the notice of allegations because now he gets to repine on that for the next couple of days.
More content, so much more well-viewed content.
Well-viewed content that he doesn't have to really it just comes to him. It's the content just flows right to him. He doesn't have to track anybody down. Doesn't have to.
But he's going to need new rules because the sportsmanship policy. This isn't Big Ten sportsmanship policy. This is, this is cheeseburger policy.
So I think I'm seeing that Ohio State has five stars in this class, which most years is outstanding, and so I think the way the day started is much different than the way it has ended. And when was the last time they did lose somebody on signing day? You lose Jeremiah McClellan. You seem to have kept your two 5-star guys in Edric Houston and Jeremiah Smith. So overall, I think that the tone, whatever you do, don't go listen to the first 3 hours of the show. Listen to the last 3 hours of the show. And depending on what kind of mood you're in or want to be in, because things were very dire, and then things got much better throughout the day. And overall, you're still, if we want to go back to being negative, you're still low on numbers on the defensive line. But as Ryan Day said, they want 8 defensive ends and 8 defensive tackles in their room. And we'll see where they stand after today. That will let them know what they need to do in the portal. But that gives them some wiggle room. However, I still think they would have liked to have had more defensive linemen. And that's me counting Kirk's in the class right now, not knowing I shouldn't be doing that. But assuming they land 3 at this point, that is it's not unheard of to be that low, but it is still low.
Yeah, and it's 2 years in a row it's low. So I think that's the concern. I think, if this year was a down year at linebacker instead of defensive line, I don't think I won't say panic, but I don't think the angst is kind of at the level it is now. I just think when it's the same position multiple years in a row, that's when people start to, get upset, get nervous, wonder what's going on. So these are the things that, the portal fixes things a little bit better than, if you missed back-to-back years like this 10 years ago, 15 years ago, it could really hurt you in, 2 or 3 years down the road. You have some time to kind of adjust things with the portal, but I also don't think you want to build your team through the portal. I think you want to fill a gap or two through the portal, but I don't think you want to do the Miami, Texas A&M, hire this new group of mercenaries every year and try and put it together and form a team, form a program. I just don't think that's the way to go. I think, everyone throws their arms up about, guys going to A&M or losing guys to Miami. It's like, what have those programs accomplished in the last 20 years? What has A&M accomplished in the last 50 years? So there's some frustrating moments in all of this when you do lose players to those programs, but until those programs start doing anything on the field, I think you have to look at it as like, I don't think they're really going about this the right way.
Well, at least A&M has made another coaching change, because it was obvious that Jimbo Fisher was no better than Kevin Sumlin in terms of records at A&M. They had almost identical records, and now I think they've made a move of going with somebody who's more of a football coach, in my opinion, with Mike Elko. I always thought that Jimbo Fisher was the result of having a generational type of quarterback in Jameis Winston, and they won in spite of Jimbo's presence. And then when Jimbo was forced to do it without, whether or not it was with all the shiny new toys because of NIL or whatever it was, he left that Florida State program in shambles. We talked about how bad Penn State's offensive line had been for many years. That Florida State offensive line was far worse. And when you're recruiting the Southeast and you can't put together a quality offensive line, I know that a lot of people look to the Midwest for the big, corn-fed, big lineman type, but obvious malpractice with what, Jimbo Fisher was doing. So, I think that there certainly are programs that are going about doing things the wrong way and thinking that money is the solution to everything in terms of roster management and whatnot. And it just creates its own set of issues. And, I don't know what the numbers are off the top of my head, but, it's like it was an ESPN stat, and like 8 members of the top of the ESPN 300 of however many that A&M had in that one class were already in the portal. And unfortunately, one player that Ohio State was looking at in the portal who is no longer in the portal is Chase Basantis, who withdrew from the portal and will stay with A&M. And that's, that hurts something that could have been gift wrapped perfectly for Ohio State.
Yeah, I'm still kind of curious what happened there, because so much of that was about getting closer to home. So they must have ripped up the NIL contract and written a new one, maybe. I don't know, but that was certainly interesting. Like the A&M people I talked to didn't think he was coming back when he went. Obviously, when he went in, they didn't really think much of him coming back. He's going back home, going back close to home. And I was like, oh, okay. So something changed there, obviously, and so that was fascinating. Like I said, I think the portal is a valuable asset. You want to plug and play a guy or two a year at certain positions, fill some gaps. But, this wave of like 12, 15, 20 transfers, we'll see. I guess the one kind of success story with it is Florida State. They're certainly going back to the well again. We'll see how that goes, like from a longevity standpoint, if that is something they can keep up. But we saw Michigan State try it with Mel Tucker, which was a disaster. We've seen Miami try it. It's been a disaster so far. It's cost A&M their coach. Been a disaster so far. So it's, like anything, moderation is key.
Odysseus 2002. How much does Jimbo owe Jameis? About as much as Mel Tucker owes Kenneth Walker.
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself on that one.
So like $70 million?
Yeah, that's fair.
Mika Hanna, Ohio State, I know what her question is, should have offered Elijah King. Mark, I'll throw that one to you in terms of, you being the evaluator and knowing the players better than, I can kind of parrot things I've heard you say in the past, but I'd rather get it from you.
I mean, it's certainly fair to say things like that now. Knowing what we know now, it's certainly fair to say things like that. Good player, good prospect. Again, I just wish my horse in that race was Kirk's, but I just think back in June, July, they should have just grabbed one or two more guys and just said, look, we're not this guy isn't taking Edric Houston's spot. This guy isn't taking whoever's spot. This guy isn't taking a spot from an Amaris Williams, like a late ad that you could probably have. But you don't want to get down to this point where you want 5. And even if you're going to get some good news in the NFL, and I think they're going to get some good news on the NFL draft, guys coming back. But it's just, I don't think you want to, I know they don't want to scramble like this every year. I know they don't. They can go out on their press conferences and say they're fine with the numbers and they're fine with how everything. They did not want to scramble like this again. So I just think get a couple guys in there early. The 85 number just doesn't mean what it used to mean. You're losing 15 guys to the portal every offseason. You're losing guys early to the NFL every offseason. You're turning over a third of your roster every season. So, oversign by 1 or 2. It'll sort itself out.
Can I just make a mention here, guys? Furman received a commitment today from Devin Hester Jr. So,
oh my gosh.
You're welcome.
So he could be in the portal. I mean, if he does well at Furman, he could be in the portal before you know it. El Jamar Amos. Every time something doesn't go our way, we cry and complain that it's about money. SMH.
Mark, you said something about that on Twitter yesterday, right?
Yeah, it's the new go-to. I'm not saying it's never true. I'm not saying Ohio State's never lost a kid over NIL money or whatever, but it's become the new go-to. Used to be that kid just didn't want to compete. That's what everyone would say. And not just Ohio State or Ohio State fans, like around the country. Whoever the team that thought they should have got him, that feels the kid went to a lesser program, would say, "Oh, I just didn't want to compete here." NIL's become the new thing, and the reason I say this is, as much as Ohio State fans are obsessed about it, it's in every school thing. Like, I literally had a Georgia person tell me, "Well, there's no way Georgia's going to match Ohio State's NIL on KJ Bolden and Edric Houston." I had a Georgia person tell me that over the summer. I was like, "Please." And then you got Ohio State, you got to watch out. Penn State's throwing that NIL money around. You got Penn State, what are you talking about? Ohio State kills us in NIL. It's hilarious. No one wants to, it's like everyone downplays their own NIL and claims everyone else is just buying players with NIL. It's become a little bit absurd. I don't listen to it anymore. It's like, just stop.
Bill Evans, MGO Blow is ablaze over the NOA. It's an NC2A conspiracy to distract the team during bowl practice and ruin National Signing Day.
Well, now we know who Ryan Day was actually talking to when he got a phone call during his press conference today, and he had to step out.
He was calling Michigan.
He was calling his handler at the NCAA because he's the big snitch.
Rico.
Yep.
No, he wanted to deliver the news personally. He delivered the NOA. That's what I was kind of getting at.
Tell Jim it was me.
I want him to know it was me.
Say my name.
Oh gosh, yeah. It is funny, the whole conspiracy talk. There's some legs to certain the timing of this but here's why. When you continually deny and deflect and mislead and try to hide things from the NCAA, they're gonna get angry. And so if you tell me this has become personal with the NCAA people in Michigan, I'm not going to necessarily disagree with that, but that doesn't mean it's not true. It can be both. The NCAA can be really mad at Michigan and it can be justified. It doesn't have to be some unfair conspiracy. The fact of the matter is you have not cooperated with them at all on any of this stuff, despite what you've said publicly. And yeah, that's going to anger some people.
Absolutely. And it's one of those things of it's never the crime, it's the cover up. And if you're going to be really arrogant and a total jerk about it, they're going to want to get you. I mean, I'm trying to find the right words here, and they're escaping me in terms of my, fatigue. But I mean, some of this are unforced errors by Michigan in terms of its handling of the process and not accepting things that were worked out earlier in the process, and now things are coming home to roost.
There's a question: who are you still going after today? It's really just down. Obviously, they're still waiting for Jeremiah Smith to send in the letter. There's no reason to think that's not happening. He's reaffirmed with Ohio State and everything else. And but right now we're watching the Dom Kirk situation. I think just about everything else, the hay's in the barn, and we're watching to see if they flip Dominic Kirks from Washington, a 4-star defensive lineman from Northeast Ohio. So that's really what we're down to. Everyone else has kind of made their decisions today. And then with Devin Sanchez, I see we've seen some of that. So he's going to announce the All-American Bowl on January 6th. We'll be down there. I'll be down there all week. Kevin will be down there, I think, for most of the week. So we'll have a lot of stuff on that. I feel great about Ohio State going into that. And then it's like, okay, you got the commitment, a year before signing day. So Alabama continues to try, and Texas A&M continues to try, and you're going to have all these schools kind of fighting you. It's going to be a Jeremiah Smith thing all over again in terms of trying to keep the wolves off of you. But for the January 6th announcement, I feel really good about Ohio State. I think it's the top 3 has been Ohio State, Alabama, A&M. I don't think it's going to be A&M. So I lean pretty heavily towards Ohio State with, of course, Alabama. You can never completely count them out.
What is the move of Dorian Brew from Ohio to Texas? What does that do for the Buckeyes' chances there?
Yeah, I mean, you don't love it. You would like him to be at Clayton Northmont because then he's an hour from your campus. It's super easy to get him on campus all the time. But he's even come up since he moved to Texas. He came up for one game, so he's really made it a point to keep in touch with the staff. And there's some family ties to like LSU, I think, maybe to watch out for while he's down there. But so it's been so far so good, I guess, is the best way I can put it. Everything seems pretty positive there. And just kind of see as he moves further and further away from the move from Ohio and gets more and more ingrained and entrenched down there, we'll see how that goes. But I haven't heard anything alarming yet. And again, he's been in regular contact with all the coaches and even came back up. Not only came back up, but like a day or two before he left for Texas, he was on campus for a visit. So like he's really kind of held up his end of the bargain on that. So you just have to see how the next, several months go.
Just scanning through things as we are closing into our final 15 minutes of our 7-hour extravaganza. Still conversations of a Maryland insider has put in a crystal ball for Seton to Maryland. We kind of had talked about that earlier. That seems to be one of the bigger deals that are still working right now at this point. I don't know what I'm going to remember most for early signing day 2024 here in 2023. Maybe just the Jekyll and Hyde nature of the day. As Tony put it, the first 3 hours of this show are a very different show. It's like watching that like Pineapple Express. Like the first half of the movie was like going really in one direction, and the second half of the movie was going completely in a different direction. And
from dusk till dawn,
they really have nothing to do with one another. There's a lot of things, especially anything.
No Salma Hayek, unfortunately for us, and in this one though, to break it up, to break the movie in half. But a couple of questions here. Will Ohio State offer Dwayne Galloway, who's a 4-star corner out of Columbus Marion Franklin High School, 2025 kid? I don't get that sense right now. That could change maybe in a spring evaluation period or a summer camp. But I don't get that sense. I think they're pretty focused on the national. Now, let's see what Devin Sanchez does. I mean, let's see that they actually get his commitment on January 6th. But Sanchez is their top guy. They've got a couple other out-of-state guys that they really like. Plus, you've got some in-state guys. If you could still consider Dorian Brew an in-state guy, which I kind of do, and got like Trey McNutt, who's maybe a corner, maybe a safety. They're trying to figure that out. But I think there's some guys ahead of him in the pecking order right now, and he might need to have a camp showing to get that done. I saw Dwayne this fall. Really good athlete. He's really fast. He's not 6'2". I know the listings and he's maybe 5'11 and a half, maybe 6 foot. So he's not a 6'2" guy, but he can run. Just doesn't. The problem with evaluating Dwayne is in the Columbus City League, no one's throwing the football. Like there's no sophisticated passing offenses in the Columbus City League where he's actually covering a guy. Like I can go watch Aaron Scott and they'll play Olentangy, and I can watch him shadow Jackson Wiley, who's a really good junior receiver, Michael Wiley's kid, and I can get a really good evaluation on that. There's nothing that happens like that in the City League. So you're really going off of like camp and workouts and stuff like that, which is never a great thing to have to rely on.
Scrolling through here to see kind of what else we have as we get here. Some comments about Cole's Cash. I mean, I guess our viewers are getting a little slappy as well as we get here closing in on dinner time. Again, that first beer is going to taste great. Maybe Ryan Day and I can go out and get that beer at the same time, but we need to go somewhere where I can get some of those like the bar pretzels or whatever.
One note from the Washington beat, Kalen DeBoer says he anticipates adding a couple more transfer or high school additions in the days to come. So read into that what you will, as looks like both Washington and Ohio State are still trying to figure out this Dominic Kirk thing and waiting for Kirk to figure it out as well.
Yep, I'm still prodding on like getting someone to kind of go on the record with something substantial in terms of like, yes, like he's going to flip, or yes, it's happening today. There's going to be an LOI today. I've reached out to Dom, who's I'm sure not talking to anyone right now, but so to see if he was signing today, and haven't heard that yet. But I know there's a little bit of tug of war going on right now, so going to be interesting.
And that's how it goes sometimes, where Ohio State could have easily landed him if they would have moved in on him earlier. Now we're sitting here at a point of where they're coming in truly at the 11th hour, and it's like, okay, do I stick with my high school girlfriend, the one that was in the picture with Pat Mahomes with the giant, or with Russell Wilson with the giant mouth going on, or do I move on to my new love? And if you put my feet to the fire, I'm going to say Ohio State on this one. It just seems like, we all love the new love. And the fact is that, Washington may have shown you love, when you weren't getting love from other outlets or whatnot, but Columbus isn't, or Seattle isn't moving any closer to where you live in Ohio. So, I think that the home part will pull in a little bit.
The idea that he would accept the visit, like he did the unofficial visit in the fall, the idea that he would do that, kind of knowing how on edge it might put Washington, and he would do it without receiving an offer, I think kind of gives you an indication of where his heart is. But, coming in at kind of the last minute is kind of a tough thing if you're the kid and you've kind of had this long commitment, and now you're being asked to kind of switch the very last minute, because if you do that, even though it may be the best thing for you or the thing you want to do, you are leaving Washington in quite a lurch by doing it right now. Just the way Edric Houston would have left Ohio State in a lurch by going to Alabama today. I mean, it's the same thing.
But Washington has to understand that that's the risk of.
Oh yeah. And Ohio State has to understand that's the risk of recruiting a 5-star kid from Atlanta. I mean,
yep.
Or running back from South Florida, Mark Fletcher, who left Ohio State in the lurch because Ohio State did not take a running back in that recruiting cycle.
Yep.
So, I mean, it certainly is something that happens, and Ohio State could go out and fill its class in 1 minute if it wanted to, and just recruited in state and just said we're going to just. I go back to kind of the way that Mac Brown used to used to recruit at Texas, and they would have their 2 big junior days, and it's like, okay, you're our number 1 corner, you're our number 2 corner, you're our number 3 corner. Number 1, all right, come in. Are you going to commit? Yes or no? No, get out. All right, number 2, are you going to commit? Yes. Okay, we're only taking 1. Number 3, get out. I mean, you could sit there and fill your numbers quickly if that's what your goal was. We got to fill this class in 1 day. Okay, you can do it, but probably not going to make your best evaluations and decisions that way.
Yeah, I remember those like February Texas junior days where they'd get like 18 commitments. Yep. It's just like, okay, recruiting's over for that school for the rest of the year.
Well, and then a kid develops during his senior year in their SOL because
exactly. Happened quite a bit.
Well, I also think that gave Texas those players came in with a false sense of we are bigger than what we are. Like the entitlement that they had, I think it manifested on the field with some pretty soft teams because they've been big man on campus before they were ever there, and I don't think I don't think that was the best thing for them because they kind of just coasted the rest of their time at Texas and never really developed as much as they should have. Super chat.
Yeah, CW Kevin, we're past Gatorade time of day. Pull the bourbon off the shelf. Well, one who said it was on the shelf, it's on the counter. But my stomach I don't have any food in my stomach. This could be a really bad night. And what I have on the counter right now is like 129 proof, like, barrel strength, something from Watershed. And even with a full stomach, that will put you on your butt if you're not careful. And I'm tired enough not to be careful. And, I do have to, I guess, appear on the Mark Rogers show tomorrow at some point. And I don't want to wake up in the same clothes and have to jump right onto that show. So I think I'll find something in the interim.
Shots. 5 more minutes.
Allowed to do that like on air? Because it's the internet. It's not TV. We can't.
Well, I mean, only once we have the Krispy Kreme eating competition.
I put a dollar figure on that. I forget how much I said you would have to pay me, but I would do it. You
would have to pay me to eat delicious Krispy Kreme donuts.
Well,
but it was like 2 dozen.
Eat like 3. You're paying me to eat like a freaking case of them because it's the strangest thing. It's like the one thing that doesn't fill me up. I love them. I don't get them a lot because of this. But every now and then I get them and I can slam like 6 and it's like, did I even eat any? It doesn't even feel, and it's just like, I really don't know. I've never pushed my limits on it. I really don't know how many of those I could eat before like I went into a coma or got sick or what, but it's crazy how many of those I can eat without feeling anything.
I think we should all be proud that we all can smash them, but we don't know what our limit is because we've never lost control that much and gone and found out what your limit is. Because if you lose control to the point where you're like, I know exactly how many Krispy Kremes I can eat, you're never eating them again. Like you need to leave this a mystery.
Yeah, I found out in college how much Jack Daniels I could drink, and haven't had a whole lot of Jack Daniels since.
That's how I am with gin. I can't drink gin because I punched out a window after drinking like a 5th of gin. I was walking around a college party. We talk about college parties with a 5th of gin and a bottle of tonic, and I was just mixing them in my mouth. And somebody was messing with one of our, I was in a fraternity, one of the beautiful young ladies who used to like to hang out around the house, one of our friends, and somebody was trying to get a little inappropriate, and I went off. And it took 6 people to pull me off of the person, and we walked by the window, and I went and put my fist right through the window. So I haven't had gin since.
I haven't had tonic since.
Yes, they got Edric Houston, Roger Hayes. Edric Houston is signed, stuck with the Buckeyes, announced it at a press conference, and then did sign his paperwork and send that in. So all good on the Edric Houston front. No need to worry about that one anymore. Again, Hay is pretty much in the barn, just kind of waiting for Ohio State to confirm that they've received J.J. Smith's paperwork and kind of trying to get to the bottom of this Dominic Kirks thing, which doesn't necessarily mean that's going to happen today. I mean, this could go a couple of days. If Kirks is truly torn, he has until Friday. So we'll see. There's definitely a tug of war going on right now between Washington and Ohio State for Dominic Kirks from Painesville.
So I'm doing the latest Twitter refresh of Jeremiah Smith, and there's an account at Kane Sport. 5-star Jeremiah Smith has not yet signed with Ohio State. Does Miami still have a chance? And that's the world we're living in right now.
I admire the hustle. I mean, against my better judgment, we haven't done anything like that. We could on the front page right now be like, Jeremiah Smith hasn't signed his letter of intent yet, or the Buckeyes about to lose him, and we would probably get a bunch of subscriptions off of that. But it's just not
angry ones.
Yeah, it's just not. We can't do there's got to be some. I know you want people to click on what you write about. You want people to click on your headlines and catchy little headlines, but this is too far.
Well, Kevin,
here we are. We are 40 seconds away from 7 hours. We
got to make 7 hours. Don't you?
Got to make 7 hours. You get
hours.
This far. You go 26.1 miles in the marathon. You don't make it to 26.2. I mean, that's just unconscionable. You can't do that. But as I'll start to wrap up here, I want to thank everybody for joining us for our marathon session here. I want to thank Marc Givler. I want to thank Tony Gerdeman. I want to thank that no good Tom Orr, all for joining me here. I want to thank everybody who's contributed with the super chats, with the comments, with everything, with all of the kind words. Do us a favor, hit that thumbs up, subscribe to the channel. That all helps us with our distribution and gets us out there. Give us a look over at BuckeyeHuddle.com. This is the time to sign up. Recruiting is never ends. 25 recruiting is going to be starting up. As Mark mentioned, we're going to be in San Antonio for the All-America Bowl. Devin Sanchez making a big announcement. Oh, by the way, there is a bowl game for the college football team on the 29th, the Cotton Bowl, and of course the transfer portal, plus Buckeyes fans from all across the world as part of the huddle. But final thoughts. Anybody got any final thoughts as we have crossed the 7-hour threshold?
Mark?
I just, like I said, appreciate everyone who tuned in for this. We tried this last year. We weren't sure how it was going to work. Did pretty well. Our peak traffic today was like 2.5 times bigger than our biggest traffic last year. So I appreciate everyone helping us grow the channel and grow the site the last year and a half. And again, if you're on the site, great. Love to have you over there if you're not. But otherwise, kind of just keep it locked in here on the YouTube channel. And if you can like our videos and subscribe to the channel, if you're not subscribed, it does. I don't know the full algorithm. I just know the more subscribers you have on this channel and the more people hit the like button, the more our video gets pushed out to other Ohio State fans who may want to watch our stuff. So appreciate all you guys who do that.
Yeah. Thank you all very much for tuning in. I would like to go another 2 hours. But Mark and Kevin,
you can. I'll push the power of the show over to you.
No, that's totally fine. I'll let you guys.
You got to record the morning show right now.
Yeah, we got to go do that. So again, thank you all, and Kevin, I'll turn it over to you guys.
Yeah, we're still getting some late questions here about this. So Jeremiah Smith has reaffirmed that he will be signing with Ohio State. Ohio State has not announced him yet or publicly talked about him because they have not yet received the signed papers. As soon as they do, they will 1,000% run to their Twitter account and have the announcement, just like they did with Edric Houston a little bit ago. they'll be able to talk about him. They'll be able to announce him. So that has not happened yet. Jeremiah has done like this huge media tour following his press conference today. So I think they're just waiting on the paperwork. But there's no reason to think the paperwork isn't coming. So it's one of those kind of semantics things right now where he's reaffirmed, he's doing interviews down there in South Florida, telling everyone he's signed with Ohio State, but they just have not received the signed paperwork yet. So that's the situation. No reason to not think that's coming through here, but that's like just the facts of the matter right now.
And I'll finish this up in the show with I've traded text messages with somebody who is not family but is family to Jeremiah, who told me not to worry, everything is fine. So we will figure that out. But I guess it's now time to end the show so I can go see what I did on that Leroy Roker video and if I have to clean up the top of that show or not. But I want to thank everybody for being part of the show. And as news breaks here at Buckeye Huddle, we will be here live with everything going on. So be sure not to miss a single episode. But until the next show, which probably will be pretty soon with Tom Orr talking about what's going on up north, have a great day and we'll see you very soon.